It's Championship Sunday of the Mythic Dungeon International, and today our teams race to claim the Group A crown. With 4 teams fighting to come out on top, only 3 will move on to the Global Finals, while our last place contender will be eliminated. I'm your host, Rook, and I'm here with Tettles, Nagura, Zyronic, and Dratnos. We have had a fierce competition so far, as we've had some newcomer team show up and absolutely shake things up here this Mythic Dungeon International, as our veteran teams also come back and strive to reach new heights. We'll be taking a look here at where we started and where we're going, although today, of course, is a big day for Group A. Now, all of our teams had to qualify through the time trials, which happened in October, and the top 16 moved forward into Group A and Group B, which you will see this weekend and next. The top 3 teams will be moving on from both of them, but we have the Chinese teams also back in the fight, participating here in the Mythic Dungeon International. Though we will not be broadcasting live, it will be rebroadcast on the Warcraft channel, so keep an eye out for their competition as well. Their top 2 teams will move on to the Global Finals, where everybody will duke it out at the end of November to see who our ultimate champion of the MDI is. Now, it's been, like we said, a kind of wild weekend, but a good one in a good way, right? We've gotten to see a lot of new blood coming in, and we've gotten to see some big shakeups with certain teams that performed much better or much more perilously than we expected. So, Tettles, what have we seen thus far from Group A?
Oh my gosh, yeah, we got a big replay from yesterday. So right now we had some teams that were eliminated, but the top 2 teams, Perplexed and Miscount, kind of performed as expected. We saw some very cool stuff from them, where Perplexed was splitting who was going in what direction in Arakar, where you had this 2-person hit squad of Swag and Zasevi going over here and killing this mini-boss. Miscount, on the other hand, was like snapping mobs in City of Threads, and that was also a very impressive strat. So I think that both of these teams have really prepared a lot for this matchup versus one another. And honestly, just for this weekend, both of these teams were taking care of business, and now they have like a pretty big shootout versus one another. Perplexed looked like, from time trials, to be a pretty heavy favorite for this weekend. They looked like they could potentially even be winning this entire Global Finals for the MDI whenever we have that in a couple of weekends. Now there's kind of a question of Miscount. Can they upset that team? For the other teams that we're going to see today, we have Team Name. They had a little bit of a blunder in Arakara, but it's fine. They had a huge upset on Friday that Dratnos is going to talk about in a little bit, and they took the momentum from that huge upset, and they fought through the lower semis. I think there's a big question as to, will this new team be able to capitalize on this opportunity and be able to also make it as the 3rd-seeded team making it to the Global Finals? The last major matchup that we had from yesterday was Direwolves versus Polish Mountain. And this was probably the matchup that the casters at least thought these were going to be like the two most likely candidates to be that third slated team making it to the global finals. Polish Mountain, I think, has pretty convincingly faster strategies, but they have the worst consistency on the weekend between them and Team Name. But whenever they played against Direwolves during this matchup, they were able to be consistent enough to 2-0 the Direwolves. And so it kind of proves that their faster strategies, whenever they're able to realize that potential time gain, they are able to win, and win in convincing fashion. They did.
They did. I mean, it's amazing. It's kind of exciting when teams have inconsistency in performance because we never exactly know what to expect. And one run can be a total banger, and the next one you're going, oh gosh, what's happening, right? And there's kind of, it's interesting to see as the teams grow over the weekends, right? And how they kind of figure out what they want to do or how they want to play. But I think a big part of that conversation this go around has also been around affixes, right? With strategies, how these teams are approaching things, or the penalty for risking it. It can be a lot bigger of an impact here with our seasonal affixes. So Nagura, for anybody that might not know all the details about these Kiss Curse mechanics that we have coming in for Mythic Plus, what can everybody expect from the affixes we've seen this MDI?
Of course, the affixes hugely impacted this weekend. The Xaltar's Bargain in particular, these Kiss Curse affixes that I do think that we've seen a lot of teams play around them as much as they can, but sometimes because of the nature of the MDI, where you just like, you keep running, you keep going, some of these affixes, they spawn in the back, and you just rather like move forward. So sometimes you have a little bit of an issue dealing with them. We've seen some issues with Voidbound, for example, as the emissaries were spawning in the back and they didn't manage to deal with them properly, buffing the bosses. We've seen some of the orbs hitting the mobs rather than them being able to soak them, which caused lots of damage increase on mobs and on bosses as well. So we've seen some issues with them, and them also utilizing them as much as they can. But I do think the number one affix change that affected all of the teams the most is Challenger's Peril. Challenger's Peril, of course, is subtracting 15 seconds now from each death rather than 5 seconds, what we've seen in subtracting 15 seconds now from each death rather than 5 seconds, what we've seen in previous expansions, definitely affecting the MDI a lot. We've seen some dungeons go in the favor of another team because of this affix, while previously the other team would have won. And that is something that I'm not sure if these teams really were planning around this or changing their strategy coming into this weekend, but maybe after this weekend, maybe even in Group B, we might see some adjustments because of this, because the fact that you lose so much time from having deaths might cause some teams to try and actually opt to go for a less risky strategy, because if in practice you do a certain pool that let's say 60% of the time you have one player go down, then that might not actually be worth it if it's going to be happening in a tournament. Then the time that you're saving for doing this or pulling off this risky pool might not be worth it, because that one death or a second death might cost you the whole dungeon, right? So we'll see how the teams are adjusting to this, if they're actually going to go slower moving forward. But yeah, seeing the impact of this affix definitely is pretty severe.
Yeah, it has had a greater impact than I think many of us even anticipated coming in, right? We knew, yes, it's going to add that extra time on, but seeing how this has kind of, not only the affixes like the unfortunate Void Emissary that we had spawned into a wall with a skip yesterday, or other things like that, right? They're adding these challenges. Crazy. I have to say, it was amazing and also hilarious, but it's kind of part of what the MDI does, right? Like, you have these moments where because of the skips or because of this time pressure that's on you, you have to really adapt and then realize that, hey, some of these affixes are going to affect things in a dynamic way. And Challenger's Peril has very much done so, particularly in regards to risk versus reward, right? Is playing it safe a steadier bet to get into the globals? Or as we see in the MDI, is it really go big and just execute with the most precision you can, which I think is best case. But, you know, Zyro, maybe you have some more thoughts on how a lot of the landscape in MDI this season has put pressure on the teams or forced them to adapt?
Yeah, the question specifically about mindset of the teams, right? Like Naguru was saying, you can potentially just play it safe and qualify. I feel like there's like a two-tier system in our MDI bracket for Group A specifically. You have the top two teams, Perplexed and Miscount, who have already qualified, and they're clearly like the MDI veterans. They weren't just playing this weekend to qualify, they were playing to try to win the entire bracket and give themselves the highest possible seed for the global finals. Everyone else, though, the question is, how do we get ourselves into the third place spot? How do we get ourselves into the lower semifinals to give ourselves a chance to qualify for the global finals? And I think with the Challengers Peril Affix, yeah, you could absolutely play safe. We saw a team like Casp's Angels, who didn't necessarily have the fastest strategies, have a very real potential to make it to today's lower semifinals match. They just weren't able to keep it clean on the final boss of that Arakar, and what was a crazy finish to that map. If they had won that map by finishing off the boss cleanly, they could have potentially seen themselves in our lower semifinals match. So I think it's an interesting question. The matchup that we have in the lower semis now between Team Name and Polish Mountain, both of the teams have shown that they have MDI level strategies that they could execute, but like you said earlier, it's a question of can they execute those strategies. We'll get that answer in probably about an hour or so, and I'm heavily looking forward to that matchup.
Me too. Honestly, I think it's going to be a wild one. I mean, we saw stuff swing to 22 deaths yesterday on a run. We saw neck and neck runs, right? Where that Perils kind of played against, where Team Name thought there's no way we've got this, and then last second went, oh my gosh, we won that one? They also wiped? What? Hold on 1 second, right? I mean, it's been really dynamic. There's been a lot of things in flux, and I think all of the teams, as they come into this competition, have been adapting strategies as they go, but pursuing the goals they came into the competition with. Now, we asked our teams ahead of time what their goals were this Mythic Dungeon International, and, you know, Perplexed said they wanted to win it or at least hit top 2, so I'd say they are well on their way. Missed Count want to, and I quote, somehow get to finals. You know what, Missed Count, have a little more faith in yourselves. You've got this. You're not going to miss that count. They do, yes, they do.
Does that mean like through upper bracket or lower bracket? Is that what it means by somehow, or are they just like, well, I just want to somehow get there?
They stumbled in. They didn't even realize they were here for the MDI, and they were just like, oh, I guess somehow I want to get to finals. No, I think they are well on their way, although they're working on cleaning some things up as well. Now, Team Name, they just wanted to show the work that they've been doing to train and get some clean runs in. And honestly, I think we've already been really impressed by their performance with that early kind of conquering of Polish Mountain that was really unexpected. And we'll see them match up again today to see if they can repeat it. And Polish Mountain wanted to qualify for the global finals and want to do as well Season 1 TGP. So we're going to have for the first time both MDI and the MDI TGP in Season 1. So they are key pushers themselves, and they've been really pushing themselves to do things with the speed running aspect here. So we have definitely seen them perform and excited to see what they're going to do today as well. But that kind of gives us a little bit about the mindset of the teams, their goals as they come into it, and as we look at sort of how they're structuring things, let's also take a look at how our competition has been structured and how the bracket has shaken out. Now, scientist Dr. Dratnos has some bracketology for us here. Dratnos, you want to explain a little bit?
Yeah, so let's talk about how we got here today. We're going to start off with this upper bracket matchup between Perplexed and Miscount, and both of these teams 2-0'd their way to get here. They're both undefeated in matches and in maps, so that's going to be a really exciting game. Both of those teams, though, are already qualified to our global finals, as Zyra mentioned, but there are only 3 slots out of this group, and there are still 4 teams alive today. That last slot is going to go to the winner of that Team Name versus Polish Mountain match that you can see down in the lower bracket. That's going to be the second series we see today. And crucially, it's a rematch. Team Name and Polish Mountain played each other on Friday and over in round 1, which went the other way than the seeding would have expected. Polish Mountain, our 3rd seeded team in this weekend, versus Team Name, the 6th, ended up being a 2-0 in favor of Team Name, which was a crazy upset. Team Name weren't expecting that, so then that set them in motion to go in a completely different series of maps than they were expecting, right? Because they got into a different spot in the bracket than otherwise expected. Same with Polish Mountain, probably not expecting to get sent down as early as they were. But both of these teams should have been focused on this series. Polish Mountain have actually played a bunch of the maps that we're going to be seeing today, whereas Team Name really haven't. So this is match 12 that we're looking at. Of these, Polish Mountain have played the Stone Vault, they've played the Siege, they've played the Mists, whereas Team Name have only played that Necrotic Wake, which, being that last slot in this series, we will only see if it doesn't get banned and if the series goes to 3 games, which is a pretty tough combination of circumstances to happen. So Team Name are actually, for me, the big question mark in here. They're our 6th seeded team. They said they were coming to just show the world their practice, the strats they've been developing, but they're finding themselves now only 1 series away from the global finals, and all they have to do is beat a team they've already beaten. just in some maps that they haven't already beaten them in. None of those maps have been featured in the 2 that they actually 2-0'd Polish Mountain with, so that's going to be the challenge for them.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at like the upper half of the bracket as well, just kind of talking about like the top side, it's like Perplexed and Missed Count. Both of those teams have, I would argue, have performed as expected. Both of those teams winning 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion with very strong performances. Now in that upper semifinal, the important thing for them is honestly just making it to the grand finals, being able to win through that upper final, because the team that ends up winning through the upper finals has a pretty strong advantage in that global finals. You get a little bit more time to prepare. You get a little bit of time to just practice the dungeons a bit more, because it's going from a BO3 to a BO5 as well. And so you need to make sure that you have good strats for every single dungeon, but you also get a little bit of wiggle room to maybe practice some of your lesser strategies and make sure that you're a little bit more consistent, because that's the key narrative that we've been pushing this entire weekend, is how consistent can you possibly be?
Yeah, it's all about that. Not only what are the huge MDI strats that we're pulling, but also how do we pull them off with the most precision possible, right? Because if we go big and we stumble, that is going to be a huge time disadvantage. And some of our teams have overcome that, even with unexpected deaths, with some of the most ridiculous runs we've seen. Others have really gotten stuck in the quagmire because of it, I guess you could say. But it's been amazing seeing the tech so far and the runs, and we know this first series is going to be an incredible one here with Perplexed versus Missed Count. So chat, jump in there, get your predictions, and we've predicted ourselves. We'll be talking a little bit more about these two powerhouses of teams who have really, I think, come in and shown that, hey, they've got a lot of room to grow and they've got some big heights to reach. Now, Perplexed versus Missed Count, we have a player that you've all seen this weekend that has just been incredible, honestly. Thanner is just like mind-blowing. So we're going to talk a little bit about Thanner here. And I'm curious, Tuttles, you want to give us a little bit of info about him?
I mean, Thanner is a player who rated in Echo this most recent tier and is now going back to Method. He was not in the initial iteration of this team whenever it formed a few tiers back. I think they were last minute then, but then they renamed to Eclipse and now they're Missed Count. So they've had a couple of different names since then. Thanner was not in the initial structure of this team whenever it formed. However, he was added later. He's a healer main for the record, but he's able to play pretty much all of the DPS at a world-class level, and I think that adding Thanner to this roster has added a level of stability that they were maybe a little bit lacking, and it has allowed this team to go from like a 5th or a 6th place level team to a top 3 team. Whenever we saw the Thanner added to the team, they got 3rd place in the TGP. And quite frankly with you guys, they could have won that great push. There was a very close chance. They of course had the Missed Count incident in Eltherus, but we don't talk about that anymore. And Thanner has proven that he's not just an AUG one trick or a healer one trick, that he can even pop off on DK, playing Unholy Death Knight, which is described as a piano spec by some, with a lot of different buttons and a lot of interesting complexity, but he proves that he makes it work really well.
Thanner bringing that Unholy DK hype. Tuttles and Makes as well over here advocating Unholy DK all week.
It's good, man.
No, I mean, it has, I think, really been proven to be good. We've seen the numbers to back it up as well, and the gameplay, which has been incredible. But, as we look at Missed Count there in a little more detail, we have to also talk about Perplexed. And, Dratnos, Perplexed, as a team coming in this matchup here, what do you think they're hoping to show as they line up against Missed Count?
So Perplexed is a team that has come into our MDIs over the past 5 years. They've often come in with they're the first seeded team. They've got faster time trials than Echo, and that was a narrative that we've had multiple times in previous MDI weekends. And then something that's happened to them a lot is that there has been an early loss or something. Somewhere in the bracket, they lose in an unexpected fashion. They've gone out on days 1 or 2 of various previous events in very unexpected ways. And for Perplexed, I think what they're looking to do today is show that that's not... They are moving from that category of inconsistent time trial heroes to the new juggernauts, the new favorites, a team that will be going up hopefully against Mandatory from the next group weekend in the global finals and planning to beat them rather than just be competitive, right? They're planning to what they really want to do here is they want to stamp a 2-0 on Missed Count. They want to say look, this is not a 2-tier weekend, it's a 3-tier weekend and we are alone in the top tier.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they have such a good showing, and they had the highest, some incredible times coming out of time trials, right? But getting over that, initial hurdle is a big thing, And we've had some predictions down below. Dratnos over here, 2-0, is
I'm a believer.
I'm backing up what I'm saying.
I'm a believer in them making this happen, but look, I'm not feeling great about it. It's one of those things where it's like there's a feeling in my gut that's it's a sinking feeling of like, what if I'm wrong here, right? Like miscount looked better execution-wise, I would say, or as good at least yesterday and the day before.
The problem that I had too is like I almost ended up voting for miscount. We were kind of talking about it before we went live, and it's just like something about it. It's like the eye test. It's not even that Perplex has necessarily played bad, but I felt like miscount has like overperformed my expectations of what they could possibly be. And whenever you were looking at time trial times, dude, Perplex was just so far ahead of the rest of the competition, man. It's just like I feel like I had to vote for Perplexed here just because they were so fast in time trials. But I think that this could quite literally be like a global finals matchup in terms of the quality of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, they're both really strong, and yeah, I was feeling that miscount charisma, so I leaned towards them. But let's look at what they've banned out here. I mean, I heard a ooh. What are we feeling looking at the dungeons here?
I like the Arakara ban. That's good. I think that strat that you saw from Perplexed in there yesterday, I think you have to ban that dungeon out.
Yeah, everybody else agree? I mean, Nagura looking at this, with their lineup, they'll be going to that Grim Batal to start. What do you think these bans might have sort of been? Are they just trying to get them out of the way?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do think the Grim Patrol, we did see Miscount ban it out against team names, so we haven't seen them played yet. While Perplex has the fastest time of the tournament with that 11:37 clear and 0 deaths as well on their side. But Miscount knows what Perplex is doing in this dungeon, and Perplex has no idea if Miscount has a faster route on their side. So we're already in the game here. We can see already a little bit of a difference in comp coming in. Perplex sticking to that Rest Druid like they played it the last time around in this Grim Battle as well. Miscount though, thinking, you know what, we don't need the Rest Druid. We think Disc Priest is stronger, as both of the teams are gathering up huge pulls here at the very start, popping all of their cooldowns.
Yeah, this comp difference is something that I'm expecting to see a lot of this series. Perplexed has just been playing that Rest Druid almost everywhere, whereas Miscount have been playing that Disc Priest almost everywhere. Not a huge difference in the rest of the specs that we're seeing, but that particular healer difference is an interesting one. The Disc Priest should be, in theory, like a little bit higher, especially you're not just doing, like, you've got good single target inherently, but you're also granting power infusion to somebody else during their cooldowns. The other big difference, though, between the comps here is that the Death Knights are playing two different specs. We have Thanner on that Unholy, whereas Wolf Disco is on Frost, so that is a very different thing here. Unholy potentially going to be really good if they can get a massive pull going for it. It scales really nicely into really big pulls. But, you know, so does Frost. Frost really important to have that Breath of Syndragosa. Those Breath of Syndragosa windows every 2 minutes, vitally important for Frost's damage.
Yeah, I do also want to point out that Mark of the Wild, of course, one of the, if not the best class buff in the MDI, because of course the versatility that it gives is survivability, but also damage, not just for the damage dealers, but also for the healer and for the tank as well, which is always really nice to have. But of course a very difficult calculation to make to see if Mark of the Wild and the Rest Druid damage is better than something like a PI and a stamina buff, of course, that the priest provides as well on top of the damage that the priest does. So very, very difficult, and it looks like they are disagreeing on this decision here, as both teams are now fighting the first boss, General Umbris, and gathering up a bunch of trash that they did not focus down with those dragons whenever they were flying through, because they knew they can pull this trash onto the boss, so they focused all of their shots onto the previous trash, the one that is further away from the boss that is much harder to pull on top, as the emissaries are spawning for Perplex there, causing some issues as they had a hard time gathering it up and focusing it down. But there we go. I do think that spawn of the emissary not being able to focus down instantly did cost him quite a bit of time. Miscount now pretty far ahead on the boss.
Yeah, 44% versus 62%. If you're looking at the damage meters here, Thanner also is doing a lot of damage this pull. A lot of that is going to be AoE damage. Unholy DK does a huge amount of AoE, but still, it is an impressive amount of overall DPS. Potentially, though, this might be, like you said, because of that Void Emissary spawn for Perplexed, being a little bit more of a painful spawn, one that costs them a little bit more damage to swap to. Those emissary spawns as well, the kind of the rule for all the affixes, I believe, is that they spawn on a sort of, they have a range in which they might spawn, right? It's like, oh, it might be 40 seconds, it might be a minute 20, so it's somewhere within, you know, a band of time that it could spawn. When specifically it does choose to spawn can be a very big deal for some of these pulls, especially Especially this Void Emissary one, because if this Void Emissary spawns when your group is like split up and it spawns on somebody who's far away from your group, that can be really deadly.
Yeah, miscount, even though they did finish off the boss 13 seconds later, they did pull a little bit more enemy force at the start, so they're 3% ahead, which means that they can maybe skip something later on.
Wow, yeah, shrouding right now, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something that will save them some
They're just skipping
time.
this pull entirely that Perplexed are up to.
Wow.
They're just going to go straight into boss here. This is a Molten Giant on the boss pull. Perplexed are going to do the same pull. So the question I have is Missed Count going to backtrack and grab extra trash once they're done with this pull? They did manage to grab one of the side pulls, it looks. Oh, no. They grabbed 2 of the Molten Giant pulls. Okay, save 2 Molten Giants onto boss here.
Wow.
Kira actually in meta right now. Last Resort has procced. So once this Metamorphosis expires, Kira is going to be in tremendous danger. Those 2 Lava Fists are landing on the meta, but now meta is going to expire. If those Molten Giants get to their next Lava Fist, especially during Forge Master Throngus's Molten Flurry, I'm deeply scared for Kira's life here.
Yeah, there's just so much damage in the group
Here
as
comes-
the
here
emissary
comes
also
Lava Fist.
spawned.
Oh,
So much damage
he's
from
alive.
Kira as he did manage to survive though, and now the Molten Giant, at least one of them did go down, so a little bit of a safer time here for Kira. They need to finish off that Molten Giant maybe before the next Tank Buster is coming out. Lava Fist, there we go, one more is coming through. You can see Kira just running away, and they did manage to finish it off before that last cast was going through. Wow, what a pull by Miscount. The boss is still on 20%, but they made up quite a bit of time. That was very efficient on their side. Perplexed, though, they did pull the boss as well, and they're lower on the damage. So even though they did have one extra pull, they're going to be killing and finishing off that boss quicker.
I am so impressed by Miscount surviving that. I mean, Kira dropped like 10% HP on those Lava Fists, but it did work out for them. Perplexed getting what I would say is a much more favorable Void Emissary spawn here. They're going to be able to kill it off as they're running here and starting off this next pull, and now they go into this pull with 30 seconds of that Void Emissary's buff, which is actually quite a large one. It's cooldown reduction and a large amount of versatility now, so they're going to be setting up a massive pull in this area, grabbing another one of those mobs as well off the side. An unfortunate frontal zones them off the pack for a second there, but as long as they can get through this for the next few seconds, that Lava Bender over to the side, being a little bit uncooperative and running in, does come in late. Hopefully they can swap damage onto it. Meanwhile, Miscount also trying to make this pull work. This should be a good opportunity for them to stay in range here. They are about 10 seconds behind Perplexed, it looks like, so this is a very, very close game so far.
Yeah, this pull also maybe a little bit more difficult for Miscount as they do have less curse spells on their side.
look at
They
the
also
unholy
only have one
damage.
dwarf ratio, but yeah, look at the unholy damage. They just bursted through that pack so quickly, managed to finish it off before Perplexed, even though they did reach it later. So Miscount making up some time again. This is a back and forth between those two teams constantly, as now Perplexed and Miscount both are gathering up another huge pull. It looks like even in the same area as well, line of sighting in this corner, making sure all of the trash is walking in and gathering up, and also using the line of sight of this area to be able to deal with the Twilight Destroyer's casts.
Okay, yeah, so this pull, we do have Breath of Syndragosa being used by Wolf Disco, so you're going to see that Frost DK damage way up high. Meanwhile, Thanner only has a Dark Transformation, no A-Bomb or Unholy Assault, and actually Kira and AJ are both going to go down here. That Shadow Flame Slash taking out Kira, the AoE from the Dragon taking out AJ, and that's going to be a wipe for Missed Count. This is an absolute catastrophe for Missed Count. Bit over halfway through our dungeon, 5 deaths and a full reset. They're going to spend an extra minute walking to get back there. They've lost a huge amount of time. Oh no, mobs are snapping to them as well. Oh no, they're snapping and they have the damage reduction. That Void Emissary is still casting from far away and empowering them with a damage reduction. This is a calamity for Missed Count.
Okay, they're snapping here. Very, very unfortunate for Miscount. I
They're
do want to
snapping
say
with
that
a 50% DR for 30 seconds. Oh no.
So, oh man, and it was so incredibly close between Perplexed and Miscount. This is such an unfortunate wipe for them there. I do want to see exactly what happened later. Maybe Titles is going to go through the details afterwards. But it looked like AJ did have that curse on him and did just die to that AoE. Not sure what happened to Kira though, because it looked like they did die at the same time. I mean, as you said, it was the dragon, but presumably they intended on taking that damage or maybe just missed the line of sight. Either way, definitely just devastating for Miscount. And as I talked about, them just having less curse spells because they don't have that rest to do it with that additional dispel, also running less dwarfs on their side. Both Ashan and Wolf Disco for Perplex playing that dwarf ratio to get rid of some of these debuffs, while Miscount only has Crims on that dwarf. And yeah, they're trying to recover Miscount's side. They actually are gathering up a similar big pool again in this corner, which they have to do if they want to make it back into this game. Of course, at this point, Perplex would have to have a major mistake or a major wipe for Miscount to catch up, just because of how incredibly fast Perplex is, as they are now in phase 2 of the third boss of Valiona, and they're going to be done with this boss very soon.
Yeah, those 5 deaths of Death Timer are going to be just so brutal for Miscount at the end here. That's an extra minute and 15 seconds, in addition to the mobs full healing and them having to run back and having to kill those mobs when they snapped over to them. So this is probably something like a 4-minute advantage for Perplexed. The good news, if you're a Miscount fan, is that's still only one wipe, right? If Perplexed wipe, they're also going to be losing a minute and 15 seconds of Death Timers, right? And they're also going to have to run back. Now, it's probably not likely that a wipe would be as catastrophic as Miscount's was. They had to run back so far for that one, and that snap incident was really bad for them. But if Perplexed wiped, say, in the middle of a boss fight, and they lost a bunch of boss damage as a result of that, right? They did a bunch of damage to a boss that reset back to full HP. That could be a window for Miscount to get back into this. So they need to keep playing. They need to keep going, because even though it's a team like Perplexed, you can never assume that your opponents are just going to play perfectly, right? You've always got to give yourself the best possible chance to win, but the time is getting very short here for Miscount. It's all going to be just this one boss fight for Perplexed here, and I don't know, what do you think about this last boss of Grim Patrol? It's a nasty one, but I feel like it's maybe easier than some of the other ones in here, especially if you're not pulling any trash onto it, which they certainly aren't.
Well, it looks like Perplex is pulling the Conquerors on top of the boss here, but of course they're already... are they? Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the to run out.
Yeah, so they're going to pull the final bit of the Corruptors, but they definitely don't want those all those little ads in here.
Yeah, so as long as they don't have the debuff
coming up. Here we go.
As long as they don't have the shadow damage increase from the little ads, it's no problem, as they did just melt as soon as the boss was pulled, and the Bloodlust and all of those cooldowns. This point, Perplex is at 100% enemy forces, and only the last boss is standing between them and winning that first dungeon against Miscount. And I mean, this was a really crazy run by Perplex. It's hard to tell, though, if Miscount would have had the faster route, though, if they didn't have this major wipe, right? Because it looked just so incredibly close between them. It really was just a back and forth, different kinds of cooldowns, allocations that they had between the Unholy DK and the Frost DK mainly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely crazy strat by both of these teams. But Miscount, unfortunately, just not quiet showing up in that first dungeon, as Perplex is getting closer and closer to finishing off Aerodux. Miscount really close on their heels still, right? If Perplex would have had a mistake there, Miscount definitely still were there to capitalize. But yeah, Perplex, what a clean run. Still on 0 deaths at the very end.
What a run indeed. There it is, 11:34. Perplex are going to go up in the series 1-0. after a wipe from Miscount costs them their chances here in Grim Batol.
Victory goes to Perplexed, and I mean, we were talking about that. You know, do you play it safe or do you speedrun it, or do you go big and pull it off with precision? And Perplex absolutely landed that. 0 deaths here in their first victory of the series. Now, Miscount, though, like we were saying, was very close. And in combination with things like that Void Emissary, I mean, it just cost them that extra time with that wipe and everything else. You just had to be on top of it if you were going to keep up with Perplex. As we kind of look at the two of them here, I mean, Nagura, how do you think this actually would have shaken out for Miscount? I mean, how close were they really over the course of the match?
It's so hard to tell. Like, at the start, I was like, oh, Perplex definitely a little bit quicker. And then Miscount did this insane pull where they pulled these double giants onto the second boss. And that was just absolutely insane. At the time I pulled it off. And then it was this constant back and forth on the trash packs afterwards. Like, it really could have went either way. Like, I am absolutely not sure on who would have won if it would have went correctly for both of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, when you see something like that where that one big mistake just cost it, it's so rough. But let's actually get in and see a bit more of the details of the match. It's ironic. I mean, these two were neck and neck. What were you sort of observing?
Yeah, I think this was an interesting play on the DK discussion that we've been having for the past couple of days now, with some people being Unholy believers, some people being Frost believers. And Unholy, it's an interesting spec. It requires pretty insane pulls with an important prio target to make it valuable. And I think Miscount did a pretty good job of making the pulls work for the cadence of the Unholy cooldowns. Now the question then is how you actually then kind of craft the 2-minute cooldowns of the Enhanced Shaman and the Rogue around that. But that first boss, they had an extra dragon, and on top of that first boss, which was interesting, it let them have an extra prio target for the start, but it really culminated in this insane pull on top of Forge Master Throngus, where they went for a double Molten Giant pull, including all of the caster ads around them, and this really just gave the Unholy DK a spot to pop off. And at this point in the dungeon, the more typical, more polished comp from Perplexed had garnered them a slight advantage, but Miscount were starting to pull it back at this point. This pull plus the next one, where Unholy DK absolutely shredded the pack, whereas Perplexed kind of killed the pack off without their cooldowns, it allowed Miscount back into the key, but then this pull came up. They also added a second dragon for the dungeon into this pull. I thought that they would skip that dragon since they got one earlier on in the dungeon, but without the cooldowns from the DK here, they just really weren't able to burn through this pack quickly enough to make the whole route worth it. They had too many of those curse debuffs on them, AJ fell too far behind, and it just kind of bled out to a wipe for them, unfortunately. Whereas Perplexed here, you can see across the board, cooldowns are available. Wolf Disco's got the Breath Pillar combo. Swag's got the Deathmark Kingsblade combo. A Shine, Ascendance is ready to be popped here. And this pack absolutely melts for them to the point where they're not too worried about those curse debuffs going out. They've probably got the AG running on a Shine there. Now, as a matter of fact, you can look at the healing meters. A Shine there doing 800k HPS during that pull just to help his healer get those healing absorbs off the team. That pull is really what sealed it for Perplexed here, and, you know, we were talking about Perplexed being one of the teams in the past that's kind of had a history of going out early, not playing up to their potential. Starting it off strong here in the upper finals with the zero death run is what you want to see from them.
That's the top gameplay that I think they've wanted to deliver, and they absolutely did there, that run. Completely agree, Zyro. And I mean, we're looking ahead now to City of Threads. Miscount, they know that if they want to be able to stay in this, they're going to have to get this map. So Dratnos, whether it's comp, whether it's routing, whether it's pacing of pulls, what do you think they need to kind of adjust as they look ahead to City of Threads?
Yeah, I mean, City of Threads, I think, is a good map for Miscount. They've played this dungeon before. They've actually played this dungeon twice before. Both times, it was a zero-death run for them. And one of those times was faster than Perplexed's best time in here. So Perplexed have a 12-11 in City of Threads they put up against Casp's Angels with 0 deaths. Miscount actually have an 11-44 that they put up against Team Name. So this should be Miscount's favored in theory. It is, you know, it's a dungeon with a lot of volatility as well. You've got different spy spawn locations that you could have. You have those orbs coming in, the affix with the orbs coming in, and there are some pulls where it's pretty hard to soak all of them. So there are some pulls where you may get some mobs, a little bit of a damage buff. That can make it pretty dangerous.
It is important to mention for City of Threads specifically, it was a time trial key. Now that was on a 10, but if you look at the time trials leaderboards, the top 6 times are all Perplexed. So
yes, but
I suspect they can go a little faster if they need to.
If you do time trial strats in a Challenger's Peril world, right? That's a dangerous thing to do. You know, can you do the strats that work in a time trial? Because in a time trial situation, if you have a strategy that works 1 out of every 5 times, that's great, right? You just run that 5 times, then you do it, and you're like, okay, cool, we put this time on the board. Obviously, Perplexed put up 6 of those times that were the fastest times in this dungeon, so they either spent a lot of time putting those times up, or they had a very consistent strat, sure, but it's still something that you've got to be a little bit wary of doing when you only have 1 attempt at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep on top of it, and we've seen Miscount perform this one and do it well. Be curious to see if they do the same routes or otherwise, but Perplexed, of course, coming in with those strong times. So this will be Perplexed versus Miscount. This is their second match. Miscount has to take this. Nagura, let's see how they're going to handle it.
Yeah, it looks like neither of the teams ended up changing their comp. Oh, we do see Perplexed actually
combat
pulling
incident.
something. Yes, Divine
It's
is the one
Divine. He's not a
combat,
Night
and
Elf.
he does not have Shadow Melt. That means Divine Field is going to have to be rest here by Sasevi. Because hopefully no one else is going to be in combat here. It looks like they are. It looks like everyone is in combat.
No,
We'll
they're not
see
in
if
combat,
this-
but they...
No, it is.
The Ravenous
They are,
Sword
they
went
are.
off. Oh, no.
Oh, okay,
So-
there we go. So they're not in combat anymore. They can mass rest everybody. But that's going to be such a huge time loss. Not only the 30 seconds death penalty, but also just the time that they need to rest everyone back up. And miscount already on Orator Krixvix as they're pulled all of the trash on top there as well, using that Bloodlust as we've seen multiple teams do so far. And for them, everything's working so smoothly. All right, this is going to be all on miscount here as Perplex is just trying to play catch up from this point onwards.
Yeah, Perplexed did manage to grab that Queen Ansarek projector buff that normally teams skip because they were waiting anyways in that area. So they are going to have a little bit of a buff for this boss that might help them claw back some of this time. You can see with cooldowns, that boss is absolutely melting for them. Oh my goodness, they're almost going to kill this boss at the same speed as Miscount. What is happening? That is incredible. I mean, there's still 30 seconds of death timer that they're down as well. I was a little bit worried for Divine, too, because he procced his Battle-Scarred Veteran cheat death on that death as well. But it looks like it's not going to be something that's going to be necessary for this boss. They are going to finish this boss only 17 seconds slower than missed count. But there are 30 seconds of death timer, so 47 seconds of advantage have developed for missed count here in the first 2 minutes of this dungeon. Very good position for them. Not a particularly long dungeon as well, so they only have to hold on for a little while to equalize this series.
And now we'll see Miscount playing that spy game as they're going to be splitting up across this area, making sure that they get all of the eyes of the queen out and using something like tricks. You can see Yargi just applied tricks there to Kira and is now moving forward, probably using some of these tacks that we have seen teams use before, where they pull one of the queens, use Shadow Melt, then get back to the entrance by walking into some of these detection fields, and then the eye is going to return to the group because of the tricks. There we go, Yargi now walking in. Swag on the left side for Perplex doing the same thing, and you can see they're not that far behind. It's just a couple of seconds in the dungeon. Now, of course, again, those death penalty timers, the Challenger's Peril, now being 15 seconds, is going to be causing some major issues for them if Miscount doesn't have any other issues going forward, though.
Yeah, with all these Eyes of the Queen as well, there's a lot of frontals for them to deal with, and also those Void Rushes do a lot of damage to the group there, so it is going to be a bit of a dangerous pull. You've got the barrier coming down for Miscount. Of course, they are still on their Discipline Priest game plan, whereas Perplexed don't have access to that. Instead, all standing in that efflorescence is Zebi spamming those regrowths to try and keep everybody alive. Miscount do finish off this pull a little bit ahead of Perplexed. AJ going on an adventure to be right next to the friendly mob as soon as these last eyes go down, starting that RP for the boss. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going to be fighting this retired lord here, getting a little bit of extra count while they wait for that pretty long run of Executor Nizrek here. Meanwhile, Perplexed still about, 20 seconds or so behind.
Yeah, Perplex doing that same thing as well. Looks like they have a very similar route so far when it comes to the enemy forces. They did pull the same amount of trash and also dealing with that same NPC here as well while they wait for the RP to go through. AJ just standing up there, smiting them up downstairs. We can see the affix actually is spawning for Miscount downstairs. Might cause a little bit of time loss, as we did see some of them just standing in the back, making sure they get those orbs caught. As Perplex has a similar situation, though. Oh, Swag actually staying behind and making sure he does get that last orb, extending the duration. Actually, very nicely done.
They were also farming some resources off of those neutral mobs there, because you can hit them and they'll just get scared and teleport away. But yeah, it looks like they're going to leave this orb for the last second.
Nice.
Wolf Disco grabbing it and extending into a 10 stack here for boss pull. That's really nice. Miscount, I think only on 7 stacks of that affix, as a few of those orbs went unsoaked, but Perplexed are going to have 10. That might allow them to catch up a little bit more here. In terms of cooldowns as well, Wolf Disco had breath on pull, whereas Thaner is about to have breath just about now, so the CDs may be lining up a tiny bit better for Perplexed as well, and you can see that reflected on boss HP here. They are now ahead on boss HP, although that breath has already been popped for Wolf Disco, whereas for Thaner, he's still holding on to it. Maybe waiting for a time when the bosses won't be running away and forcing him off of them, or maybe he's just saving it for the trash pull after this, but that may... No, okay, here comes Pillar of Frost and Breath of Sindragosa for Thaner. So very important that he doesn't lose uptime now. If you run away from this boss for more than a couple of seconds, that Breath of Sindragosa is going to disappear, and if that disappears early, that's not good.
Yeah, now Miscount also getting that affix spawn again, so having that buff now for the end of the boss fight, while Perplexed also getting it as well. But Perplexed did use that first buff more, which, to be fair, that was like a very beautiful way of showcasing how you can optimize that affix buff for the MDI even. So sometimes you can just see the teams, there's no way they can wait back when they just have to move forward. It's like, it's just not worth it. The damage buff that you're gaining is not going to be worth you waiting around and not pulling the next trash pack. But Perplexed there, of course, having to wait for the boss to spawn, being able to fully utilize that buff, really nicely shown there. But Miscount still finishing off the boss first before Perplexed, and now they're going to be gathering up another huge pool. You can see the Shroud being used by Yargi, making sure they can get into position because they want to be line of sighting all of these caster trash packs here that they're going to be pulling from the bottom, making sure they all gather up at the top on this Venom Shell, which is the highest priority target mob and the highest HP mob as well.
Okay, so the lead has shrunk from 16 seconds of real time to 9 for missed count, but there are still those 30 seconds of death timer. They still, Perplexed are going to need really, really fast for the rest of the dungeon if they want to overtake missed count without a missed count mistake. Of course, missed count cannot afford to make a mistake just yet. Perplexed having that affix spawn as they're getting this pull together, and you can see those mobs starting to get some of those buffs now. 4 stacks. That's a 40% damage increase for the enemies in this pull for Perplexed. 6 stacks for Perplexed. So they're getting a buff as well, but 4 on the enemies is dangerous for them. Looks like they've killed off the big mob, though. Divine dropping quite low. It's okay.
Miscount looks like they have all of the orbs actually reached that. Like, none of them have been soaked by Miscount, so this trash is going to be trickling into this room. It's going to be doing a lot of damage. It's going to have a lot of those buffs, but you can see them still just not caring as they're moving in, dealing with those blobs because they want to spawn the boss. Miscount dealing with this trash so quickly, just instantly moving on as soon as the Venom Shell was down, not caring at all about the casters. You can see the Dispel already being popped here by AJ as they're making sure that they can survive some of these buffs here that have been going through. Well, Perplexed definitely moving a little bit slower here on this side of the in this area of the dungeon.
Yeah, Perplexed taking it a little bit more cautiously. I wonder if this is a concession to, okay, we're not going to win if they don't have a mistake, so let's just minimize our chances of a mistake. No, it doesn't look like it's that at all. It looks like they're just setting up a different pull onto boss, so the sequencing here is just going to be slightly different between the two teams. But you can see, once again, just like it happened for Missed Count, Perplexed are having an affix spawn at just about the worst possible time here. Those stacks are going into these mobs. They're going to be able to collect a few of them for themselves. It's going to be 5 for Perplexed and 5 for the enemies. That's not great, but at least the boss didn't get any of those buffs.
Yeah, we do see Miscount already close to being done with this boss as well, as they spawned it so quickly. All of the trash has been dealt with. They're up to 81% enemy forces. Look at the amount of damage that Dark Pulse is doing onto Miscount's group here, as we do see Kira popping that shield wall at the end of the fight here as well. And they do have that full stack. This time the 10 stack is up on Miscount. They did manage to soak all of these orbs. Of course, this time a little bit easier when they're stationary in this boss room, and they already are positioning themselves towards the stairs so they can be moving on into the last boss room and gather up the last couple of trash they need to do. Miscount looking so clean in this dungeon after having that full wipe previously in the Grim Battle, really being able to pull themselves back together and just moving forward and having such a clean run here.
Yeah, Miscount at 81% count, though, will need to get some more after these mobs. Whereas Perplexed at 85%, I think they might not. I think they might be good. Or they might be able to just take a little bit onto the boss here. We'll have to see. Either way, yeah, definitely looking at the timers, Missed Count have accelerated in this part of the dungeon. It's just a question of whether or not they'll have to slow back down to finish off that extra count that Perplexed have already taken care of. Perplexed now heading into this boss room. They're about 30 seconds behind, plus 30 seconds of death timer, so a huge disadvantage for the last little bit of this dungeon. Really need something to go wrong for Missed Count if you are a Perplexed fan here. Not a lot left in the dungeon either.
And definitely not too much left, as they did finish off both the mini bosses, so the boss is going to be spawning in just a moment. You can see Kira moving back, pulling the last couple of trash that they need for their enemy forces count, as the boss is being engaged now. Now, this boss does do a lot of damage, and they don't have Bloodlust available just yet. So that could cause maybe a little bit of an issue here at the very start, as these mobs plus the boss is just going to be very dangerous for them, as all of these orbs, of course, have to be dodged. But then on top of that, you also get that dot that just does so much damage from this boss, on top of the other AoE mechanics. And then, of course, the ads also have to be interrupted. But the Bloodlust is now running, and you can see the PI and cooldowns are out as well. Miscount still on 0 deaths. Splice is coming out. Another combo is going to be happening from the boss in just a moment. But they're looking so strong. They still have a lot of defensives left as well on the board in case something does go wrong.
Miscount may have miscount. This is a 99.7% situation, so they are going to have to go. I don't think it's going to cost them. They're just going to have to go and kill one mob. But that is a... this isn't going to be that miscount moment that we've seen already from them, but it's a little bit worrying because this certainly can't have been the plan for them. They surely have missed something that they were planning to grab somewhere along this path. So after this, they run out. It's okay. I mean, they don't have to go too far. There should be a mob right here. Yeah, there's a skull marker down. So they have to kill this before Perplexed kill the boss, and then they'll have 30 extra seconds on top of that. Yeah. So they should still be just fine. Miscount, a yellow light, but not a red light for them, as they do manage to kill that mob off and stop the clock. 11:37 is their timer, as they even up the series 1-1.
Miscount taking that victory. I mean, they had a good clean run, even with them, again, almost kind of living up to that moniker. You know, at least they've been straightforward about it. They didn't say anything other than missed count being their MO. So, you know, they were able to adjust and they were able to come back strong all the same. Now, in both of these, we've seen some deaths, again, affecting the playing field here, right? Miscount having that wipe on the first map, Perplexed having those early unfortunate deaths here in this run. So as we kind of look ahead to Mists, I mean, based off of these performances, Nagura, how are you feeling about the teams as they're going head-to-head on this last tiebreaker?
This is so incredibly hard for me to tell. Both Perplexed and Miscount look so strong whenever they have those clean runs. I mean, that 11:37, that was the best sort of threats we've seen this whole weekend. And it was not perfect, right? They miscount at the end. So they would have finished off the dungeon even like 10-15 seconds quicker, which would have been absolutely crazy. So to see their performance now on this day, and Perplexed as well in that green battle earlier, I mean, if both of these teams don't make any mistakes, they're going to be speeding through that mist. It's going to be so incredibly close.
Yeah, I wonder if this next one is going to be the one where they both like have ironed it out. There's no deaths and we get to see two like near perfect runs. But looking at this one that we had here in City of Threads, Zyronic, what were your observations from the map?
Well, this was a hard one to pay too much attention to because of, well, Divine's just, I don't know, character is too big, dropped out of combat, so maybe got a little bit too close to the hulking beetle. Really unfortunate. He went down, and he died too slow, I'm pretty sure. Because they could very easily have gotten other deaths here, because that Ravenous Swarm did end up going off, and I think it clipped someone else and caused an extra death. So the entire dungeon was really just Perplexed trying to play catch-up the entire run. There was not a lot that they could really do to catch up if Miscount kept it clean. We're going to have a clip here, I think, of Swag going and pulling that fourth eye of the Queen, because we didn't actually capture it from our own back end, but unfortunately I think we just messed up the clip there. But the idea that Perplexed had here with the 4 eyes of the Queen at the same time was really smart. And we saw it from Team Name yesterday, but I'm not sure if they added in the extra little bit of tech where the rogue purposefully gets webbed so they're instantly back to the team the second that channel goes off. That was one of the things Perplexed needed to do to catch up in this dungeon and give themselves a chance if Miscount had any issues. But Miscount kept it clean, went for the big pull here, got it down cleanly. Beetle goes down first so it doesn't get a second set of debuffs out on the group. AJ just gets to blast away. And one of the other questions that I think I had over the duration of this dungeon was, if Thanor's such a big believer of Unholy, why would you not potentially tech it in this dungeon? You look at pulls like this one, you look at pulls like the ones we just saw on top of the Beetle, you look at pulls like the first boss pull, that's tons of tiny little fodder mobs to get those stacks up on the boss and just burst it down. And I think it would be something that's an interesting tech pick for this dungeon too, because that's ideal scenario, right? Massive trash pulls on top of boss. We almost had Miscount doing a classic from them with Miscount at the end, but fortunately for them, the death timers were a little bit too much for Perplex to overcome. But if Perplex didn't die at the start of that map, they actually could have won this with the miscount. Mishap. I mean, they got a little lucky there, miscounted. Let's just say that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they got a little lucky, you know. Maybe Perplexed got a lucky first map that Miscount had that wipe, you know. No, I mean, honestly, Perplexed, they still came back in it even with those first couple of deaths. And seeing them just blast through that first boss, seeing them make up that time, even with some of that discrepancy, was really impressive. But, I mean, of course, we're looking ahead to the last map with both of them. And Dratnos, given what we've seen, right, here goes that Mists of Tyrna Scythe. Now, with these two teams, we've seen some strats, we've seen some tech coming into this, we've seen Warlock featured a lot with Tyrna Scythe, obviously. But what are you expecting from the gameplay of these two and how they're going to approach Mists?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty exciting. This is a map that hasn't yet been played by either team, so we don't know what's going on here for them. The thing I'm excited about, I do think this is a Warlock dungeon, especially because yesterday we saw a very cool Warlock gateway skip debuted in the Polish Mountain versus Dire Wolves series, where you can Warlock gateway after Mistcaller and just like go through the maze backwards and skip the entire RP after Mistcaller goes down. So I'm curious to see if these teams either already had that or adapt it into their pathing for here. I think that is the kind of time save that if one of them has it and the other doesn't, whichever team is using it is going to be a big favorite in my opinion.
The strategies on this one, there's so much potential. Can't wait to see. Excited as well, just like you were saying. But this is a huge one for these two teams, Perplexed versus Miscount. Whoever takes this one will be moving on, securing their place in the grand finals here today for Group A. And whoever loses is going to be dropping down. So a lot on the line. The Mists of Tyrna Scythe, how will they handle this spooky maze full of Fae-like beings? We'll have to see if they can bring some unique strategies to this and if they can both get those clean runs that they are striving for. But Nagura, I mean, there's a lot they could do in this one. How are you feeling? You think this is the one where they both landed?
I don't know. I'm just excited to see a hunter as Miscount is in here having a hunter. So this is one of the dungeons where we've seen the most interesting comps coming through with the Warlock that we've seen most teams run. Warlock, of course, with the pet. Being able to pull some stuff through the maze's walls. Miscount, though, thinking, you know what? We don't need the Warlock's pet. We have a Hunter pet, which does make sense on these, this melee comp, right? They also have the Warrior giving AP shout, which obviously is going to be benefiting the Hunter more than a Warlock on the other hand. So seeing Fenner as well on the Hunter.
The Serve Hunter
about Fenner
as
earlier.
well.
Yeah, crazy.
This is sweet. Yeah, Serve Hunter, there's some big damage that Serve Hunter, they have this like dot that gets left by Butchery called Merciless Blow that just does some absurd DPS, and I suspect that is the idea here, is that Hunter is a pet class that does a bunch of damage with that. They've got great cooldowns as well that line up really nicely against bosses like this, so very, very cool tech out of Miscount. I hope it works. They're already into the boss here as well, but they did a lot less pulls in this area. They skipped way more of this trash at the start of the dungeon.
Yeah, they skipped so much. Very interesting to see that strategy from Miscount here. Popping the Bloodlust here on the boss as well, making sure they get the extra damage onto Ingra. They popping it early though, because they know, of course, that the last is going to last so long, that they can get the Drillman down and also get that Bloodlust into Ingra into the damage phase as well. So there's going to be no problem for them to get that one phase in. But yeah, very, very interesting choice here by Miscount. Perplexed on the other hand, also interesting that they are not playing any of these major pet classes that we've seen from the other teams, like the Warlock or the Hunter. So not having that same opportunity possibly to pull some stuff through the walls everywhere. Right. So we'll see what they're going to be doing.
That's probably why they had to pull more at the start of this dungeon, right? But you can see that boss already going down for Miscount, only at 9% count, but they can get more from this maze than Perplexed. Perplexed are going to have to just do this maze pretty much one room at a time. There are a few spots where you can pull through the wall with like Moonfire, but it's not going to be as good as Miscount will be able to do. Ooh, good news though probably for Miscount is that the maze is going to start off over to the right here. So they're actually clearing the room that they're already going to have to path to and saving a bunch of time with that. I think that is faster than if it's one of the left or middle ones if you're planning to pull through this wall. I'm not 100% sure though. I don't have all the info. I'm sure these teams know exactly which route they're hoping for. I suspect it is this one though for Miscount.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Now, of course, Mist does have an RNG mace, but for this competition, it's gonna be random. Like they don't know which one they're gonna be getting. But both of the teams are gonna be getting the same mace, of course. There's no difference there. But Mist's a very unique dungeon when it comes to the MDI, because usually you have your full strategy planned out and you have the exact count that you're gonna be doing. But because of the mace being different, you might end up getting different sort of counts. So you have to plan out different routes depending on which mace you're getting, which makes this dungeon quite a bit difficult for the MDI, as miscount is already moving on. But you can see still there's, again, a huge enemy forces difference in favor of Perplexed. So even though they are behind in the dungeon by quite a bit, they don't have to play as much trash later on. But that might or might not mean something for a miscount if they're just going to be pulling trash through the walls constantly. And you can see Thenner doing his work as he's sending that pet through.
Yeah, exactly. A huge value you get out of that. You can see all these mobs grouping together very easily for missed count, whereas Perplexed are just obligated to fight this one pull at a time. So the thing for missed count is going to be, are we going to see this count equalize and then overtake Perplexed? Because if it does, I mean, they're just moving through this maze so much faster, right? They got to fight all 6 mobs together at the start of this maze, whereas Perplexed had to fight 2 and then 4 just separately, just by themselves. And that is so aggravatingly slow. We can see Miscount solving this maze as well. Thanner obligated to go do that. AJ actually the healer, but is staying in melee, whereas Thanner is going to activate that aspect of the eagle and just go and do the maze while, even though you're a survival hunters actually can do, oh no. No. That is not good at all. Miscount have gone in the wrong door. They've gotten sent back to the start of this maze, and that is catastrophic. That's minus 30 seconds right there, as they now correctly identify where they needed to go. It's a room they'd already cleared through the wall, and they're now running through again, and they're into a nice mini-boss room. Okay, so the wheels are now back on for missed count, but that was costly for sure. That is a tragic way to lose 30 seconds in the MDI.
Definitely is. Now, as we talked about, the maze is random, but it's set for both of the teams. So they knew the maze direction. They probably just forgot whichever door it was, or someone was very confidently saying, "Oh, we have to go here," and just misremembered. But yeah, unfortunate for them. That's going to be quite a big time loss, as we do see AJ now actually checking the symbols, making sure that they are correct this time around. The night boss door, the mini boss, Perplexed doing the same thing.
Oh, how is this happening? That is it the same spot as well? Did they also get baited in the exact same way? I believe they did. That is incredible. That is I mean, wow. What an incredible thing to happen between our two favorites here of the weekend. Both of them messing up the maze in the exact same spot, in the exact same way. Interesting thing to happen for sure. That's tough though.
That is very tough. You can see Perplexed still ahead in enemy forces, though. All in all, Miscount did. I think they're one maze ahead, though. Perplexed did not deal with the Night Blossom just yet, and that mini boss takes quite a bit of time.
Right.
And not being able to pull trash on top of the Night. Oh, they have the Matriarch here, so not being able to pull trash on top of the Matriarch, actually a little bit of a. That's like one of the biggest disadvantages for not having that pet class here, right? Because they have to deal with this one target here,
right?
While Miscount was able to just do so much trash and cleave it down while finishing off that single target mob.
Yeah, I mean, this just seems so slow out of Perplexed. I wonder why they have a Mystotyrna Scythe that just involves doing the maze one room at a time. Like, maybe they just think that these 3 DPS specs are worth having a path like this, but for my perspective, this just seems slow. Like, maybe they're just planning to never play a Mist that matters, but given that they lost that City of Threads, they've been forced to, and you look at what Miscount are up to right now, right? Miscount grabbing a huge amount of trash that they're going to be able to take onto this boss. They're going to be so much faster through this section of the dungeon.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I do think Perplex can... So this pack that Miscount is pulling, I do think Perplex can pull this too, with the Sevi through the wall, if I'm not completely mistaken. So they're going to be able to pull some extra trash on top of Mistcaller as well. And Mistcaller immediately being engaged here by Divine Field. So this is still going to be very close. Looks like Perplex is not pulling anything on top here. So we'll see. Whoever ends up with the same or with the highest amount of enemy forces after Miscount is done with all the trash that they've been pulling on top. Yeah, so Perplexed somehow still got so much enemy forces from the start.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, I was talking about how bad this seemed, but I mean, looking at the timer, it's
still 10%
not that
ahead.
bad. 10, yeah,
Wow.
Perplexed have a 10% count advantage here. That's going to be nice at the end of the dungeon. Perplexed do have one death on the board, so that is 15 seconds of time that Miscount will get at the end of this. But, despite all of this pulling through walls here, I mean, maybe Perplexed is absolutely right. Maybe just you play it slow and safe. You don't wait for all these mobs to run at you through the wall. You just are killing the packs one at a time, and you have 3 very high damage specs, and that's the strategy. I don't know.
I mean, there's 2 things, right, to consider. Obviously, you have to wait for the mobs to walk through to your pool, right? So while you're waiting for them to come to you, you might have already finished the trash pack that you're currently dealing with, and you would have already been able to move on, and then you still have to focus on the next trash pack. But on top of that, you also have the damage dealer that is pulling the trash from the other side, losing quite a bit of damage. Of course, a Fenner, a survival hunter, having to step out of melee range, having to use his pet to pull something else over there. That's for sure going to be costing him a lot of damage throughout the maze, right? So that's the major difference here. Miscount, though, they're done with Miscolor first. And even though they do have to do 10% more trash at the end of this area, which, by the way, they still have to do a lot of trash here. But if they somehow manage to pull a lot of it onto the last boss, then they are still going to be able to finish first. As we also have the 2 deaths, of course, on Perplexed side, which is a 30 seconds death penalty.
Wow, Miscolor was at 4% for Perplexed when it went immune there. I wonder if you could actually kill it from 10 to 0 before it spawns those ads. That's happened in MDIs before. It's been something that's been possible. I wonder if it's something that could be done, maybe if it was a lower key, like maybe if this was our +9 dungeon, teams would be looking to make that happen, but I don't know, I mean, if you can get it into a good cast sequence, maybe you could just kill it from 10 to 0 with a bunch of good globals, maybe some Mad Queen's Mandates or stuff. Ooh, a Shine. Nearly dies to fall damage there.
How much trash is Miscount pulling here? There's no way they're going to be pulling 40% of enemy forces of this boss, right?
It's not 40%, no. This is going to be something like 15, 20% that they are grabbing onto this boss. So they're going to need to do a pull after Tradova, whereas Perplexed look like they're doing a pull before Tradova. If Miscount can grab all the count that they need in one big pull after Tradova, I think they've still got this one. But it is going to be so tight, and they have to live this pull on the boss as well. AJ super low here, manages to top himself before this massive raid damage comes out. They do manage to get all 5 stacks of that Devour Affix as well. Another thing we didn't talk about, the Affix on this dungeon, very important one to make sure you're doing correctly.
Yeah, neither of the teams having their Bloodlust available ready just yet either. Actually, Perplexed did have their last now come back up. As you can see, all of these poisons from the Reavers doing quite a lot of damage to the team, as Swag still has that poison on him. Sevi also getting another one as they're just gathering up all the Reavers and moving forward. Looks like they're going to be pulling the boss in just a moment as well, as the Sevi still just drops so low from all the damage on him. Did manage to recover, though. Bloodlust now running. Tradova is being engaged by Perplexed as well. They're still ahead in enemy forces, and they might actually be done after this. So it's still going to be really close between those 2 teams, as Miscount still not having Bloodlust available. Saving it for Ingra, using it for that first boss, means that they're not going to be getting it until maybe the next trash pull that they're going to be doing afterwards. But still,
I think that's got to be the
enemy
idea.
Forces. Yeah.
They need to grab 25%, hit the lust, and just nuke it. Now, Perplexed are going to be getting their last few trash mobs dead here, but I don't actually think this is going to be full count for them. Oh, no, maybe it is. The Acid Gullet, yep, there, that looks like it. 100% for Perplexed. So they just have to kill Tradova, and then the clock is going to stop for them. But they had another death here, so they now have 30 seconds of death timer that will be assessed against them at the end of this. So Miscount, killing Tradova now, they have to go do 25% count. Is there a good 25% trash pull that they can do in this area? If the answer to that is yes, and if they hit that lust and they get this killed, then I think they're going to be able to win, because that 30 seconds is going to be deadly for Perplexed. They have to stop the clock right now if they want to have a chance against Miscount. Miscount hitting the lust, getting this huge pull going. We're going to have 2 Staghorns in here. This is going to be very dangerous. Actually, no, just 1 Staghorn. Okay, not the end of the world then. Those Staghorns really nasty multiples.
It
is 2 of them as well. Crim's dropping so low.
The
Looks like he's going to be able to heal out of it. Yeah, that heal absorb, it's not actually a heal absorb though, it's just a dot until they can heal through that certain amount. The clock is now stopped by Perplexed. 12:45. Miscount need to finish all these mobs in the next 20 seconds if they want to advance to our finals. Are they here? Do they have enough count? It looks like they might. The Acid Gullet's going to go down. They're going to stop the clock 11 seconds ahead, and Miscount in an upset here are going to defeat Perplexed. What an incredible end to Mists of Tyrna Scythe.
Missed count taking down that last bit so that they nailed that count and claiming victory here in this unexpected turnaround. Well, I would say unexpected, except that I absolutely thought they were going to do this. I 100% did, and I'm so excited to see. Oh, now hold on.
Hang on.
Hold on.
We are, there's a pending tournament ruling here potentially. Yeah, we'll see. We've got typing happening here because look at our deaths here. Look at Perplexed's deaths here. You can see there's a bunch of zeros next to Perplexed players on the death counter here. So we'll figure out exactly what happened in that run there. Okay, here's what happened. Our observers got hit by some abilities or something. They were the deaths counted there. So those deaths were not real. So those 30 seconds of death timer should not have been applied to Perplexed, which means it's actually Perplexed who won that map. Those 30 seconds against them, actually only a 12:15 for Perplexed, faster than missed counts 12:34, which does mean that Perplexed do win that map. What an incredible finish!
Oh, all right.
As I was casting, I saw the two deaths on the board.
Yeah,
and
me too. I was trying to
like,
wow,
when did they die? I must have missed it, I guess.
All right.
Okay.
I will eat my own words here. All of you were correct with your predictions. Perplexed did get that. And yeah, I had the same moment. I was looking at my notes like, wait, hold on. When did those two deaths happen? Was it in the maze or something? Did I just miss it? So as we can see, I mean, Perplexed, even with some of the neck and neck things, the discussion about whether or not pulling through the walls of the maze was going to make more of a difference, they were still able to pull this off, and we apologize on our end for the mistake there with those death timers. But oh my gosh, what an exciting finish all the same. Both of these teams so close. I mean, Dratnos. The runs that we saw on either side here, I think were both of these teams playing excellently.
Absolutely.
What do you think made the difference for Perplexed here?
Yeah, I mean, they were running through the maze in a... They were not pulling through the walls. They were just doing it one room at a time, and it ended up being a faster run. I think the big thing that worked out really well for Perplexed is they didn't get all this bonus count in the maze, but if you actually looked at the count between the two, Miscount only got a little bit of extra count in the maze. A lot of what they were pulling was just pulling the next room in the sequence early, and that was pretty slow by comparison. So maybe Miscount were actually hoping for a different maze where the stuff they'd be pulling through the walls wouldn't have been along their route, and they could actually get bonus count from that. Because what ended up happening was Perplex got a bunch of count from their first pull of the dungeon with Lust. Look at that first spike on our DPS graph. That was the first pull of the dungeon that Perplex did with Lust, and that let them hit their second Lust on Tredova with a bunch of trash. So the combination, I think, of those two Lusts being better than Miscount's Lusts is the thing that made Perplexed run that 20 seconds faster.
I mean, it was incredible to see. Even yesterday we were debating a little bit about, what really is the full worth of pulling those mobs through the walls, or where can you get a little bit more speed out of this run? And obviously that reset for both of the teams back in the maze isn't something you want to see because you take that extra time, but I think it did even the playing field to see how both of these strategies kind of panned out next to each other, which was really interesting. And I mean, Nagura, Perplexed, a team that I felt that charisma from Missed Count. But I have to say, I'm very impressed with Perplexed as well. I mean, this was wonderful play from them. And as we looked at this, Nagura, what do you think with Perplexed, again, really played to their strengths in this map?
I mean, I personally just absolutely love what Perplex was doing here, because, like, in Mists, right, we see all of these shenanigans, like, oh, we have to play this pet class that can pull through the walls, and people figure out all of these ways on how to do that. And I mean, Perplexed, they're a very veteran team. They of course know about the maze and about pulling through the walls, but they have done the math. They did their homework. They did not overcook a strategy. They cooked it just right as they were going through that maze multiple times, and figured out that, guys, we don't have to play a pet class. We just go through this maze one by one. It's not actually quicker to pull through the wall. Like, they for sure tried both strategies. So to see that this worked out for them is really cool to see.
Let's take a look at some of that here as we get into the replays here. Starting off after that first boss, you can see right off the get-go Thanner using that pet to pull mobs through the wall, and also an interesting observation of the play there, pre-popping the turtle as he knows he's the only one in combat with those mobs to negate any of the damage from those expels, from those bites that would potentially take them out. Whereas over on the side of Perplexed, after the first boss, next pull is 2 mobs. This is not something you're used to seeing in the MDI, but I guess you get to get your cooldowns off cooldown. And then, of course, as we all saw, we have a little bit of a little smorgasbord of mess-ups in the maze. The best players in the MDI also do this, so you can feel good about your healers at home if you do this too. This was a little shocking to watch on broadcast, but it happens to the best of us, so don't feel too bad about it if you mess the maze up on your own too. But we had some cool tech. The Survival Hunter pick is something that I think we were maybe expecting to see a team pull out in certain situations, but it ended up being pretty solid in this dungeon, and I think even with the death mishaps there that didn't actually happen, if the double maze mistake didn't happen for missed count, things like this triple Mad Queen's Mandate plus Healer Convoke to skip the third guessing game on Mistcaller, these things might have actually made their route faster than what we saw from Perplexed. It really came down to those maze mistakes. And even the saving of the Lust for this big pull after the last boss to really take advantage of their cooldowns, it was an interesting route and something that was quite different from anything else that we've seen this weekend. So I like their strategy in this dungeon, and if we are going to see this again in the global finals, grand finals, I'd say, which I'm expecting Miscount to make it back to rematch Perplex later today, I think that they really shouldn't change anything other than, messing up the mist.
Yeah, I mean, you're right in that if they had just, not had that little accident, that would have bought them a little bit more time, even against Perplexed, who were just so, systematically going through this dungeon. But, I mean, some good picks, and yeah, I think Tettles actually was kind of going, I wonder yesterday if that Hunter might show up, and we did get to see it, which was great here. I mean, honestly, really, really good matchup between these two teams, and, the gameplay over there, when it comes to kind of Perplex strategy where they, really had focused in and decided exactly how they were going to pace it, or this kind of risky, let's do some more mobs at the end. I mean, as a final kind of afterthought, Zyronic, if you want to tag on there, how do you feel that actually panned out? Because we kind of saw in both maps, right, that Mist Count tagged a little bit at the end, whether intentional or not. It seemed intentional here in Mists, right? Do you think that's a good strategy for them, or should they try to pace that differently?
I think they were dead on for their count in Mists at the end. They killed the last mob that they were in combat with and got to 100%, so I don't think that was too much of an issue for them. I don't think Miscount should change anything. I think they might have actually just legitimately missed a mob in that City of Threads, which is weird, but I mean, that's happened to some of the best teams. Historically, famously, that happened to Echo in a Sanguine Depths a few years ago. They missed a bat. So, sometimes you just, in the heat of the moment, don't do something right at some point in the dungeon. And when these things are meticulously crafted, if you could easily miss something like that, I could see it happening. So, that's the least of their worries right now. They're already qualified. They'll be down in the lower finals. They'll have a chance to go back up and rematch Perplex later today. But they're going to be facing the winner of our next matchup between Team Name and Polish Mountain, which I think is the most high-stakes matchup this weekend. As we've alluded to many times earlier in the weekend, this is that last win-and-you're-in match. The winner of this matchup makes it to Global Finals. The loser goes home.
It's huge pressure, and both of these teams, as we've seen, like you were saying, they brought a lot to the table, and this is one that I think really could go either way, right? We've seen them both perform very, very well, and even unexpectedly well, with them being newer to the scene here, and this being their first MDI that we've seen, despite team name having a same name as a previous team name. But both of them here coming in for the first time and doing really well for that first showing. Now, of course, like we said, one of them is going to be facing Missed Count, which after seeing the performance here is going to be a feat, but Perplexed awaits at the end as they have secured that first place there in the finals. Between Team Name and Polish Mountain, I mean, Nagura, what are you expecting in this matchup?
All right, so even though this is a rematch, right, and Team Name did win against Polish Mountain in that very first series, the first day, 2-0, I think this time it's actually going to go the other way around. I think Polish Mountain is going to win against Team Name 2-0 in my opinion, just because Polish Mountain, I think they just like maybe it was nerves, maybe it was some pressure on them that where they didn't manage to perform quite up to their standards on the first day. But I do think like if they have a good day, I think their strategies and their runs are cleaner and better than Team Name's. But Team Name also has been playing really consistently whenever they were playing in a series that they were preparing for, right? Of course, against Miscount, they did have quite a lot of mistakes, but I do think that they did not expect to be there. So I think Team Name can capitalize off Polish Mountain's mistakes very quickly. But if Polish Mountain has a good day, and I do think they prepared for this very well, of course, being such an important game, I do think Polish Mountain does have the edge with their strategies.
I mean, yeah, Polish Mountain, they really have proven that they are a challenge to climb because they have put down a lot of work. Getting that consistency, getting those clean runs being really key, but Team Name as well just coming in and really proving that they just usurped all expectations, right? And really did take that first matchup. So I'm sure Polish Mountain feels that pressure even as they look ahead to this next one and want to prove themselves against Team Name here in this rematch. We will be doing a Whose Spell Is It Anyway, but really quickly before that, Dratnus, you had a little tidbit that I thought would be fun for everybody to hear about some of the classes, the specs we've seen, right?
Yeah, I've been keeping track as we've been seeing these specs show up here. That Survival Hunter was definitely one that I was thinking might make an appearance this weekend. So that brings us up now to 18 unique specs that we've seen over these 3 days, which is pretty exciting. That's 11 of our 13 classes as well that have now made an appearance here in this MDI. And honestly, all the specs we've seen have looked pretty cool. They've looked like they've had interesting stuff that they've been doing too. I don't think we've had any class where we've seen all 3 of their specs yet, though. So that's the thing that I'm looking for. A Fury Warrior would make that happen, or a Prez Evoker. Those would be some ways that could happen. Or an Ellie Shaman. Dude, Ellie Shaman. Where's the Ellie Shamans? Those things do a lot of damage. I don't know. Could be a vibe. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, with some recent changes, I mean, Ellie Shams, there was a little talk that maybe they'd have a little bit more of a moment. So maybe we'll get to see it, and maybe we'll get to see some of those others as well. But what we are going to see up next is our Whose Spell Is It Anyway? And it's going to be a little bit of a mystery here that all of us have to figure out. So we'll need to try to decipher the spell based only on the information in this tooltip. It will be an incomplete tooltip, and we'll all have to guess. Chat, we'd like to hear your guesses as well. This can be from any ability, talent, or item usable in a dungeon. So we'll see what this one has. Oh yeah,
we haven't seen any items yet.
We haven't seen an
I got a
item
feeling
yet.
this is going to be an item. I got a good feeling about it. Yeah, I'm locking in an item.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Not an item.
Not an item.
Dark Iron
This
Dwarf?
is Cauterizing Flame.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're
Oh
right.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 35 is part of the heal that it does to you.
Yeah. It's actually 350, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
50% of spell power.
Yeah,
Stone
yeah.
form?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No, Stone Form doesn't.
No,
there's no
Stoneform's 2
numerical side of that. Yeah, same with Fireblood. Fireblood is also a 2-minute. I don't know what Mending Bandage does. That sounds like a PvP
don't
thing.
either.
I think that's a PvP Hunter
Mending
ability that they can use to clear their
Oh.
Oh,
bleeds.
you're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, okay, well, it's definitely Cauterizing Flame.
Yeah.
Lock it in. Caught flame.
Block it. Mending Bandage is interesting, though. I didn't even realize that one.
Bang. 5 seconds later.
Maybe they should start cheating again and just like...
Yeah, exactly. Just
Oh,
put some
yeah.
misinformation on it again.
They kind of have to cheat, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is just them making sure that
they're
they
not
can
the
actually make
same.
it a competition.
I was expecting like
Oh.
one of them to be green, but I know it's a red hand with a flame in it. What are the differences
Yeah.
here? The one on
What's
the
the
right
difference
has
between A
red
and B?
knuckles. It's not D.
B.
Oh, what's the
B
difference
doesn't have a
between A and
line
C?
between its hand and the first finger.
I think... Oh,
So yeah, A and C are the two. What is the difference between the two of them? It looks like the flame
think
is
it's like-
bigger in C.
Yeah, the flame
look
is
at that.
bigger.
I think it's A. A is the one that. I don't know. This is like that
I have to
testing
go
No, no, no.
away
strategy
from my
again.
screen.
I think it could be B.
You think it could be B?
I think they might have tried to trick us by putting the extra
Ooh.
talent on both A and C.
Ooh,
yeah.
I like it. You're right, because that does look kind of weird. That's like a
The
weird number of
positioning is
fingers.
weird.
The weird
Yeah.
extra nail looks a little off on A. and
You're
C.
right.
I agree. I think
right,
B
B.
looks more natural. I think B.
B, final answer, locked in.
I'm
As we
going
wait in
with.
suspense. Oh yeah.
It's good. Take your time.
Hey,
Don't say
hey,
anything.
That's usually
you know.
that's usually a
Right,
good sign for
right,
us.
right.
Usually a really
Okay.
good sign for us.
I like B, yeah. I think that's a great call, Zyro.
I like B. I like B. Oh.
Oh, it's not D. It's not C. It's B. Let's go!
Oh, yeah.
Hey, there it is, B. All right,
Wow.
well done, everybody. Chat, hopefully you all got it as well. Some of these get really tricky, and production would never say that they cheated. So production, please forgive us. We wouldn't say that. You are right about everything. You've never done anything wrong, and we know that. But really, honestly, good time and great match to come off of here with that first series. Perplexed versus Miscount. I think it really delivered for sure, and I can't wait to see whoever is going to face Perplexed in the grand finals. But before that, we do have the rematch between Team Name and Polish Mountain. And it is going to be a really close one, honestly, because both of these teams have really shown some incredible strategies and have just been striving for that consistency. So let's see who's able to land it down in the lower semis. We will take a brief break here, but we will see you all soon for this epic matchup between Team Name and Polish Mountain. Welcome back to our Championship Sunday here for Group A in the Mythic Dungeon International. We kicked things off with, honestly, just some amazing competition right at the start here between Perplexed and Miscount. And we're looking ahead to Team Name and Polish Mountain. I mean, Tuttle, sitting back, watching from your perspective there off desk, how do you feel about the start to our Sunday?
All I know is that I suck and that the teams Miscount and Perplexed are very, very good. Much better than I could ever hope to be. That's all I've learned here, is that I'm very bad and I need to get a lot better.
You know, when you see how high the skill ceiling can go and you realize you have no ladder and you're just like, cool, all right, great. No, I'll figure it out. I'll get there, maybe.
It really makes you think.
I mean, it's so impressive, and it's part of why seeing things like the MDI or even the TGP that we'll have later here in Season 1, right? It's just so impressive. It's great to see. I mean, Dratnus, you got to watch here as we come out of this first match, and obviously now we're looking down at our lower semis here for Team Nay. And lower semis.
The lowies.
We got it.
I love the
lowies.
lowies.
I like lowies, actually, as I thought about it. And I was like,
shout out the lowies.
We're down here for the lowies. We've got Team Name and Polish Mountain. Dratnos, we talked about this matchup a little bit, but, you know, this is a big one. How do you think they're going to measure up?
This is by far the most important match that we're going to see today. Disregard this in an hour when we've got the next series and I'm hyping that one up. But as of right now, this is the most important match of the day because this is the one where the winning team will go through to Global Finals and the losing team will watch Global Finals on Twitch or YouTube, right? And that's a much worse feeling than... It's a great feeling. Watching the MDI is very fun, but playing in the MDI is what these teams are trying to do. So this is it. This is what it's all going to come down for. And it's a rematch between two teams where there was an upset result the first time they played, so it could not be higher stakes here.
It couldn't be. I mean, gosh, you're right. It is a huge difference here. And of course, these teams, even as we talked about with their goals earlier today, really want to prove to themselves how far that they can go. And Team Name Polish Mountain should be proud of how far they've already come, but they can go further still. Now, chat, get your predictions in while we give you a little bit of a warm-up continuing into the match. But we want to know what you think is going to shake out between these two. And I mean, Zyronic, Team Name Polish Mountain, like we said, this is a huge one. We are going to have somebody eliminated from this matchup. So, considering both of the team's strengths, what do you think they need to focus on as they head into this?
I think they're both very similar in terms of their strengths and weaknesses. They both have extremely high-end strategies that we've seen this weekend. Strats that could easily match up to Perplexed or Miscount. I think their consistency, however, is a couple notches below the Perplexed and Miscount runs that we've seen over the course of the weekend. Maybe for Team Name in particular, it was just a matter of not having practiced the dungeon that they kind of wiped a ton in, which was the Necrotic Wake. I actually just highly expect to see them just ban that out in this series, because it is the 5th map. But for Polish Mountain, again, some cool strategies, but some not ideal executions, and of course they've had a lot of time to practice since yesterday, so hopefully we'll see them pick that up, but the Necrotic Wake is left open in this series. So if we do go to a Game 3, I think Team Name they might be in trouble.
It might be. I'm surprised that we see that still on there. Interesting that they didn't go for that. Maybe they feel like they just needed a second to warm up to get into it. I mean, Tuttles, why do you think they left that one on the table?
I mean, it feels really bad to ban the last map in a series. It's one of the situations that, like, you feel like you end up like wasting your ban if you're banning the last map, because like alternatively, like if you cross banned with somebody else the exact same map, then you would have that ban basically for free as well. Maybe they were just kind of hoping that they would cross ban. I think in general it just feels really bad. Maybe their Necrotic Wake is just better than we anticipated, and it's actually not a dungeon. Like Zyra alluded to the fact that maybe they didn't practice the dungeon. Maybe they just had a bad run. I feel like Necrotic Wake is just a very volatile dungeon in general. And a lot can go wrong rather quickly. You know, you miss a kick and a fear goes off. You have any tank deaths at any point. And things kind of spiral out of control rather quickly. And so I think it might just be one of those situations that they might have just had a bad run.
I mean, it happens, right? It does. And, you know, down below you can see our predictions of how we kind of thought perhaps this match would go. I mean, kind of mixed here again, right? Because I think these two are so close. I mean, Dratos, I see you smiling. How do you feel about your predictions compared to everybody's?
I predicted Team Name because Team Name won this matchup last time they played. I do think it's going to be a 2-1. That's the part that I'm confident in. Which team wins is the part that I'm feeling less good about.
Yeah, now that we've got that Necrotic Wake in the third match, the 2-1 for team name seems like one of the least likely outcomes now.
Okay, just because they had a 22 death run doesn't mean that they're bad in that dungeon, right? Like,
yeah, just a small measly
Wake.
22 deaths.
Look, you can easily have a 22 death run one time and then a 0 death run another time, right? Like, it happens. That's a Necrotic Wake especially. That's a dungeon that's, once you have that first wipe, oftentimes it gets very hard to keep going because you've lost a lot of resources that you were planning to use, right? You might have sent one of your spears or something and then you don't have it. It's I'm not hating the prediction just yet.
You know, I think I love that you're sticking by it. I love that you're standing by it. And I think that there's a lot that could go either way for these teams. We've got Team Name versus Polish Mountain here in the Lowies. But going into Stone Vault for their first, let's see who's going to prove that they can set the pace. We'll send it on over to you, Tettles.
I'm spamming Blood Trail in the chat right now, right before this matchup starts. As you do see, both of these teams running pretty much the exact same composition. Yeah, we've got the Frosty Ks, we got the Disc Priest. So yeah, the exact same composition. So it's really just going to come down to who has the better execution in this dungeon. For Stone Vault as well, there's a couple of key moments of which we're going to see. I think the Skarmorak Wing is probably the most important moment after this first pull of the dungeon, making sure that you get that Skarmorak Wing dealt with very efficiently and fast. That's going to be a huge deal. In addition to that, how much damage can you deal to that boss? As Team Name deal with their first pack of trash rather quickly and get Edna pulled first, but it looked like Polish Mountain ended up doing a little bit of a bigger first pull, doing all of the trash.
It's important to mention also, Tettles, and I'm surprised that you didn't pick up on this instantly. Polish Mountain have changed the strategy. They're no longer running a Frost Decay. They've got the Unholy in.
Oh my god, wait, it is Unholy.
They saved the lust on the first pull. They saved the lust on the first pull, so it looks like they're all in on the strategy that we saw yesterday, where we can just blast Skarmorak. They've saved the lust. They're ready to go. If they can pull that off, that should be enough to give them a huge advantage in this map.
I got baited by Blinding Sleet. I didn't even look at the fact that he's got Unholy Assault. Oh no.
There it is.
It's over for me.
But yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing. And now the thing is, right, the Unholy cooldowns on pure single target aren't necessarily as strong as what we see from Frost, but they have the advantage of being slightly lower cooldown, right? They do the damage on 90-second cooldowns instead of the 2-minute, which does desync a little bit from other players, but you do have a little bit of weird timing based off of that. But none of that will matter if they're able to use those cooldowns to their maximum on Skarmorak with every single bit of trash in that room on top of the boss, plus some of it outside too.
There comes a kind of a little bit of a question as to like who you're supposed to be power infusing as well at what different time, because that power infusion is going to get desynced. In theory, on the very large trash pulls, you're probably going to want to slam it on the Unholy Death Knight. Where for like anything that you're looking to funnel, anything that's like trash pulled into a boss, it's likely to want to go into the Enhancement Shaman. And I think that for both of these teams, for Team Name, it just lines up really well because the Frosty K gets it on some of the trash pulls, and then honestly, you could probably just put on the Enhancement Shaman perma for Team Name, and look at how much damage even on this boss this Enhancement Shaman is doing for Team Name.
Yeah, it definitely blasts. I mean, that spec does good damage all of the time. The cooldowns also,
yes.
The haze helps them out a ton. Ascendance is a massive button right now.
Okay.
So whenever you see that off cooldown, we're good to go. But Edna's going to go down for Team Name first, and I suspect that they'll hold a slight time advantage over Polish Mountain until we get to that Skarmorak Wing. But I think also we're going to have to see what Polish Mountain does with the Unholy CDs in this section of the Wing too, just to keep it close. They could definitely go a lot bigger here, but Team Name, they're going about as big as you can go on this first pull after Edna here.
Yeah, all of these 4chans as well stack up a damage amp on your tank. They're like non-elite mobs, but they're really probably the scariest mobs in this dungeon. And if they don't get dealt with quickly, they can actually end up killing you. And so you might end up seeing the tanks from both of the sides be looking to kite if their stacks get too high. Ooh, they actually, for Team Name, they do a really solid CC chain to be able to get their tank a complete reset on that debuff. Okay, Zyro, I have a question. Would you rather have Bloodlust or 20 seconds on the first boss split? I think I'd rather have 20 seconds.
In most situations, I would say I'd rather have the 20 seconds, but we just know how big of a time save the Bloodlust on Skarmorak with Unholy Decay cooldowns can be, right? If they're able to just completely skip one of those shield phases, I mean, that is an unbelievable amount of time save. I mean, they probably gain 40 seconds off that alone, not to mention the absolute amount of damage that Jura just did to that trash pack. Clawing them back, I mean, he was peaking at about 11, 12 million damage there, whereas for Team Name, the Frost DK really only peaked at around 8. And look at this Polish Mountain also going for a completely different strategy here, pulling both of the Forge Loaders. Normally we see both of these being skipped by other teams.
So Forge Loaders, honestly, the HP to count threshold that they provide is pretty efficient. I also think that something that's pretty good for like an MDI format is that you can actually like split your Enhancement Shaman and your Assassination Rogue on the side of Polish Mountain and have one of them prio each of the Forge Loaders, which in theory is going to allow you to just like funnel a bunch of damage into each of those. And so I think that you can make a world where this works. Now there's the question as to what are you going to skip? I think that there's like a decent skip that we saw from Mist Count in this dungeon where they ended up skipping one of the despoilers. If you end up doing that, say Polish Mountain ends up copying Mist Count's strategy in this dungeon, I think that Polish Mountain is looking to be in a great position here as they are going into the Master Machinist. On the side of Team Name, I think that Team Name's playing this dungeon exactly how they need to with the composition, where they're playing a very standard, what I would describe it as a standard MDI strategy, with they're just pulling large, they're holding W through the dungeon, and they're utilizing the Ascendance cooldown. They're utilizing the Breath of Syndragosa cooldown and syncing those up and just pulling as large as possible on that 2-minute window.
Here's what you want to do if you're Polish Mountain with the Unholy DK here. 3 packs of trash on top of 2 bosses. Look at the burst. This is Bloodlustless Burst coming out of the Unholy DK, but the Assassination Rogue is also keeping it close to that class has insane burst as well on AoE. And of course the Enhance is just doing as much single target as possible. Their damage is not needed. They want to provide as much funnel as possible to those other 2 classes. And look at this. Polish Mountain have brought it back on this boss. They were 20 seconds behind. I'd garner that they probably kept it just about even, pulling around those Unholy DKs, but you have to remember, they got the 2 Forge Loaders as well, so they got a little bit of extra count. The question, like you asked, though, is what then can you do with that extra count? Are they going to shroud past an extra trash pack?
I think so.
Probably.
So I think that they're going to shroud past an extra trash pack. So looking forward a little bit, I think that skipping one of the despoilers is good, and then I have a suspicion that they're going to be looking to take all of the trash that they reasonably can into Skarmorak. This is something that we saw from Mist Count, where they took all the trash in Skarmorak, and they utilized the power of the Unholy DK with Bloodlust to be able to skip a shield phase on Skarmorak. If Polish Mountain is able to pull that off, that will slingshot them ahead, timer-wise, ahead of Team Name. Whereas on the left side of your screen here, you see Team Name. They've down Master Machinists. They're now walking into that Skarmorak wing, and they're probably going to have to split this up into 2 separate pulls. Right now, they have their Breath of Syndragosa, and they have their Ascendance, and they have their Death Mark available. And so they're going to do... they're probably going to split this up into 2 separate pulls in this wing. And I think that that's like the key takeaway and the key difference between these 2 teams is it 1 pull or is it 2 pulls here? And I think that for Team Name it's going to be 2, and I think for Polish Mountain it's going to be 1. And that's going to just turn this into a huge differentiator. And Polish Mountain, they need to make sure that they stay alive. They are probably playing the hardest pull of the entire dungeon here in just a couple of seconds, but they do have Lust.
Skipping past this first trash pack, Tankers is going to pull it off to the side, Shadow Meld off the aggro to make sure nobody gets in combat with it, and we are into the Shroud skip here, going past all of this trash as much as possible, while Team Name has to make up the trash count that Polish Mountain have already garnered for themselves here.
Oh.
And here we are, into the pull. All of the trash is being pulled. Have to be careful to not let any extra censoring gear casts go off so your healer can keep you alive at the start of this pull here. Paints up just now used on Tankiers to help keep him alive on the gather here. They have another charge of that available in the background, and once everything is now stacked together, there's the Lust, there's the boss pull. Can they beat the first shield? Let's watch the Unholy DK ascend.
Yeah, I think that we see Unholy DKs on this pull reach about 16 to 17 million DPS. Basically, you're all-inning the boss here. You're not killing any of those crystal shards. You're not picking up any of the orbs on the ground. If you're picking up any of the orbs, it might just be the Disc Priest. That way he can do a little bit more HPS and find himself a little bit more consistent throughput here. But it's not for any of the damage. You basically want to be all-inning the boss. You have to be able to beat this shield. As Skarmorak hits the 35% mark, we're having the shield probably coming up here in about 20 seconds, and the boss is kind of high, Zyro. They're actually going to get that fortified shell cast off.
There's like 5 of the shards up. This is a huge shield that they have to burn through, and they've got so much trash left alive. But however, on the other side, Team Name are having issues. Apex died in his Ascendance. He actually lost that cooldown. He was able to onk right back up, so they still have the battle res alive. But this shield is doing so much damage to them, and they also have so much trash left alive, whereas Polish Mountain, they have broken that shield. They've killed off all their trash, and they have catapulted into a huge lead now on Skarmorak.
Yeah, so look at the bottom. Look at the difference in this Skarmorak split for both of these teams. That is the difference that the Unholy DK allows you to have. You end up saving somewhere in the order of probably 45 seconds here. They do have to end up committing things like their Bloodlust to this pull, but that is a price that you would love to pay whenever you are looking at how much value you're going to be gaining out of this Bloodlust, as now Polish Mountain are heading their way to High Speaker Eirik? Is it just Eirik now? You never really know, truly.
Is that a boss quote from this dungeon?
It's the quote that Magni gives you, like, or it might not be Magni, but it sounds like Magni as you enter this dungeon.
It's a good one. Yeah, Polish Mountain. This is what we need to see from this. This is what we were expecting to see from them. The 3 seed for the weekend. We were not expecting them to get knocked out with a 6 seed team name. But with this
team names
style
got lost
of play,
up soon.
This is what they need to do. Like you mentioned, though, yeah, the Bloodlust will be coming up just in a little bit here. They'll get it right when they gather everything on top of the boss. The question is, though, are they going to be able to pull this Rock Smasher and Honor Guards into the boss? I don't think so. I think Team Name is going to be using this as a reset pull, but resetting for what? I mean, look at the cooldowns they have available. Ascendance is ready. Breath of Syndragosa is ready.
Well,
but I think they want to save those for the boss.
Yeah, so this is the second time I've seen them hold. I didn't point this out whenever we were seeing it. Whenever they actually did that first Skarmorak Wing pull, they had Breath of Syndragosa and Ascendance available to them, and they used neither of those cooldowns. Oh, look, the Ascendance actually ends up getting used with the Power Infusion to finish off the rest of these mobs. Yeah.
I can't say I love that.
I'm not in love with it as well, especially since we're about to lust here.
We'll have to see if it ends up making the difference here. That Breath of Syndragosa has been held on to for what
Polish
seems
Mountain
like
pulled the
over
boss.
a minute now. Polish Mountain, after dealing with the Honor Guards of their own, have gone on to the boss here. Raph has gone down, though, for Polish Mountain. That is a death, and he actually can't use the Ankh until the Rock Smash goes away, because that would instantly one-shot him. Good presence of mind to not instantly hit the Ankh. Their team name also have pulled the boss. And we are essentially dead even right now in terms of progression. Death timers are there. Trash count is almost even. Polish Mountain will finish the trash off earlier, but it's going to be a neck-and-neck finish to the end of the boss here. Team Name also have this extra trash pad off in the side that they can't have to worry about dealing with, but Raph has died again, and they've given a 15-second advantage to Team Name now that Polish Mountain have to work through, but they're falling behind on the boss progression with another death!
He has Ankh again.
Can he afford to Ankh and die again for them? I mean, the next Rock Smash will kill him.
But minus 45 seconds, man. This is terrible. This is like the nightmare situation right here. This is what we talk about when we talk about Challenger's Peril just ruining your day. Oh my god, dude, he's stuck in the ground effect. He can't even Ankh.
But we have deaths coming in from Team Name while the trash as well. They pulled the boss into the trash. Kaku's gone down. They have a res on him as well. Apex should be able to Ankh in just a second here, but he doesn't have the Ankh available. We don't see that reincarnation icon on his character. They do have the res. That's both battle reses expended for Team Name. Can they finish off this trash before it kills them? That Rock Smasher is healthy. The next Rock Smash will do so much damage. If it overlaps with any extra boss damage, this could be a wipe for Team Name. But once again, we are dead even on the death counters. 3 deaths for both team. Raph is left back alive. The health bars are dropping so low for Team Name, and they still have those debuff on their characters. They have to get rid of them. Kaku's going to go down again. Team Name have to finish off the boss and the Rock Smasher with no healer left alive. Oh my god, can this DK stay alive through the debuff? They finish off the Rock Smasher. That's huge, but this next AoE debuff could finish them off. Just barely able to stay alive, but now the debuffs are coming out. The dot damage is going to take them lower and lower.
Polish Mountain is going to kill the boss. They had so many deaths. They had Raph die 3 times to this boss. I thought that was going to seal their fate with the death penalties, but Team Name, they have even more deaths as Polish Mountain are able to down High Speaker Eirik. What in the world did I just watch?
This was an absolutely buck wild last a handful of seconds. Oh my gosh. Now, we did hear that there was a brief DC over on Polish Mountain, but even with that, we watched the deaths roll in for Team Name, and Polish Mountain, even with those mishaps, was able to still claim victory here in this first matchup between these two. Now, I think we're all still reeling a little bit. That was just an unbelievably roller coaster ride there at the end. But I mean, Dratnos. Okay. So things fell apart at the end, but it seemed like Polish Mountain had a bit more of a strategy leaning into those boss burns, plotting around that Skarmorak, doing the Bloodlust, all of that, whereas Team Name were breaking up some of their pulls and pacing things out more. Now, how did it look for them up to that turning point, and what do you think happened after that?
So Polish Mountain have adapted the strategy that Miscount were using with the Unholy DK, with spacing out that second Lust and using it on Skarmorak, but it didn't actually allow them to beat that Fortified Shell cast that Miscount were able to beat with it, right? So, I mean, we've seen them in this dungeon before. They used the Frost DK instead, and they had faster runs, even if you give them 45 seconds of the death timer back. Both of their previous runs in Stone Vault were still faster. They had an 11:59 and a 12:29, so I think Polish Mountain may have almost big-brained themselves out of winning this map, but then Team Name, with the disaster on the last boss, ended up sort of having it worse there. But that was worrying for Polish Mountain for sure. I mean, this was a... I'm not sure if that adaptation was fully cooked by them.
I mean, Tuttles, if your voice has recovered from the exciting...
Oh, I'm fine. That was my real voice. Sorry.
No, I mean, I loved it. I think we were all right there with you, right? I mean, seeing these two strategies, Dratnos has kind of weighed in. Maybe it wasn't fully cooked over there with Polish Mountain, but they clearly were trying to strive for the same things there. Now, they did save time on Skarmorak, and some of those big pulls seemed to pay off for them. But how do you think this all managed? Actually, I think we're going to go in here. If Zyronic's ready, we'll get a little Zyronic perspective, and then we'll head to you. So, Zyronic, what did you see this time around?
I saw an absolute masterclass of a dungeon for about 95% of it from Polish Mountain. It was a great run. They were able to execute most of the Unholy DK pull. Now, Skarmorak didn't go exactly to plan, I would say, for them. And I would suspect they played the route a little bit safer. We saw the way that they pulled it. They didn't actually pull every single trash mob in the Skarmorak wing, right? They pulled a lot in front, but they actually left one of the despoilers out of the pull. That pack on the right side of the Skarmorak boss room, they didn't pull on top of the boss. I think if they were able to get that on top and cleave that down as well, that would have been more similar to what we saw earlier in the weekend from Miscount. But even with that slight change and getting that first shield, it was cleaner than what we saw from Team Name. Team Name had issues on Skarmorak, man. They had their first death there. They had a couple of mistakes. The shield was huge. They spent a lot of time getting through the trash. And I like the Unholy pickup from Polish Mountain here. I think it was a smart play.
Yeah, I mean, Dratnos, you had some observations as well, watching over there as we all dissolved into shouts at the end.
Yeah.
What did you see looking over this match?
I mean, the fact that they were able to make this pull work out without deaths was a big deal as well for Polish Mountain, right? Like, sure, they didn't beat that second Fortified Shell, but they were able to get a good Lust that let them get a large pull done. So, I mean, this certainly did seem pretty good. Again, the thing that I'm finding a little bit sketchy is the fact that it is still slower than both of their Frost DK runs in here. Because these teams are getting into that 12-ish minute range in this dungeon, it starts to be the point where you really are thinking, like, man, 2 Lust would be really nice to have instead of just 1. Like, that 1 Lust is very good, sure, but having 2 total Lusts is really, really good. And it's not like you get a bad one on the first pull of the dungeon, right? Some of the teams that have done this dungeon, right, Miscount have been in here, and they've been doing this dungeon in, like, 11:02. That's the range where you're starting to think, okay, if we were getting 2 Lusts in an 11-minute run, it's like exactly on cooldown. It's right at the start of the dungeon before the mobs are grouped. As we move to a 12-minute range, then we're adding a full minute of wiggle room where you can have Lust off cooldown and not pressed and still get 2 Lusts. So that makes those 2 Lusts a lot better, especially that very first Lust of the dungeon. You get to hold it for everything being grouped. And I think that Polish Mountain, it's good, it's bold that they are trying to copy what Miscount are doing, but I don't think it's actually better unless you can get that Fortified Shell dealt with that Lust, unless you can get this down into that 11-minute range.
They were 30% on the boss away from whenever the
that's
Fortified Shell went off. So, of course, some of the damage is going to be going into those crystals. I think that that's part of where that 30% goes, but that's obviously not all of it. And it kind of makes me wonder and question, it's like, how did Miscount actually one-phase that boss? Now that you kind of see another team like really give an honest effort at it, you're like, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it all the more impressive, right? Because honestly, all things considering, Polish Mountain looked really solid up to that point. They had paced everything out. They had that Unholy DK, they had the Lust, but it makes it all the more impressive that Miscount were able to do it. Polish Mountain came close. Now, we're looking ahead here. We have these 2 bans on Boralis and Grim Batal. Mist of Tyrannus Scythe is going to be making a reappearance here as Team Name and Polish Mountain tackle this one. I mean, We already had an explosive start here, but as we look ahead to this one with its different routing, with the maze and everything else in it, I mean, Zyronic, what are you anticipating that these teams might try to do given what we've seen with this dungeon this weekend?
Well, we've already seen a missed run from Polish Mountain. It was in that matchup yesterday where they knocked out Dire Wolves, and really, it was kind of one of those runs where it wasn't necessarily the fastest run, but they were relatively clean. They only had 1 death throughout the entire key, which is what ended up making the difference up against Dire Wolves, who had 5 deaths. If I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen mists from Team Name at all this weekend, even having them go so far as to ban that map against Miscount earlier on in the weekend. So we don't really know what to expect from them here. If they do bring out the Warlock, I think it would be their first time playing it this weekend as well. So this is going to be an interesting one. Team Name are going to have to step up here if they want to have a chance to bring this series back.
Well, you don't need the Warlock in this dungeon. You can actually just play this dungeon very standard and then still have a really good time. And we saw that from Perplexed. Remember they showcased that. You can kind of just hold W, assuming that you just do good damage. Like, pulling through the maze wall, there's always kind of a question. Like, you end up spending 20 seconds sending your Warlock pet off, and then it brings the mobs back. But in this MDI format, these trash packs last like 20 to 25 seconds, and so you can actually end up losing time if you're not very precise with what mobs you're pulling into what packs. But I think that something that Team Name doesn't have that Polish Mountain does have is Voodoo. And that's probably one of the most important things, is that if you have Voodoo against your opponents, you can overcome anything, including making them wipe to the last boss of Stone Vault.
Yeah, no, I'm being told that we cannot confirm nor deny whether Miscount actually, or whether a Polish Mountain do have Voodoo on their side, but Tunnels, I would have to say I could see that. I could see that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They've just got something that when it goes so right and or goes so wrong for their competition, that a lot of times they are just able to get that legging. But they are trying a lot of these competitive runs. They are putting up with a lot of the strats. It's just, again, landing them. And Team Name, you know, they were really solid in that dungeon up until that last boss. We saw them handling a lot of the CCs. We saw them doing a great job with the management in the mobs. So, I mean, hopefully here in this one as well, their strategy, even if it is, like we kind of saw earlier today with this mist, right, maybe breaking up some of those polls, 2 versus 1, etc., it might still work for them in this particular dungeon. So we'll see how they plan it out, how they plot it out. And as you can see, our predictions down below, they were kind of all over the place, just like that last match was all over the place at the end and went completely wild. But it's part of the fun between these two teams. We just don't know exactly what they're going to throw at us here, you know? And I mean, both of these teams, they have some strengths, but we've talked a little bit about even looking ahead for them, right? So whoever's going to progress through this has a shot here at coming up against Miscount. And with that in mind, I mean, Dratnos, what do you think for either of these is going to be something that, like, they need to be thinking ahead of even now with some of their strats?
I don't think you think ahead at all at this point.
I agree.
I think you are treating Miscount as a stretch goal. That's a future problem. Right now, this series demands 100% of your focus, because this is the series that determines whether or not you make it to Global Finals or not. I think if only 2 teams were coming out of this weekend to Global Finals, that would not be true, right? Whichever team was here, you would need to be dividing a little bit more of your, prep over the last couple of hours and your thinking into that lower finals, but I don't think you could afford to do that at all with the structure that we have right now. I think that this series is the one that they need to be hyper-focused on, and I think that's exactly what they brought to the table here. I think that, Team Name just need to make sure that they don't have an incident like what happened on that last boss happen again. It was looking good for them up until that point. If they had stayed clean there, they would have won that map, but Polish Mountain also looked pretty good throughout that dungeon, right? Polish Mountain did a good job of adapting Miscount strat from the Stone Vault here. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be bringing to Mists of Tyrannus Scythe, because this is a map that has a lot of different strats that teams have used now. Those Warlocks were what we saw overwhelmingly over the past couple of days. But just in our one series ago, we saw 2 of the best tournament teams, our 2 tournament favorites, playing 0 Warlocks between them. So that is going to be a huge question mark for me.
Justice for survival hunters, yes! Play survival, Year of the Spear.
I mean, this one has been one that we've seen a lot of flexibility in classes, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's fun to actually, I mean, not only just here in Season 1 get to see so many different specs and classes shown off, but to also get to see how even one dungeon can be approached so many different ways, and that might change even too, depending on key levels, etc., right? I mean, this one we've seen a lot of standouts, but, I mean, Zyronic, were there any classes that we've seen so far in Mists that have been really surprising to you, or that you were like, huh, okay, all right?
Honestly, I was a little surprised to see in our first miss of the weekend the double Warlock. I thought that would have been more of like a tech pick. The gates through the walls are kind of nice to skip to the first boss and also for the skip after the second boss, but I don't personally consider Warlock to be like one of those S tier specs right now. They might be like a tier below, like A plus tier for dungeon running. But I mean, they do have certain strengths in the key, and you know the utility of the spec is pretty nice as well. Curses are always extremely useful in keys. But I think by far the standout, interesting pick for me was the Survival Hunter. Tettles has been talking about it all weekend, and he was super happy to see it. I was super happy to see it too.
You got a 10% buff.
It
was good.
It's extremely strong. I think it's actually Hunter's like highest simming single target spec right now too. So they've made survival very good. It was very cool to see. Weekend's not over yet. We haven't seen what Team Name's plan is in this dungeon. They could pull out something new too.
Yeah, I think that for me, it's kind of like the most interesting thing. The most interesting strat that was dealt in here was actually by Perplexed, not pulling through the wall at all. I was kind of questioning as to whether or not it was going to be better, but I think it really required a team giving it a solid, honest effort and just kind of holding W through that maze to make it look good, and I think that Perplexed made it look phenomenal.
They made it look so good, and I mean, they're going to have to keep bringing it here. I mean, our teams, although they may not be up in the upper brackets like Perplexed, Team Name and Polish Mountain are fighting it out here in the lower semis for that place in the Global Finals. This is Game 2, Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. Both of these teams have a lot of strengths, but they also have some weaknesses that have been their Achilles heel this weekend. Can they overcome them and go head-to-head here? Can Polish Mountain take down Team Name versus that matchup from earlier, or is Team Name going to really prove once and for all that they have the advantage over them? We're gonna have to see, but you know, like we said, although miscount awaits them, this is the big deciding match, and either one of them could take it. If it's possible here, Team Name getting one in as well would be great, because then we could have a third on the table here to see how these two could go. But Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, this is going to be one where we'll see a lot of flexibility. I'm curious to see the comps and interested in seeing what's going to be put down. As ironic as we look ahead and we get into it, you know, I think our teams are taking a second, but why don't we take a second? What are your thoughts again as we start off here?
Don't think we need to hear the thoughts because we're going to get right into the match anyways.
Ooh, whole W comp from Team Name.
Whole W comp from Team Name, essentially the same as what we saw from Perplex. We'll have to see how that works out. Polish Mountain does have the Warlock in play. They also have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, a very high AoE DPS tank for the group as well. Normally when we see Prot Warriors, we think about what kind of spell reflex they can get off for value, specifically usually on bosses in this key. Are there any major ones that come to mind when we think about Mr. Tyrannus Scythe, Tettles?
So the Soul Cleavers, that's a really good value spell reflect. So those mobs, they'll debuff themselves with that Soul Split, and you can spell reflect that and do just a ton of damage. In addition to that, there's the Anima Slash from the Guardians in the Maze. Both of those, I think, are absolutely phenomenal effects in this dungeon. Now, I don't know how good it is in an MDI setting. It's you know, probably does 10-15-ish% of the HP of the mob, which isn't bad, but whenever your packs are only lasting 25 seconds, it's not like the end all be all. I do think that the big thing with the warrior though, first off, immune to fizz damage, and probably the strongest tank in this dungeon just on a mitigation level. I think that's one of the big reasons. And then Battle Shout. I think that Battle Shout is absolutely phenomenal with this composition that you're running. The Frost Decay, the Assassination Rogue, and that Enhancement Shaman all benefiting from Battle Shout, and having that attack power, I think, is really, really good for them.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And it's not like Vengeance is necessarily bad. I think Vengeance is actually something we've seen from every single other team in Mist of Tyrannus Scythe this week. It's just so strong in this dungeon for not only its control effects, but the magic damage debuff for specifically the Warlock, but also for the Enhancement Shaman as well. It's pretty nice. So
look at the count difference between these two teams right now.
Polish Mountain did go for that thing we've seen that Warlocks kind of make possible with their AoE burst cooldowns after Hellcaller got buffed, and then also just Destro in general got buffed this past week. It's extremely good for AoE burst cooldowns with that Infernal. So what we've seen most teams with the Warlock go for at the start of the dungeon is they'll go for a triple Villager pull with the cooldowns at the start of the
That's
key.
crazy, by the
burst
way.
it all down. Absolutely insane. You wouldn't want to do that on live, almost certainly, unless you're in probably a lower level key, probably not on 11 on live. But they burst through all of that trash so quickly that the triple Villagers don't really pose too much of a threat for them. But the interesting thing is, even with that extra trash count, Polish Mountain and Team Name have engaged the boss at roughly the same time.
I will say that I actually much prefer Team Name's ability to be able to kill this boss off fast over Polish Mountain. I think that DK and the Breath of Syndragosa, the damage that provides to be able to just kill Ingram Malok is much better than the Warlock's single target. Just due to the burst. Now, I do suspect that both of these teams are going to be one-phasing this boss. Ooh, dude, Team Name didn't even get a Tremor Totem off on the Fear. Looked like everybody ended up running away. I wonder what happened there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just oversight for them. That's really unfortunate. Oh. But we are into the burn phase for both of the teams. The timing of the buff is pretty nice for both of the teams as well. They're going to get that versatility buff heading into the boss here for their extra burst damage. Polish Mountain able to burn the boss down in the damage buff. Can Team Name do the same? No, they cannot. Ingram Malok still at 15% HP after the burn, and they're going to have to chew through that HP without the damage buff.
Dude, it was an enhancement Shaman Chasm. Look at this. Look at the enhancement Shaman. Raph on the side of Polish Mountain was doing 3.8 million DPS, where Apex on the side of Team Name is only doing 2.6 million. It didn't even matter that the DK is better than the Warlock. It was just an enhancement Shaman gap.
You just got the right wolves, man. That's all you got to do.
Inside every Shaman, there are two wolves. They're both lightning. They're both lightning wolves.
So something else that I think is important for burst damage, specifically on the bosses, but also for the Mistcaller push later on. Polish Mountain's running 3 Mad Queen's mandates. Team Name's only running 2 on the tank and the healer. Polish Mountain has the Warlock that opts into that Mad Queen's mandate for more single target damage as well. So that was also probably a pretty significant boost to their damage on the boss as well, having that extra chunk damage on the boss. Even if it doesn't crit, it still does like 20 million damage in the damage app when the boss is that low. Now, the thing is, Polish Mountain technically should be pulling ahead in the maze here, right? Because they're able to get more trash count, as long as it's clean. It does take time for the trash to get to you. We've gone over that, but the ability to consolidate extra trash pulls on top of each other in a spot where normally it's not possible to do so should be pretty beneficial for them. And you can see the trash count advantage is massive for them. The question is, can Team Name actually get far ahead in the maze just pulling one trash pack at a time?
Yeah, so here's the kind of issue with pulling that trash pack. So the Warlock ended up using their pet, their Fell Hunter goes through the maze and ends up pulling that pack. By the time that the pack walks in, it was the pre-existing pack that was already in this room is at 60% HP. Then that means that trash is going to die off rather quickly, as that defender is starting to die right now. And then the new mobs that have just come in are still at, I don't know, 70% or something along those lines, right? Where if you weren't doing this strategy, you would be able to already be on to the Matriarch like you see from Team Name on the left side of the screen here. They've already cleared off this wing, and they've pulled that mini-boss already, and they're just holding W.
Yeah, the progression is definitely in the favor of Team Name, right? They've got the Dragon at half HP. Unfortunately for them, a little bit of difference in mini-boss here. Gorge Gullet is the one that spawned for Polish Mountain. Definitely a little bit better, right? They don't have to worry about those healing puddles from the Dragon. So, little bit of good RNG from Polish Mountain here, but we're going to take that for them. Now, the question is the extra progression in the maze going to make up the difference in trash count that we're seeing for Polish Mountain?
I think that the answer is yes, but I think that the answer is yes because of the larger first pull of the dungeon and the fact that they ended up killing off the Ingram Malok encounter 30 seconds faster with with more count. That is normally a sign that a team is noticeably ahead.
Absolutely. That is quite a big difference as well.
Team Name now has Polish a Gorge Gullet.
They do now also have a Gorge Gullet.
Oh, they're in the double mini-boss route.
They're in the double mini-boss route, yeah. So that means Polish Mountain is also going to get one here, too.
So for the viewers here, this is actually kind of an interesting route. So something that changed this expansion is whenever they went to revamp Mist of Tyranid Scythe for this new season, they gave they changed it from 16 possible combinations of mist walls into 12 possible combinations of mist walls. And then they also kind of changed up the mini bosses to be like RNG as to which one is spawning in which room sometimes. But they reduced the amount of possible combinations. And this is one of the new combos that they've added, is double mini boss. Normally, this is deemed to be the slowest one. But like whenever you're playing against teams that have the exact same maze, like this is like on the live key is a slower route, but whenever you're playing against another team that has the exact same one, it's fine.
This particular double mini boss route is also something that heavily leans into having something that can pull extra trash in this dungeon for you. Otherwise, you're just going to be single targeting a mini boss down, and those things have a huge chunk of HP. The fact that Polish Mountain can pull trash packs through the wall on top of the mini boss like this and garner extra trash count while probably doing 90% of their single target damage, that's huge for them. This is extremely good for Polish Mountain, and they're just going to keep moving ahead in trash count here.
Now, I will say that I actually do hate pulling trash on top of Gorge Gullet. I feel like that guy is very challenging for you to be able to kill off. Did they let a Tender Cast
go off just now, by the way? Everything healed.
Well, the answer is probably yes, if everything healed. I didn't notice. That would be... I would classify that as terrible. Yeah. Probably the worst possible thing that you could have happen. Maybe it was a Devour heal, but they have a 5-stack, so I don't see how it could possibly be that.
That could be the thing that Team Name needs to get themselves back into this series. Now, that's not the only advantage that Polish Mountain has, is pulling extra trash on top of the mini bosses, right? That's definitely a huge benefit, a huge boon for them if they're able to.
I think that was a time loss, by the way.
That most definitely was a time loss, because that Tender for sure got a Nourish cast off that healed everything. Fortunately for them, the trash pack that they pulled through the wall was the one that was in the next room. So yeah. That at least means they'll be able to get on top of the boss. Now, the question is for Polish Mountain.
We got more mobs?
More trash on top of the boss?
Dude, how much? We're going to be like 82%. Like, what do we need all this count for?
I guess you just shroud past everything after this boss and pull like 3 packs on top of the boss with Lust, which could work out really well for them if they're able to pull it off. But we've seen that pull go so wrong for so many different teams. The thing that I want to see is if they're able to make the triple Mad Queen's burst work at the end of the boss here. Once the boss hits 10%, it does cast that third and final guessing game of the fight. If you're able to burst down the boss with that triple Mad Queen's Mandate burst, you save an entire intermission phase. I don't think that's something that will be possible for Team Name with just 2 of those trinkets.
Well,
maybe they'll be able to pull it off.
2.
Did they do it with 2? Okay.
2. Yeah. So I think it's possible. Now, what's the fail case? Like, how often do you fail? Not like fail that push. Maybe the third also allows you to do it on a different cast. So say if you have 2, you have to do it on a dodgeball. Whereas if you have 3, you could do it on a patty cake or something like that. That could be a big deal.
That could be a pretty big difference. Let's see, Team Name is slowing down the damage. Here we go into the guessing game cast. Here come the cast, but it's not going to be close. 4% still on the boss HP. The burst was not there for them, so they're going to have to do one more of these guessing games where they find the correct clone here. Polish Mountain now out of their second guessing game phase, and we'll see them slow their damage to a crawl here once they approach the 10% mark to try to get the perfect push on the boss. Are they going to be able to push the phase? If they do, they will have such a massive lead in this dungeon. Not only they'll be catching up in progression, but they have 25% extra count right now. That is a crazy amount of extra damage.
Ooh, they get the Devour buff too here.
That's huge for the trinket. Versatility does increase trinket damage. Here we go. Look at the 10% cast here. They're waiting for a cast, waiting for a cast. The second the boss starts to cast a new ability, they'll push. But it might actually push from dots alone. The boss is not casting here. Here comes the guessing game. Here comes the Abyssal Gluttony. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. It's not even close.
Oh my god. We have to wait for dodgeball or the Vulpin getting summoned. Literally anything. Freeze tag. Like I don't care what the cast is. You can't just be like pushing it without a cast.
Okay.
That seems like a blunder for like no reason.
Definitely a blunder. They will gain a little bit of damage here from the Warlock Gateway. They don't have to worry about waiting for that mist to go down on the side. So they'll gain probably about 10 seconds of travel time here. Tankiers is going to glide on by, make sure he gets the Imprison on this left Acid Gullet to let his team move on by. They won't have to worry about pulling that trash. I think we're going to see the Shroud here from Polish Mountain as well. They shouldn't need any of this particular trash pack here, but afterwards, with the Bloodlust primed, the cooldowns ready to go for the team, all of this trash should be ready to be pulled into the boss. And yes, here we go. Tankiers gathering the pull together now. Have to keep an eye on the Tankiers to gather here. Everyone else is in the Shroud right now, so Tankiers is going to be taking a ton of damage from everything.
I think Polish Mountain wins this. Look at this. Bloodlust is up. The final 20% or 19% of trash that they're going to need is being pulled into Tradova here. Team Name is just a little bit further behind as they're popping their shroud here and trying to run into the room, but they need a little bit more count than even is provided here. And I think that Polish Mountain, barring any catastrophes, they need to make sure that they don't have any deaths here. But I think that Polish Mountain should be able to win this one, assuming that they keep everybody alive.
Look at the Destrolock damage! Bursting as high as Unholy DK2 on this Karmarak pull. This is insane. I saw him peaking at 16 million AoE DPS. And
They buffed
Tradova
that spec.
absolutely melting. Unbelievable damage.
You mean to tell me that they needed to buff that spec this week? What is that?
I mean, that spec got a 25% Wither buff, a 20% Rain of Fire buff, a 10% Conflag buff. They buffed pretty much all of their base spells to let this potential occur. But the damage is falling off a cliff now outside of cooldowns.
And I think that that's one of those things that's actually kind of important too, is like whenever we were coming into this MDI, we knew that the metagame was going to be kind of up in the air because there's a lot of specs that I don't think have actually been thoroughly researched. And I think that this Destrolock is way better than people probably gave it credit for. Just seeing the amount of damage that it did in that pull makes me a believer more so than ever before.
Absolutely insane run here from Polish Mountain. All that's left for them is to
God.
finish off the final 10% of Tradova here. They had the
them
trash
winning
count.
2-0.
They had the strategy. The Abyssal Gluttonies are off cooldown. Tradova will fall, and Polish Mountain will secure the third and final slot to the Global Finals from Group A.
This time, without any doubt, victory goes to Polish Mountain. They had a very, very strong run here and pumped out some huge deeps. Oh my gosh, incredible to secure this victory, taking it to 2-0. But Team Name put up an incredible fight on this, and really there looked like there were moments that we might be heading into a third map. So congratulations to them as well, even though we will be saying goodbye to them here in the Mythic Dungeon International. This was a big one for Polish Mountain, and while they weren't thinking ahead here with this match, they will have to be thinking ahead very soon. But let's linger here on the map and talk a little bit about what happened. I mean, oh man, like, Tettles. This competition between these two, I mean, some of those huge pulls too, like getting so much count right at the start for Polish Mountain. Like, do you think that's really what made the difference? What kind of caused this big lead for them?
I actually think I'm interested in hearing what Dratnos has to say with the replay package, but I actually think it was like the first boss. The fact that Polish Mountain killed the first boss before Team Name and had more trash and had the ability to pull through the maze wall, that is just like a recipe for disaster. I think that it kind of had to do with the fact that their enhancement shaman high rolled their dogs like a lot, but the fact that they killed Ingram Mallock during that damage burn and Team Name had to, wait an additional 20 seconds to get that boss killed off, that was a huge, huge setback, I think, for Team Name.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll be hitting that replay package in a second with Dratnos, and I think we're going to get into it actually right now. So Dratnos, with this, I mean, you feeling like Tettles, do you agree with that? How were you in your observations this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think just also impressive showing from both teams, right? 0 death runs we're seeing from both. Very happy to see that. I think that's something that Team Name can certainly be proud of. They did put up a very good showing this weekend. They made it farther than expected and came within one map of the Global Finals. So definitely a huge congratulations to them. But we did basically see Polish Mountain sort of yoink the perplexed strategy, I'd say, for this dungeon, right? Of kind of do this big pull early on, get a bunch of extra count, slam a great lust early on. The Warlock is an interesting one as well. Of course, you still do get this really, really nice gateway, the Gateway Shroud into boss option available there. So it's sort of kind of a hybrid strat that's used there. But like Tettles said, being able to just one phase the Ingram Mallock, doing it during the damage amp instead of having to do extra damage afterwards is certainly huge, right? That can't be... It's hard to overstate just how valuable it is. Those extra 20 seconds are massive of, time that you get to just spend running forward in the dungeon. Although it is, extra time where your cooldowns are going to be down, so that's not great. But look at the danger of this pull. Look at the way these defenders, all three of them there, were casting that. Those ground zones really made that entire section. I don't know. It does just feel kind of slow to be doing all that through the wall and then you have just all this extra trash that's spending all this extra time running in, and something that didn't exist back when we saw this in the Shadowlands MDI was those ground damage reduction zones that further slow things down the more of those mobs you have in there. So that might be part of the reason why pulling trash through the walls doesn't seem to be as much of a time save as it was in Shadowlands, and maybe that's part of the reason why Perplexed didn't do it, and it's no longer this ubiquitous strat that the top teams are all running.
We might have also just sucked and thought it was better than it was in Shadowlands.
I mean, it's possible. I think it also may be a little bit of a key level difference as well. As the key level gets higher and higher, pulling trash through the walls, I think, gets better and better, because the time that a mob spends running doesn't scale with the key level. And so the more you have a strat that has a lot of time with mobs running, the better that scales into high keys, and the worse it scales into the low keys.
The problem with that is also, though, like, at some point, like, say we're going to watch the TGP, we're having myths in the TGP, you're not going to have teams pulling through the wall, but that's mostly going to be because your tank can't live.
Exactly.
Like, there's also a level where your tank just dies.
It's kind of like a U-shaped thing, right? Where it's like it gets better, and then it starts getting worse again as the as the key gets really high. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the different formats, MDI, TGP, it plays into different aspects or strengths. But, I mean, amazing to see there with that. I mean, Polish Mountain will have moved ahead here. They'll be facing off with Missed Count when we get here into our lower finals, right? And it's ironic as we're looking at these two going head-to-head. I mean, we didn't have to think about it too much earlier, but now we certainly do. How do you think they're going to match up here?
I think this is... I think the realistic scenario here is that Polish Mountain is likely to be a team that is now just happy they've qualified and might not have potentially practiced for this matchup too much. The dungeon pool might not be in their favor. Could always be surprised, though, but I highly suspect this is going to be a very, very miscount favored matchup.
I mean, it seems likely, right? It seems likely. Missed Count really did have a strong performance earlier, and Polish Mountain, they have been steadily climbing back up to where I think we kind of anticipated their performance to be coming into Group A weekend with the MDI. But, of course, I mean, they wanted to qualify. That was one of their goals earlier, and they did do that, and that's a huge achievement for them that they should be incredibly proud of. Either way, I think whoever wins this one, it's going to make for a very exciting match against Perplexed, whether it's the kind of unexpected Polish Mountain or it's that rematch with Missed Count. But we will have that match. We'll have our match here in the lower finals coming up in just a couple minutes. Everybody, until then, grab a little water, shake it out. I mean, we had some wild matches. We were all yelling, and if any of you did too, or even if you didn't get hydrated, take care of yourselves, and we'll be seeing you in just a few minutes.
No matter who you are or where you're from, we all share a common need for human connection.
When you have this online world, it's more than a game. It's a community. It's where your friends are.
Mats Sten, known to many as Evelyn, faced immense adversity in his life. Yet he never allowed it to crush his indomitable spirit or his compassionate heart.
Interacting with Mats online showed me somebody who cared, somebody who always had time for others.
He was a key contact and often the first person that you spoke to when you logged on, because he was always very welcoming and interested in what other people were doing and, you know, how they were feeling and so forth.
Mats was born with this severe muscle disease. He got his diagnosis when he was 4 years old. We as parents were told that he would have a very limited life. Gradually he would lose all of his strength in his muscles, and in the end the heart is also a muscle.
Despite his limitations, he found freedom and adventure in Azeroth. Through the game, he lived a rich life and made a significant impact on countless people.
Mats could almost only move his fingers, and he sat in Norway and he helped people all over Europe.
Mats chose to present himself as Evelyn, an eager and charismatic detective. World of Warcraft has a unique power when it comes to connecting people. We are forming online communities like this. You're meeting in a way where what you look like, your age, your gender, your nationality isn't the first thing people see. What matters are the connections we are making.
Mats was very central in connecting everybody, you know, so he was very good at holding the guild together and communicating with all of us. We had somebody whose house burned down, and they were saying that they got care packages from the guild, that the guild was the only people that they could talk to about it.
A guy from Denmark was on the spectrum. He hadn't been to school for 3 years. He had locked himself inside, and Mats helped him back to school again. So like over 50 stories like this. He made a huge impression around the world and changed the lives of so many people.
I know these connections have helped me through tough times. Without it, my life would have looked so very much different.
Now, after learning and reading the story about Mats, we understand that there is much more to this gaming community, because it is not games. These are real social interrelations that you have with other people. 10 days after his passing, we had his burial, and to that funeral, people came from all over Europe.
Mats's journey is a testament to the human spirit, showing us that no matter the obstacles life presents, we have the strength to overcome them. In honor of Mats and the positive impact he made on so many players' lives in World of Warcraft, we are happy to introduce the Revan Pack in support of Cure Duchenne, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving and extending the lives of those affected by Duchenne muscular dystrophy. By purchasing this pack benefiting Cure Duchenne, you will receive Revan, an adorable little fox themed after Ebelin's detective persona, along with a special backpack. This enchanting duo brings a touch of warmth, letting players carry the essence of Mats's adventurous spirit on all their journeys.
We want to renew and confirm our commitment to making sure whoever wants to play our game can. And that's doing research, talking to communities with accessibility needs and wants, and making sure that we're committed to allowing anyone who wants to play World of Warcraft to have that opportunity.
Support Cure Duchenne today with the Revan Pack, inspired by the remarkable life of Ibelin. The Revan Pack will benefit Cure Duchenne, the global nonprofit leader in research, patient care, and innovation for improving and extending the lives of those with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Available now until January 7th in the Battle.net shop and WoW in-game store. Every single time I see that video, I'm so touched by just what it means to get to share these worlds, these games, these events together. So thank you all for being here. We say it at the end of show, but really, thank you for being here, and thanks for being in the lives of your guildies and other people out there. You never know how big of a difference it might make. So we're excited to be here. We've had our teams bringing it here with their all this weekend, making a difference as they come together to fight it out and to push forward in the Mythic Dungeon International. But man, we've got kind of a wild matchup coming up here with Miscount and Polish Mountain down here in the lower finals. I mean, while some of the pressure is off, right, because we've got those global finals positions sorted, we have our top three, this is still going to be, I think, a matchup that is going to bring a lot between these two teams as they kind of feel each other out and see what might be ahead even with the global finals. So, I mean, Dratnos, these two teams, underdog, perhaps, Polish Mountain, missed count, looking strong, but do you think there's anything unexpected between these two that might be ahead?
So I'm a little bit worried for Polish Mountain because we're starting off this series in a little map known as the Dawnbreaker, which Polish Mountain have not looked especially good in.
I didn't even see.
Yeah,
it's cursed. It's cursed.
We're starting off here. From there, Miscount banned the Arakara, so we'll be moving on to a dungeon called Necrotic Wake. That is another dungeon with a fairly high degree of volatility. It's one that we have yet to see Polish Mountain actually play in, so that one could be good news for them. And then we would move into a City of Threads if we need a decisive Game 3, which I predicted we would. We'll see that when the predictions come out in a little bit, but I'm sort of not in love with that prediction anymore. I feel like this Dawnbreaker is a huge advantage dungeon for missed count based on what we've seen so far.
You know, we have our predictions. Chat, get your predictions into that Dawnbreaker. Polish Mountain couldn't ban it out because it's the first one, but they've really struggled on Dawnbreaker. It seems like of all of them, I think it was labeled as their kryptonite. I mean, Tuttles, is there a chance, there's got to be a chance, that because they've seen it a few times, that they are going to have that extra practice, they're going to run it? Or do you think that this is going to be one they're just tossing?
Well, in theory, they're supposed to be like very practiced for this dungeon, having had to have played it this will be the third time now.
They spent a lot of time in it in those runs as well, so they got a lot of practice time.
Now, the thing that I'm like the most confused about is the way that they're wiping in this dungeon is always like, it's to like one of the courtyard pulls. And so it seems like kind of random that they're wiping to a pull that it's like, oh, I accidentally shot the orb too close, and then it ended up wiping my group. I think that there's a world where they can actually like clean up the issues that they have been having, and they can have a clean run in this dungeon. I don't think it's impossible. Now, the impossible part, I think, is probably going to be being faster than Miscount. I think that Miscount is a team that we are looking at as potential candidates to win the entire MDI, whereas Polish Mountain, we were like, they'll probably make it to the Global Finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Miscount, they haven't been without their stumbles, right, over the course of the weekend.
Yes.
But again, they are just an incredibly strong team, and I think today they really did show a lot of their sort of strategies, their mindset, the pre-planning and practice that they've done come together in a way that even though they ended up down here in the lower finals, that wasn't because of really sloppy play or anything. That was just because Perplexed just nailed it, right? And I mean, Zyronic, I think this is going to be a tough one over here, but if it were you, what would you be focusing on as they go head-to-head here with Miscount?
I'm looking at our predictions, and I've noticed that Dratnos has decided to put 2-1 as his prediction. Dratnos, do you actually have a reason for that, or are you just trying to be nice so that we didn't all just say 2-0?
I may have made this prediction before I knew that we were going to be on Dawnbreaker, Necrotic Wake, and City of Threads. I think that might be the worst possible... this might have been the worst 5 dungeons we could have had in this series, and then the Arkar banned, the Stone Vault banned. I'm deeply worried for Polish Mountain, but I'm a believer. I'm still a believer they can get a game at least in the series.
Well, I think my 2-0 prediction came before I knew what the map pool is, but I think I'm more solidified in my prediction now. But who knows? We could always see just a wrench thrown in the cogs here, and we do have one with the Ret Paladin coming out from Thanner on missed count. We have seen Ret Paladin earlier in the weekend, but it wasn't from one of our top teams, so let's see just what this class can do. This Ret Paladin does a ton of damage, and it seems like it always has that damage available to them, so let's see just how good it is in this dungeon. Usually we see teams hold one of their cooldowns at least on this first pack so they can have it available for the next pack. I think it might have been Thanner who's holding on to his cooldowns here so they can do a little bit more damage on this Ritualist coming up.
So Herald of the Sun Ret has damage cooldowns like every 30 seconds. I think they always have damage.
Yeah, they just always have damage, right?
You know what's funny? I'm pretty sure Thanner during the Race World first played Ret like twice. So he's a healer main, but I think he actually ended up playing Ret for, I want to say it was like Brood Twister prog or Nexus Princess Kaiveza prog. So he's very well versed at playing that Ret Paladin. It's very funny to see that he just randomly decided to pick it up. I'm shocked because Ret is something that I would describe as very good in pugs. It's a pug stomp spec. Incredible burst, always having cooldowns, that kind of situation. But for any amount of sustained damage, it's normally not seen as that great. And I think that there's some other specializations that teams have tended to want to play a little bit more here. Obviously, you end up dropping the Death Knight, which the Death Knight last patch was one of the best specs in the game to play this Ret Pally. I wonder what they're going to get the value out of the Ret Pally, or if it's just purely for damage, because Thanner is like cooking right now, just looking at the damage meter.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the unholy, not the unholy also, but the Frosty K cooldowns,
yeah,
they seem like they're so value for a certain pack, but then their damage for the packs outside of their cooldowns it's kind of bad. Whereas in a dungeon like this, where you're pulling big pulls pretty consistently outside of 2-minute cooldowns, having damage available for every pull, and sometimes even multiple times a pull, seems really good. One of the biggest problems for Polish Mountain in this key, you were alluding to the courtyard pull that they've just chain-fed deaths to over and over again, whether it be to just not being able to kill a trash or having extra casts go off horribly. If they have the damage all the time with the Ret Paladin, they don't have to worry about doing one of those trash pulls before the boss without
He's top
cooldowns.
damn right now. Is he the greatest to ever do it?
He just
You know
might
what's
be.
funny? He's I think this is his 4th unique spec that he's played this weekend so far. So he played Serve Hunter, he's played both Frost and Unholy Death Knight, and now he's busting out this Ret Paladin.
Okay, that's a good stat. I wasn't aware of that. That's some good versatility coming out of Thenner here. What a guy. And it's working out for them at the start here as well, as they have pulled the boss slightly before Polish Mountain here. You can see they've got a 20% boss HP advantage here. We'll see if that Ret Paladin is going to continue to open up the gap towards Polish Mountain, or if Polish Mountain's going to be able to use those Frosty Gate cooldowns to speed up some of the massive AoE pulls in the middle section of the dungeon. But I don't know, man. This Ret Paladin's looking pretty good on the single target damage, too.
I mean, Crims is zapping the boss a little bit, too, for missed count. But Polish Mountain on the right side of the screen there, able to actually get Speaker Shadow Crown pushed. Missed count was probably like 10 or 15 seconds ahead coming into the boss, and Polish Mountain just really put their foot on the gas, just dealing single target damage here.
Have to see. The problem here as well, I mean, that was with the damage cooldowns from the Frosty K2. The Breath of Cindergosa pillar combo was popped on full, and the damage is just lacking for that spec, it seems. We'll have to see if that continues to be the trend.
Ironic, calling for buffs to Frost.
No. I am definitely not doing that.
It's ironic saying that Frosty K needs to get buffed.
No.
10% more actually.
We are absolutely fine with where that spec is right now. They can blast the AoE pulls. I'll do the single target.
I wonder if they lost the breath at all. Like, I wonder if Jura ended up losing any of his uptime on his Breath of Cindergosa. Because the fact that he's only doing 700k DPS on this boss while having Prestige CDs is, I think it's a little bit lower than I would have anticipated. Anyways, looking to the left side of the screen here, we have Miscount. They have entered the chapel area. They're getting ready to pull the first mini-boss. Now, there's a question as to what trash mobs and how much trash are they going to be looking to pull with this mini-boss. And as you saw us pan to, AJ looks like he's getting prepared to run outside. And it looks... Oh, wow, they're actually going to fight inside here. I think that this is going to be 3 Manifested Shadows with the mini-boss. So this looks like 2 packs of trash on top of the boss. We've seen some teams before play about 3 packs. But it looks like Polish Mountain, is electing to play 3 of those packs of trash as well, tanking that. Ooh, even 4 packs, tanking that mini boss outside. But they have a death. Yete goes down. They do end up committing that battle res, and Yete immediately dies from the Black Hail ground effect again. I think that this is going to be a catastrophe. Polish Mountain, Yete is going to be able to run back off of the Dawnbreaker, but how long can their Prot Warrior be able to live? And that power infusion ends up getting delayed for a very long time as well, desyncing the offensive CDs.
I think they were a little safer than we otherwise would have mentioned. The biggest thing here is that 30 seconds of death timer that they've gone away with. That is going to be a huge deal. And this is just more of the same from Polish Mountain. We were talking about this pre-dungeon here. For some reason, in between the first and second boss, they still have yet this weekend to find a way to do this dungeon with 0 deaths. They always find a way to just have one weird thing happen to them. The good thing is, though, they were eventually able to get through the pole, but they're just falling further and further behind. And look at the damage on that pole there. Frosty K just not doing what it needs to be doing up against the Ret Paladin for missed count.
I think Thanner just might be the greatest. I don't think there's much more to it. Yeah, the GOAT. Swinging that hammer around. All right, and Miscount is able to dispatch the heal check mini-boss in front of Grandma's house, and now they are moving over to this orb mini-boss at the final area. So they do have Bloodlust available. The meta strat for this dungeon right now is to save Lust, and you're going to do a courtyard pull with the orb mini-boss, and then the Lust is going to be pressed on the next pull that is following this for missed count. They're going to pull a decent amount of these Dark Casters into the boss, and then pop Lust with all of their offensive CDs. You see that Power Infusion and the Ascendants are coming up for Missed Count, as well as that Death Mark. And so this will allow Missed Count to be able to just completely blow up the trash. And so it's perfect pacing. I don't think that they could have a more perfect timer and grasp on their offensive CDs than they have right now, Zyro.
Here it goes. Like you said, Trash Pack dead. Cooldown's just coming off cooldown. Kira's off to gather just a couple extra trash mobs into this boss. The 2 by the fountain alone are not enough for them. Boss engaged. Bloodlust is up. Damage cooldown's coming out. Ascendant's sure to follow from Crims here, and there it is.
The PI.
With the AG as well on top of the PI, there should be no way anybody goes down here. And that pack is getting absolutely melted. Look at the damage from Crims here doing unholy DK numbers. Bursting at 17 million DPS. The trash is dead. Only 1 mob left alive. And the boss is already sub 30%, less than 30 seconds into the poll. Just a masterclass of execution there from Missed Count.
It's the small things, too. It's all in the details as well. What you didn't notice was that they had the Ascension Orbs spawn, which also give haste, and they killed off 9 of those immediately, and then they left 1, and AJ walked up and feared it at the last possible second, giving them the longest refresh possible. In addition to that, we saw Crims hit that 16 million DPS mark. He's, of course, getting Power Infusion, but a lot of that comes down to the fact that Thanner and Yargi aren't padding on that trash. They are full single targeting the boss and letting Crims funnel as much damage as possible into that boss. Of course, Yargi does get some funnel damage. He's going to be utilizing it a little bit, but players have a tendency to want a hard AoE. Most Ret Paladins and your pugs will be pressing Divine Storm there. Thanner, the most ethical Ret Paladin of all time, electing to only press Templar's Verdict and not Divine Storming all those trash mobs.
Yeah, I think the important thing as well, it wasn't just the Enhanced Shaman popping off. Like you mentioned, Thanner and the Rogue trying to focus as much as possible, even though the Enhanced popped at 17 mil. The Ret was doing 10 mil. The Rogue was doing 8 or 9 mil. All of them were just trucking that pull, and that led to that boss dying essentially in the Bloodlust, and we are now engaging Rashanan sub 9 minutes. This has the potential to be the fastest Dawnbreaker that we've seen all weekend so far. Just how fast can they go? Of course, this first phase is somewhat capped in its progression by the 2 sets of bombs that push the boss, but the damage you do to the boss is important now. They've fixed the way that the boss HP works. At the beginning of the patch, it was a little bit weird. There was like a 4% amount of damage you had to do in the last phase, but they've changed it now to where the boss should always die at 60%. So phase 1 damage does matter here. You want to blast as much as possible. First set of bombs now going into the boss. AJ is going to be doing most of the work for the team here. This Ascension buff that they're getting right now is pretty nice as well. Going to give them a bunch of extra haste to do some boss damage with.
Okay, how fast was the Perplexed Dawnbreaker, Zyro? Do you have the numbers on that pulled up right now?
Perplexed Dawnbreaker was a 11:27.
An 11:27.
I think Missed Count are on pace to go sub 11 here. This could be very fast. This boss is going to die very, very soon after spawning, I think.
So whenever you throw all 6 of these barrels, the boss actually ends up getting pushed to 65.2. So you have to do 5.2% of the boss's HP from 65.2 down to 60% to be able to kill the boss. We don't have decimals right now at the 62%, but the boss dies at 60% flat. That's all that you need to know. So they probably have what is effectively 40-ish% of the boss HP remaining before this boss ends up dying. Now, they do, of course, not have something like Bloodlust, but that's not going to matter. They're going to have most of their offensive CDs here coming up in 55-ish seconds. And so that's going to be about the same time that the Perplexed timer of this dungeon was over. I think that Missed Count is going to end up having a relatively similar timed run, Zyro. Maybe a little bit slower even.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. As I mean, like you said, this 62 could actually be like 61.6 with the whole numbers showing. The boss could be a little bit lower than that, right? So we'll have to see just how quickly this boss dies for them. If it pushes over to 61 quickly, that means that they are actually quite close to finishing it off. We'll have to see.
I guess I assume that it never rounded up like that.
Well, that definitely wasn't the case. It took them a while to push it over to 61%, so it's going to be close. Remember, the time to beat for the fastest Dawnbreaker of the weekend is that 11:27. Can Missed Count pull it off? Polish Mountain are doing their best to keep it close, but those deaths cost them so much time. The 2-minute cooldowns are up for Missed Count, but like you mentioned, it's going to be a very, very similar time. End result, though, Miscount with an absolute masterclass of a dungeon. This is what we expect from this team, and with Roshanon flying away, they have completed the dungeon with a time of 11:29, putting them right within grasping distance of that time set by Perplexed earlier in the week.
Fiddle left the group and logged off the Ret Paladin immediately. He said, no more Ret. He said, I'm out of here.
I'm done with this. I did what I needed to. I came here. I can put down my sword, my shield. It's amazing. Miscount taking this victory here at that incredibly close time, 11:29, right neck and neck with Perplexed that they put up earlier. And now, Polish Mountain, this one, it continues to prove to be the bane of their existence. Something about that city area, something about that particular area between those packs, I just don't know. But they really, really struggle with it, where Miscount, obviously, they just excelled. I mean, there was some incredible gameplay there from Miscount, be it their DPS output, team coordination, all of these things, right? We saw this especially with that burn on Anubi Kaj. And, you know, Tettles, you talked about it a bit in the moment, but can you kind of touch again on just like how Miscount just excels, like how this all came together for them?
I think that they actually like to come up with their own strats as opposed to just like copying what a pre-existing or like pre-known strategy will be for this dungeon. And you actually see it resonate with their live gameplay a lot, where a lot of people will end up copying some of the other top runs from other teams, whereas Miscount, more often than not, they're writing the blueprint for what they want to see. And they're also not afraid to take risks, right? And the risk in this case would actually be looking to play that Ret Paladin. And if you look at the effective DPS of that Ret Pally, you know, it does about the same damage as the Rogue here. Most people would have gone with the safe and conservative Frost Death Knight because that's what Thanner's been playing all weekend. Why wouldn't you play a Frost DK here? But that Ret Paladin, really, I thought they got a lot of good value out of the damage that Ret Pally was going to be providing. And I think if we had like a damage meter to look at boss damage on the second boss of this dungeon, you would see that everybody was contributing a substantial amount, and they just let the Enhancement Shaman funnel it as opposed to wanting to like AoE all that trash off.
I mean, yeah, that was a really interesting pick there. I mean, having that in the mix,
Dude,
I mean, again, we've talked about
look at his
Go ahead.
HPS.
Yeah. The healing was pretty wild.
152k HPS by Thanner. What in the world?
Ret might just be the spec.
There might have been a real reason that they brought this in. It looks like, man, I mean, that is pretty incredible though, because again, it goes to show we've just seen a huge range of classes and specs this particular MDI as things keep shaking out in what we might consider a meta. And yeah, that did a lot. So let's go ahead. Dratnos, I mean, both the teams did a lot here. Give us your insights into the map.
Yeah, I was also trying to identify what the rationale is behind the Ret Paladin. One other benefit that I was thinking of, in addition to that off-healing, that, you know, extra saving lives, you can see there's a bop out right here, so there's a couple of spots where if you're grouping mobs up, you can maybe have somebody be immune to that physical damage, but it's also just a damage profile that might be better for this sort of dungeon. You know, you're doing these small pulls, then you're getting on your flying mount, and you're going somewhere else. Ret Paladin just can always have damage. They can just land, they can do their damage, they can be happy, they can have a 10-second pull, they can be happy. A Frost DK can't do that. A Frost DK needs to get value out of Breath of Sindragosa every 2 minutes, or else it's disastrous, right? The spec is so sad. So I think that might be part of the cost benefit here as well, is just a little bit more flexible, happier with these small pull and then get on your flying mount and then go somewhere else. That might be part of it also. I'm not super confident in it, though. Here we can see the Polish Mountain, the Black Hail, B-Res, Black Hail death again. Good news for Polish Mountain, only 2 deaths this run, though. That's better than the 3 and 4 we've seen in their previous Dawnbreakers, so the chart with upwards trend is looking good for them once we do get to the Global Finals. And another cool little thing, check this out. AJ here, aerial halt. Rarely used button on the dragon riding mount. Yeah, it was added in the middle of Dragonflight, but you can press it and instantly stop yourself. Actually, really nice to be precisely where you want to be in a map like this. So, you know, if you're not used to pressing that button on your dragon riding mount, maybe give it a try. It also refunds 1 vigor if you're going fast enough to have Thrill of the Skies active. So these are the little dragon riding min-maxes that you know, lead to MDI success.
I think I took that off my bars.
Yeah, put it back on.
Put it back on. Get it back on.
That goes on number 5 on your bar.
I mean, we had a little discussion earlier about, from a speedrunning perspective, whether or not the normal flying or the dragon riding was going to be something that was stronger, right? I mean, in a speedrunning competition. But I mean, Dratnos, those little tricks aside, was there anything else you wanted to add on from your thoughts with this map?
I would say again, Polish Mountain not looking that. They're looking better and better. Every time they show up in Dawnbreaker, they're getting a little better. But now we're moving into the Necrotic Wake. I'm still feeling okay about my 2-1 prediction here, but I'm definitely not feeling great about it. Miscount looked phenomenal in this dungeon, and the confidence as well to bust out that rep pally. That was something that, I don't know, Mike was talking to me about this because he's our replay operator, also MDI, TGP veteran.
What a great replay op, by the way.
But it brought up the great point of, like, how do you even think of doing rep pally in that dungeon, right? Like, how do you decide that might be good and then spend the practice time on doing it and actually make that deviation? That's such a confident play from Miscount. Definitely something that if they win our whole day and we get to interview them at the end of the day, I would love to talk to them about.
We'll keep it in mind for sure, but we're keeping in mind too that we're heading into the Necrotic Wake here, which is one that's seen a little bit less play over the course of the weekend. But it's ironic between these two teams. I mean, obviously, Miscount is on a roll, but Polish Mountain, I think, want to stay in the fight. With this dungeon, how do you think both the teams are going to approach it?
I think Polish Mountain, this is a tough one for them, right? Because looking at the matchups that they've had previously this weekend, they haven't played a Wake yet. This is not a dungeon that they would have really considered being in their pool. Unless they expected to win the matchup against Team Name, they might still have this practice. It was the first round matchup in the second round if they would have won. So, I don't know, it's hard to say, but, you know, after they ended up losing that first round matchup, there was no reason for them to practice Necrotic Wake, unless they were able to win the qualifying match. So, I suspect this is a dungeon they haven't put that much time into practicing this weekend. Unless they're an absolutely insane team with a crazy route here, I think the chances of them winning this map are relatively small, especially when you consider the fact that the time that we saw Miscount run this key earlier this weekend, they had a perfect run. 0 deaths, 11.5 minutes. It was about as good as you can expect in this key.
Okay, so counterpoint. This was a time trial dungeon, so you should at least have like a decent baseline route for this place.
That's fair. Time trial was also a 10, though, so it's a little bit more difficult. We'll have to see. This first pull is not going to change based off the dungeon level unless you're talking about getting into the upper push levels.
Unholy.
I think they'd go for it anyway. We have Unholy for both teams here, and you can immediately see why we bring that spec in this key. Thaner almost hitting 30 million DPS on these ads. Unbelievable. Some could that damage is unholy, man. Like, how else can you say it? Now, all of the tiny little trash mobs are dead for both teams, but one thing is similar: the Gatekeeper are both still alive for Miscount. Polish Mountain actually have finished off their one Gatekeeper that they pulled in, though.
Yeah, I mean, Polish Mountain is a little bit faster on the boss right here. Looking at the boss HP. Maybe they were actually able to get, like, even though Thaner had a higher peak in terms of the damage that he was outputting, maybe more of the damage for Polish Mountain has actually gone into the boss here. But Miscount is actually now trying to accelerate a little bit as both of these teams are pulling that last Gatekeeper. That Gatekeeper is going to need to go down before Polish Mountain and Miscount are going to be able to get out of this area. And Miscount is actually doing something very smart, and they're keeping that Flesh Crafter alive and making sure that all of those cleavers get thrown into Blightbone. It looked like one of those throw cleavers was what ended up finishing off Blightbone for Miscount, and Polish Mountain is going to be finishing off that boss as well. Just one Patchwork Soldier remaining for them, and I actually think that they got a little bit of a better result out of this exchange here. Miscount is still on the left side of your screen, finishing off one of the Corpse Harvesters. I wonder if the trash didn't get grouped up well enough for them.
Didn't get grouped as well, but they did actually have one trash pack extra in the AoE there.
Well, they do have more count, you're right.
Could be a little bit of a difference there. We
what do you do with
skips
that?
Coming out from both teams. I'm not actually quite sure what you could skip with that. Maybe it's just one of these middling trash packs. You can see for both teams, the healer moving ahead, tagging both of those skeletal marauders to pull them into the next big trash pack that we've pulled on top of Narzuda, the mini-boss here. And once again, the unholy cooldowns are back up and ready for this massive AoE blitz. Not quite as impressive as the first one. There's no power infusion until just now at the tail end of the cooldowns.
Oh my god, Jura died!
No Bloodlust to help, but Jura has gone down for Polish Mountain. That's the unholy DK cooldowns
He's
gone.
a B-res too!
This is really unfortunate.
Oh, and the fear! Oh my god, the fear almost went off.
Okay. They're going to have to finish off this trash pack. Both of these Marauders plus the Sorcerer are still alive. And they're going to have to do this. Ideally, well, the cooldowns were already popped for both the Rogue and the Enhanced Shaman, so not ideal. You've lost your Unholy DK cooldowns. You've also lost your one and only battle res for the next 8 minutes. If anyone dies that isn't the Shaman, you don't have a way of getting them back up.
Yeah, I mean, that's really scary too. The Shadow Wells, the amount of Shadow Wells that they have out right there can absolutely kill off any of their melee. And now look at this, Polish Mountain. Oh, wow. A lot of teams actually end up sending their healer a bit ahead to activate the RP on the second boss here, while the team ends up killing off that one Necromancer. But instead, Polish Mountain there just utilizing the Shadow Meld in order to be able to get that spear, and missed count actually on the left side of your screen as well, doing some Shroud strategy. How much trash are they going to pull, and how much are they going to pull into a Marth? As it looks like Polish Mountain here might be posturing to pull some trash into a Marth, but they might be pulling this by itself. And AJ actually ends up going down to the Skeletal Monstrosity Shatter. So the Shatter from the Skeletal Monstrosity has a fervent style ability where if your tank is too far from that monstrosity, it can actually hit the nearest target. I've seen it happen on live a couple of times.
Looks like AJ went ahead and started
pulling
trash on top of the boss. That's an AJ death. That's an AJ death. They don't have a res. That res was already used. They have to do this boss without their healer. Resetting the boss doesn't do a whole lot because you're still in combat with the trash. The only thing it allows AJ to do is release, but he still has to run back to the group. Kira's going to go down. Kira dies. This is going to be a full wipe for miscount. That's a minute 15 seconds added to the board for them.
Well, that's bad.
That is incredibly bad. Polish Mountain, they've gotten through the majority of the trash they pulled on top of Marth here, and with the boss engaged, it looks like they're ready to go. Power Infusion off cooldown being used instantly. I'm assuming either on the Rogue or the Enhanced Shaman, probably the Enhanced Shaman to help cleave down these adds. All they really have to make sure they do in order to stabilize here is just finish off the trash that the boss spawned. They still have a crossbowman up on the side there, have to dodge that necrotic breath from the boss, will easily be a one-shot on this key level. And yeah, with the crossbowman dead, they're not going to be too worried about taking any extra damage from the final harvest here. Just the final two Marauders to finish off, and they only have to worry about the boss titles. Polish Mountain, they might be able to take a game off of miscount, and Drados is going to be making us all look silly here with his 2-1 prediction.
Bro, they had a Marauder fear go off. that was actually very scary for Polish Mountain. But again, I think that whenever we talk about this dungeon, was something that we iterate on over and over again and reiterate just as much as possible, is the fact that this dungeon is very volatile. And whenever we're talking about how volatile it is, it comes down to the fact that if you end up missing one interrupt, if you end up accidentally standing in a shadow well, if you accidentally end up getting hit by these zero telegraphing frontals from the Marauders, you can actually die rather quickly. And for missed count, you know, I think that both of AJ's deaths are really, really unlucky. Like, of course, he could have outplayed them, right? He could have been in a position to where he's not going to get fervented by that skeletal monstrosity. He could have been in a position where he doesn't get frontaled by the Marauder. But I think that it's just a situation where it is very unfortunate, and because of how easy it is to just make one very minor positioning mistake in this dungeon, that's why this dungeon is so difficult. And on the right side, I don't think Polish Mountain is really out of it either. Like, I feel like you're kind of writing miscount off to automatically lose here, but I think that there's a chance that Polish Mountain could wipe to a pull right here.
Easily, and you really can't afford to pull small, right? You have the Unholy DK in your group. You have to go for the pulls to make full use of that class, to make sure that they can do the damage output necessary to finish off these classes, and it just really leans into their damage profile to do these massive pulls. And here we go, first pull in the Necropolis, all but one trash pack pulled together here. The Unholy cooldown's not quite ready, but they just now come out cooldown, but Yute has gone down. That is a no-res death, and that is a Fleshcrafter Cleaver taking him out here. We'll have to hope that the AG from Raph can keep the team alive until the healer flies back up, but that is a long, slow, painful RP flight session. Fortunately for Polish Mountain, though, most of the trash is dead here, but they're letting Repair Flesh cast on this creation, which is going to be a problem for their tank, but it looks like they're going to be okay. As the Fleshcraver Cleavers will finish off the final mobs. Scary moment for Polish Mountain, but they're able to make it through.
All right, let's talk about the Fleshcrafter a little bit. So on the side of Polish Mountain, you're already seeing Yete have a mob mind controlled. That mob is a Fleshcrafter. It has an ability called Throw Cleaver. The Throw Cleaver ability, for those who are uninitiated, does friendly fire damage to targets. Whether it be the one from the trash mobs, whether it be the one from these assistants that you're seeing on screen, every single time that you see the ability Throw Cleaver, it does damage to other mobs. The big thing that you're going to see here is that this is a forced gauntlet that you have to kill all of the mobs to be able to deal with. Now, what that doesn't factor in is if you actually have a Fleshcrafter mind controlled. If you have a Fleshcrafter mind controlled, you can bypass one mob of that forced gauntlet, and it ends up being that Fleshcrafter. And what these teams are going to be doing is they're going to continue to bring that Fleshcrafter with them throughout the ending area of this dungeon. Every single time that Throw Cleaver goes off, it does about 50 million damage ish. I mean, obviously it depends on key level. It's like 50 million ish. And so it's very, very valuable to have. You see Gorgrind go from 95% HP to 70% HP with just one Fleshcrafter Throw Cleaver, and that allows you to do other very unique things. I think we saw a miscount earlier this weekend, one phase Surgeon Stitch Flesh with Throw Cleavers that they otherwise wouldn't have gotten. Surgeon Stitch Flesh would have gotten that escape off in other situations, and it also decreases your now Thor kill time probably by a minute. And so min-maxing that mob is very, very valuable. But this is the downside, right? Wrath ends up going down, and if you don't have perfect management of that Throw Cleaver and your positioning isn't absolutely pristine, you can have more deaths. And Polish Mountain is continuing to rack up the deaths here, Zyro.
Every single one of these deaths is just another opening for Miscount to get back in. Miscount, that minute 15 barrier of deaths is now down to 45 seconds. Any extra deaths really leaves the door open for Miscount. Like you said, though, Miscount are one entire trash pull behind right now, and this is forced RP. So they really don't have any way of speeding this up other than actually making sure they hit every single one of the Fleshcrafters. But there's another death for Raph. The Ankh actually not off cooldown this time is going to have to release and fly back up, so they're going to have to finish this trash pack off with one less DPS. Not the biggest deal because, like we've talked about, the throw cleaver from that Fleshcrafter is going to be the majority of the damage on Rot speed here. Please let that go in. Okay.
I'm actually kind of concerned. So, are you worried that Polish Mountain might not be able to one-phase Surgeon Stitch Flesh? Whenever we saw Miscount one-phase Surgeon Stitch Flesh, they barely beat it. How you one-phase Surgeon Stitch Flesh is you have to get him below 5% in the 35-second window that he is downstairs. I wonder if Polish Mountain are going to be able to have the DPS available to them to be able to actually get this one phase off. And whenever we saw Miscount do it, it was just the difference of one cleaver that hit Surgeon Stitch Flesh that really made that difference.
Here we go. Polish Mountain is into the burn phase. Miscount have pulled the boss, so they are ready to capitalize if Polish Mountain aren't able to do it. But with Surgeon Stitch Flesh already at 30% here, I think they're going to be okay. They have about another 10 seconds before the boss will jump back up. I think they are in the clear. That is the boss going down. It wasn't even close. Can Miscount match that pace and finish off Surgeon Stitch Flesh here? There is the spear onto the boss. This is taking actually quite a while for them to finish it off. That Fleshcrafter Throw Cleaver is not off cooldown for them. They need to pump out the damage here. The hook didn't hit the Morbid Fixate. That means Crims has to run. This boss is going to go back up.
The Polish Mountain is winning 100%. I don't think you can recover from that. I'm pretty sure it's completely over here. Polish Mountain would have to have a wipe from this position. Their Bloodlust has been popped. Their Fleshcrafter needs to teleport. Oh my god, they have a tank death!
Oh, tank dead! They have a res, though. They have a res, but Raph has died. No, Raph can Ankh, they can res the tank, but they cannot afford any further mistakes. The death timers are equal now. Any further death for Polish Mountain will instantly give the series back to Miscount. Miscount, though, having issues of their own with Surgeon Stitch Flesh still alive. They had two creations alive, taking damage on the group, but they are so fortunately able to finish off the boss. Polish Mountain, though. Here. The advantage is just the boss HP here. Boss at 50% with Miscount now getting ready to engage the boss. You have to play clean if you're Polish Mountain. This is a team that has been in these scenarios before and had mistakes. It happened to them in the Arakara earlier this weekend. They were barely able to eke out that match after the other team had issues of their own, but Miscount is not a team to make those problems. Can Polish Mountain finish this off? Miscount is making a run at this boss in the Bloodlust. They are catching up. Look at the boss HP for Miscount. They are only 10% away now. Polish Mountain had the boss at 50% when Miscount pulled.
Okay, Polish Mountain have their cooldowns coming back up. Look at this. They actually end up pressing that power infusion on the DK, and yet they ended up dying. Oh my god, they don't have a battle rest for him. So this is really bad as well, because players end up getting rooted on this boss, and there's a forced dispel. I don't Like, basically, if it goes on Jura can end up AMSing it off, but that's the only player that can actually have a good situation happen if this route goes on to them. And so now the boss is going to be dying for Polish Mountain here in 2%, but now we have a 15
seconds.
Okay, Miscount have 15 seconds to be able to kill off Now Throw the Rhinebinder. Now it's 10 seconds remaining as the boss shields itself, and 7%. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so close.
4, 3, 2, 1. Finish the boss. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Polish Mountain have somehow, some way managed to pull off the victory in this Necrotic Wake and will be sending us to a Game 3. But, oh man, that was by the tiniest of margins.
Whew. You know it's getting real when Tuttle stands up at his desk, which you all can't see, but let us know that we were enjoying it. We were enjoying it. I mean, oh my gosh, victory over there to Polish Mountain, but it was by a hair's breadth, or a hair's death, perhaps, in this case. I mean, again, we're seeing this Challenger's Peril just create this tension in matches that is just ridiculous. I mean, that was incredible. Looking here at the numbers that we saw, I mean, Zyronic. Okay, this one, Necrotic. All right, give us the lowdown as you look over all of the performance.
Take a second to just
Just
breathe here after the ending to that match.
Bro, I'm out of breath.
Less than just about a 2-second difference at the end of that key. What a match. Polish Mountain, they're going to feel very happy with themselves after that map. The fact that they were able to win that match with the mistakes they made, that's got to be a good feeling for them. And this, like I said, as someone who's been in this position before where you win your qualifying match for the finals, you kind of reach this point where you're like, I don't really care what happens after this. Let's just play to have fun. The fact that they're able to win a match while doing that is pretty awesome for them. Really happy, but we're still going. We got a Game 3 to go to after this. Can Polish Mountain steal a series win from Miscount here? It could happen. After seeing that dungeon. Anything is possible.
I mean, it really does make it feel like anything is possible with this one, because that was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, even seeing those deaths there on the final boss when it hit 7, I'm going, oh, Polish Mountain they have to have lost it here. And then the back and forth, I mean, it was incredible to see. But, I mean, Dratnos, you're going to be taking us into the replays here on a more analytical level. So from that perspective, what did you see this match?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, of course, that went wrong here. This is a cool Mind Soothe and run past skip, although, unfortunately, we can see there it just barely didn't quite work as intended. The priest utility in this dungeon is a lot of what I do want to be talking about, though. You can see grouping them up and then using those void tendrils to lock them in place. Very cool tech there. And then starting that boss RP, landing the grip. But you have those Bone Carvers now having pulled the monstrosity, right? And so that's why we have this death here from AJ, is those Bone Carvers were in combat, ran through and got aggro on the monstrosity and everything, and caused those to hit AJ. So that was how that went wrong there, was the cool priest utility with that grip up ends up going awry, and then the gruesome cleave being aimed in a different direction, and everything sort of going wrong from that time as the setup for this pull went wrong. But it all came back to the Mind Soothe and still just being a little bit too close. Luckily, they were able to reset the boss and keep it going, and that ended up mattering, right? How they recovered from that. They won by 2 seconds. It was because that recovery was good and was the best that they could manage. Priest utility in general in this dungeon is great. You got a mind control on this Flesh Crafter, which is very important. That saves you a bunch of time. It lets you start the next wave of RP. And then you get to keep the Flesh Crafter. You get to keep these extra cleavers for the remainder of the dungeon. And you just keep CCing it on CD of those throw cleavers. Lots of free damage on the trash, and then eventually it'll snap up to the last boss with you and give you a bunch of cleavers on the last boss as well. So extremely useful there. Of course, what ended up being the breaker here, right? Those 2 seconds still in favor of Polish Mountain, right? The recovery was close, but not quite enough for missed count, and things went wrong for both teams, but it ended up just being barely 2 seconds in favor of the Mountain, bringing us to that decisive Game 3. So cool to see.
This is a Poland v. Poland shootout. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, an incredible series. Very, very exciting. And, Anybody who predicted a 2-0 is probably feeling pretty silly right about now.
Oh yeah,
man,
you
nobody
think?
asked you.
Okay.
You'd probably be thinking some pretty sad thoughts about your predictive abilities if you'd been foolish enough to make such a prediction, is all I could say.
You were so annoying.
I mean, you know what, Dratnos? Okay, look, I have to give it to you. You predicted what none of us did.
Don't give him anything.
I'm going to give him this little bit, Tettles, but just this little bit, all right? You did predict 2-1. But, you know, we won't be giving you anything else on this. So I firmly believe that Miscount can make this comeback. But Tettles, I mean, that was wild. You were up out of your chair, you're seated again, you're ready, you're rooted. But, I mean, with these teams, as we see, we're heading into City of Threads next. Miscount versus Polish Mountain. Given the performance we just saw there on Necrotic Wake, do you think this one's going to be as close? Or do you think we're going to see a wider gap?
I think in theory, this should be Miscount, like, winning by probably 45, maybe even 45 seconds, maybe in a minute. Now, there is something that can happen to either team at the very beginning of this dungeon, which can be catastrophic. There's a shroud skip that we've seen even if a higher seeded team somehow messes up their shroud skip, that can cost you an insane amount of time. That would be a situation in which I think that Polish Mountain, if they're able to get their shroud skip, I think that they're in a great spot to potentially even be able to win the City of Threads. But say that both of them get the shroud skip and both of them are on even footing, I think that Miscount should have an advantage here.
We'll have to see if they're able to take advantage of that, because, I mean, that last one, I think, went wildly unexpectedly in how it went, you know, except for Dratnos, who was right just this once, and only this once. But
how much did you pay her?
Shh, Dratnos, don't say anything. It's alright, it's cool, it's cool. Dratnos is the best, everybody. Double thumbs up. Game 3, City of Threads, Miscount versus Polish Mountain. They are putting it all on the line here because this will determine who is going to be going on here to the grand finals of the Group A weekend. Both of these teams have their advantages and disadvantages, and while it seemed like it was going to be an underdog for Polish Mountain to come in here and win, they were able to get that map on the board. Miscount has to prove whether or not Tuttles is going to be correct in having this advantage, but we'll take a look as we get into it here. Zyronic, would you like to kick us off?
I would love to. City of Threads, a fitting match to determine who goes to the finals for the weekend here. Of course, one of our time trial keys, but on the lowest key level we have, so you just have all of the agency to go as big as possible with your polls, try to make it work, see what sticks, and we are off to the races at the start of the key. Mirror teams for both of the squads here. Shroud skip coming out from both teams. We've seen this go wrong in the past. Warrior has to make sure we get all the way around that beetle. Don't get too close to it to pull aggro on it. Both teams are through. Buff being gained from Polish Mountain. I didn't see if Miscount actually grabbed it.
They didn't.
I don't think they do. I don't see that purple glow on them.
They actually walk around the left side immediately off the bat, which means that they would have a much longer hat to be able to actually get that. Oh my gosh, dude, Miscount, the very beginning, that Royal Swarm Guard was perfectly flush with the frontal into the circle that they have to deal with for Orator. That was really, really scary for Miscount. The fact that they didn't have any deaths there is impressive.
There it is, though. Trash all dead for Miscount, and look at the difference. They didn't worry about grabbing that damage buff, and I think it paid off in spades for them. 30% advantage on the boss here. Having to wait for that RP for such a small buff on your characters for 30 seconds, they're really showing off that it might not be worth it here.
The buff is like 15% damage, 15% healing for 25 seconds. Would you wait 5 seconds for a buff like that?
Well, when you factor in that you're really only going to get like maybe 10 or 15 of it on the boss, absolutely not. If you're able to get all of it, sure.
Okay.
But the travel time afterwards is pretty rough, I'd say.
Okay, interesting.
Now, do we remember what Miscount strategy was for the Eyes of the Queen here?
Yes, they are Yargi and Kira walk together and they snap all of the Eyes of the Queen together. Basically, they kill off this mini boss solo. This is very atypical for like a live route, but what they're going to do is a lot of the mobs that are in this dungeon will snap if they are far enough away from targets. So what happens here is look at Yargi. Kira is right behind Yargi, and as they make it to this middle pillar here, Yargi's going to dismount, and Kira's going to also dismount as well, and Yargi's going to Tricks of Trade Kira. And you can see that being pressed right here. This is great. Now Yargi is going to run all the way over to the far side Eye of the Queen. AJ's already grabbing his Eye of the Queen. Crims is grabbing his Eye of the Queen. And then they're going to snap all of these mobs all the way back to that beginning area. Yargi's actually going to jump into one of these webs as well and get ported all the way. Okay, maybe he's running, but more often than not, he's actually been getting ported all the way back to the beginning, depending on where that NPC is. But that, actually doesn't even look like they snapped.
I don't think the tricks happened. That was a little unfortunate.
Oh, that's not great, Zyro.
That's not great. It's going to cause this final Eye of the Queen to get back to the group a lot
They lose
later
time
than it
off
normally
that.
would. As long as Yargi's able to live, he does have
They
the
get the-
Cloak of
they get the
Shadows for
Lord
the Void
pulled
Rush.
They body pulled the Lord. Okay, so they pulled the Lord
I think
for
they
count.
want the Lord for count. This is going to be scary. That Swarm debuff on top of the Void Rushes could easily take players out. AJ's going to have to do a ton of healing here. Crims is going to have to help as much as possible. Hopefully the AG is active to help. We don't see that on our bars here, but I think it is helping. You can see Crims doing about 300k HPS here, so definitely helping out here. That next Swarm debuff is going to be dangerous here. Look at the ticking damage on the group. Void Rush is soon to follow from the final Eye of the Queen, and still having to dodge Null Slams from the Eyes of the Queen that are still active. It looks like they're going to be okay. Scary moment for Mist Count, but able to make it work.
Polish
even
Mountain
though
are
the
ahead.
snap didn't quite work for them. Polish Mountain, though, like you mentioned, no such issues on their side. They were able to get their pull together a lot more cleanly. Their Eyes of the Queen are mostly dead. This late snap,
Did
though,
that one reset?
is concerning. I'm not sure. I didn't see
Was
what
that a
happened for them.
snap? Oh, wait. Maybe they
Either
have one
way,
Eye of the Queen left. Oh, no.
That's going to cost them a lot of time. They have to single target this final Eye of the Queen down, where on the side of Miscount, you can see they've already got the Executor coming up to clear down that web for them. They're going to be ready to go to pull this boss in about 20 seconds. Polish Mountain haven't even started the RP yet.
Well, they're about to here in just a couple of seconds. So they're probably, 20 some odd. I think they're about the same 20 seconds off as they were from the first boss split. Okay. I thought they had all the Eyes of the Queen, but I think that, like you were saying, I think that they snapped in one late.
A little bit unfortunate. Maybe could have made up some time if the snap occurred at the same time
Now
as the
they're
other
gonna-
three.
now they're
and
gonna
they went
fight
for a
that
similar
Lord.
pull.
Yeah.
They're going to get the count here while they wait for the RP, so the count difference is not a major issue for them. That Lord is far, though. That Lord is very far. I don't know if... Will they be able to finish it off before the boss spawns? They could lose a little bit of time here.
It's a 9, probably. Like, I think you can probably kill this off in time on a 9. The
Either
RP
way,
takes a while.
Miscount onto the boss here. Something that I haven't seen teams execute flawlessly yet all weekend is the baiting of every single set of charges. If you're able to bait the charges into the wall, the bosses won't actually charge. They'll stay still. So what you can do is you can bait all 3 sets into the wall, the bosses will stay still, and you'll get free 2-target cleave the entire time without having to chase them around. So let's see if they can bait this perfectly. First step, neither one moves. Second step, neither one really moves. Third step, perfect.
Good job.
So that's exactly what you want to see. Great execution there from Miscount. Now, of course, they're going to port back to the middle of the room together and channel for a bit, but that's what you want to see. You want the perfect 2-target cleave.
Yeah. It's one of those situations, too, that whenever they do the synergistic step and they try to port into the wall, depending on the geometry of the wall and like how it just like is flush with the synergistic step or isn't, the mobs can actually move like a little bit and they can like backstep. And it, especially whenever you're playing this many melee, it actually gets... It's really easy to get those mobs separated on accident. But the way that Miscount were able to keep them grouped up for the entire time... They're about to be able to have the second boss dealt with so fast here, Zyro. This is an incredibly quick kill, and now they're moving on into the next area of this dungeon where we're going to watch Kira basically gather the entire world and do one huge pull on top of that Blood Guard.
And something else that's costing Polish Mountain time as well is they weren't able to get the synergistic step into the wall for all 3 of them. It charged. One of the bosses charged on the very first one, so their bosses were desynced and apart from each other for every single cast, which meant that they weren't getting that 2-target cleave. It was a huge time loss.
The boss movement here is so weird. Sometimes the boss, even like on pull, it can like disengage away from you. And like whenever you're playing a triple melee comp, if the mob does that random disengage away from you, you actually lose probably somewhere in the order of about 10 seconds. It's tragic.
And look at the gap here. That 21-second gap is now opening up to a 45-plus second gap. Missed count, not worried about Fangs of the Queen. They're already onto their mass AoE pull. Every single trash mob in this area pulled together on top of the Venom Shell. They're doing their best to burst the Venom Shell down as quickly as possible so they don't have to worry about any more poison debuffs. And with that dead, all they have yet to do is to make sure they don't let any of these orbs go into the trash mobs. Do not buff up that trash. Get the buff yourself. Looks like they're doing a great job of that. 8 stacks on them so far. Where are the other two going? Looks like they've already dealt with the healers, though. With no healers left alive, they don't have to worry about mobs standing in the back channeling those mending webcasts, and they can just move on to the rest of the dungeon and let those other mobs, those agile pursuers, just funnel on down. We're going to go spawn the boss.
Yeah, so something that I actually watch a lot of groups do on live is they actually end up enjoying fighting those blobs up top with all that other trash. But for an MDI situation, you hate stuff like that. You want to get the RP started as fast as possible. You'll do the trash into the boss, but the barrier is, of course, having that boss get spawned. So they literally just walk down there and they try to kill off the... Oh my god, the blob! Kira ends up getting melee to death by the Unnaturalers, and Thanner goes down too. There's going to be no battle res. Is Viscount going to lose off of getting melee to death?
This is a full wipe now. They do have recovery here. They could technically onk on Crims and res, but that would cost them a ton of time, and also they'd have to backtrack for a ton of their trash count. They have to release and take the flyer, but where is this flyer going to take them? I don't think it's going to take them all the way up to the
second boss room. Yeah.
This is a huge time loss. Miscount have thrown this into the hands of Polish Mountain.
Going to win. Oh my god.
Polish Mountain have dealt with the AoE. They've cleaned up most of the trash. They're into the coagulation boss room. And they have a very real chance of stealing a series from Missed Count here.
Bro, it's the voodoo, I'm telling you. It always comes back to voodoo. Okay, oh my god, dude, Missed Count has a bunch of Marauders and Conscripts that they still haven't killed in this area. Kira's going to have to regather the entire pull. Oh, man.
And it looks like Polish Mountain have cleaned up most of that trash. They're almost done with most of it, which means they're not going to be in danger. The Unnaturalers aren't just going to chain kill tankiers here. Polish Mountain, just keep it clean, keep it safe.
They cannot wipe. They cannot wipe.
They cannot have the Arakara happen. They cannot have the Necrotic Wake happen to them once again. It will not work out for them a third time. They need to keep it clean. 0 deaths are needed to finish off this dungeon, because you know Missed Count know they have to go for the absolute craziest pulls just to finish this off. Polish Mountain, can you pull it off?
Oh my gosh. I think they're spamming that emote in chat.
Blood Trail?
Yeah, the Blood Trail guy. Yeah, the Blood Trail guy is getting spammed in chat 100%. Look at this Polish Mountain. They're going to be able to finally finish off that Pursuer and that Webmancer. And I don't think they're completely out of it here. But all they have to do is avoid a full team wipe. And they could even play it slow. I think that there's a world where you can play it safe, because you have 1:15 of advantage of death penalty plus whatever Missed Count took to actually repull this boss, plus Missed Count have to kill still kill the last 2 bosses. I think that for Polish Mountain here, you just have to play safe. Big IO is on the line.
Look at the HP bars on Miscount. Yarky Blob's close to trying to stay alive. AJ dropping. They missed a wave. The boss is just trucking them. AJ's doing everything he can to keep alive, but the healing debuff goes on him as well. AJ goes down. They have a battle res. They might actually just have to pop the Lust here to try to stay alive to finish this boss off, but with the death on Crims, that is going to all but do it, and that is another full team wipe coming up for Miscount, going for the pull to try to give themselves a chance to get back into the series. But with those extra death timers, all eyes now are on Polish Mountain. The coagulation has been finished off. The trash is now pulled into the Shade Weaver, with the Beetle sure to follow afterwards. The overlaps can be scary here, but Polish Mountain, they just have to walk it in. Do not go down to the AoE damage here.
This is it. Basically, Polish Mountain has probably the easiest part of the dungeon remaining. They do have maybe a little bit of a scary pull here with the Shade Weaver and this crab. But assuming that they're able to get through the remainder of this trash and the final boss, this should be it for Polish Mountain. I don't see a path for Missed Count to even be able to come back. I think that Polish Mountain could wipe here, and they would still be able to win here. There's just a couple of trash, and this is just a formality for Polish Mountain. This is an insane upset, dude. I don't think that any of us thought that Polish Mountain could kill Missed Count. I don't think anybody in chat thought that Polish Mountain could beat Missed Count. Missed Count had looked dynamite all day. I think that there was a world where Missed Count was actually able to beat Perplexed and not even in this position, but Missed Count have made 2 mistakes. First in the Necrotic Wake, and now again in the City of Threads, and they aren't going to be going to the finals of this tournament. They are still going to be going to the global finals, but as a 3 seed, which is so scary, man. Like you really did not want to become a 3 seed coming out of this group.
Absolutely not. Polish Mountain now, the last trash count that they need. Onto Izo the Grand Splicer with the Bloodlust, with the cooldowns. This boss is not long for this world. And the glow up for Polish Mountain throughout the weekend, coming into the tournament as our 3 seed, going down in the first round to the 6 seed. It didn't make any sense. We were all confused, but the lower bracket run from them, qualifying in our previous matchup, and now on track to upset Missed Count, one of our best qualifiers, the team we thought had the best chance of beating Perplexed this weekend, but making too many mistakes in this dungeon, opening the door for Polish Mountain. All that's left for them now is to finish off the last 15% of the final boss of this key. Another 0-death run coming in from Polish Mountain, upsetting Missed Count and giving themselves a berth into the finals.
Polish Mountain has done it. They are towering and standing tall. Victory goes to them against all expectations, against all of our predictions in chat. I'm assuming lots of yours as well. You know, even Dratnos didn't end up being perfectly right on this one, but Dratnos, I do still expect my payment in PayPal. Thank you so much. But everybody, this was truly a legendary match down here in the lowies, as we've been calling them today a little bit. We got to see Polish Mountain just rise up, and now they will be here in our grand finals. You know, we had a slightly, perhaps ironic fact, which is that one of Missed Count's Thaner's little fun facts was that he cycled laps around the Tatra Mountains, which are half Polish, in 2 days. But it does seem like right now the Polish mountains are getting the best of them. But it was a huge match, honestly, and one that was so exciting to see. Zyronic, looking at this, processing it all, how are you feeling?
Honestly, Dratnos, you must be feeling quite silly thinking that Missed Count was going to take this series 2-1.
Yes, you fool!
You absolute fool.
Imagine being 2 games wrong instead of just 1 game wrong. A completely normal and reasonable amount of error.
Dratnos, you know, we're teasing you right now, and rightfully so, deservedly so. But, you know, why don't you give us, as we go into the replay package, give us your thoughts on the match.
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, this all came down to the end of the map. I want to talk about a couple of the setups, though. Look at the setup for this big pull that we had for Missed Count. And this wasn't the pull that went wrong as well. This is this beautiful, huge pull. You can see the sequencing of globals going out there being perfected down to a T, plus that life grip, really useful for getting this all grouped up. Nice affix spawn timing for them this time as well. Not having the affix going into this is actually really useful. You if you have it like 20 seconds earlier here, all of those orbs are going into those mobs instead of being soakable. So this was actually some very fortunate luck for Missed Count. Unfortunately, that luck ran out once they got to the coagglamations room. We had Kira getting knocked back, charging back into that barrier and shield wall, but those defensives were used when he was already at 10% health, already extremely low. And then as soon as everything ran out, he died very quickly. The boss, unfortunately, got body pulled, which prevented them from being able to recover this pull at all, because potentially a res into an AoE taunt quickly enough may have saved things if that AoE taunt was available, but unfortunately it was not. And that led to Polish Mountain being able to take the game and the series in upset fashion that no one could have seen coming, no one could have predicted, and no one will be blamed for having a bad prediction on that front. Everybody can agree that, you know, it was impossible to see this one coming.
Yeah, really? You think? Oh,
yeah, exactly.
I'd like to just say that I think that we're all the same right amount of wrong. We're all of us, whether we guessed a little bit one way or the other. But, Dratnos, thanks so much. Yeah, this was really unexpected. Obviously we still have some of the replay footage going here. Were there any final observations? On your end, Dratnos, but also I'm very curious to hear how Tuttles, you look spent. You're just like...
Tuttles, you gotta lock in, bud. There's another series after this.
Dude, it's not that I'm not locked in. I'm just
you
disappointed.
look pretty locked out. I don't know.
I'm just disappointed.
Have you got your keys somewhere? It does seem like you're locked out.
Look, there was a lot that just happened, and I think we're all still processing it emotionally, but that was incredible to see. Polish Mountain has just been gaining momentum, and Dratnos, you had some great observations. Thank you so much for that insight. As we look ahead now to the bracket, and as Tuttles, recovers some of the locking in here, we are going to have to see both of our final teams lock in as Perplexed goes up against Polish Mountain. We got a lot of P's kind of happening here, a little bit of a tongue twister, but Tuttles, looking at these two going up against each other, this is going to be the third series that Polish Mountain is going to be playing sort of back to back here. Perplexed sitting a little fresh and so strong. How's it looking for these two as they go head to head?
Okay, how strong is Voodoo?
That's pretty good.
So, hear me out. How strong is Voodoo?
I think people are using Cell now, not Voodoo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. A bad add-on joke.
That's a healer joke on a DPS desk. Yeah.
I think that Perplexed should probably 3-0 Polish Mountain, but I also thought that Miscount was going to 2-0 Polish Mountain, so I've seen crazier things. It really comes down to consistency, though. It's something that we've been preaching the entire weekend, and whenever we were talking about consistency, more often than not, we were talking about it in context of the Challenger's Peril. The Challenger's Peril doesn't mean anything if you're full wiping. Like, you can't have full wipes. Like, the Challenger's Peril is very problematic if you have a couple of deaths. You can win or lose a match off of a couple of deaths. But if you have a full wipe, that basically just sets the other team up to win in any format. You don't even need Challenger's Peril. You probably are just losing if you have a full wipe.
Yeah, for sure. That extra time that gets added on is staggering. And of course, it doesn't mean you're completely out of the running. As we even saw in that series, if the other team also wipes, you're going to end up right at the same place, But that's putting a lot on that team to make those mistakes or to have that fumble, right? And when those deaths keep racking up, that clock, that has to weigh on you, that pressure, just knowing that you really are trying to pull something off, Voodoo or no, that is going to be monumental. And Polish Mountain moving mountains here, 100%. Perplexed, obviously very favored, I think, in this matchup. But, Polish Mountain, they started out just being like, it'd be really cool if we made it, if we could qualify. That'd be awesome. And it just goes to show that, everybody can participate. It's not just about earning that banner, which you have 2 opportunities with in Season 1, by the way, everybody, both here in MDI and TGP. But it's also about really just giving it your all and maybe having that Voodoo in your back pocket that Polish Mountain has so right. So we'll see what happens here with Perplexed and Polish Mountain shortly, but we do have a Whose Spell Is It Anyway coming up. So we're going to toss over to that chat. You all get ready as well. We're going to try to decipher the spell based only on the information that we will see here in the tooltip. Parts will be blurred out, and we'll have to try and figure it out. It could be any ability, talent, or item, and we haven't seen any items yet, so maybe this will be... Oh, maybe
I know the answer, and I'm not going to say it.
Dratnos.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
I know the answer, and I'm not going to say it.
Dratnos.
Yeah.
See, this is why I was on Dratnos' side, everybody. It would have paid off here,
Yeah, there. I'm no hintsies.
Dratnos' side, everybody. It would have paid off here,
Yeah, there. I'm no hintsies.
Shackles the movement for 8 seconds.
So it's not Void Tendrils.
No.
It's not
for 8 seconds.
So it's not Void Tendrils.
No.
It's not Shackle Undead. It's way longer.
I'll DM production my prediction so that I can be verified here.
Okay.
I think this is one of the dungeon items.
Oh. This wouldn't be...
It might not be.
It's not Chains of Isis. No, I don't
I
think
could
so.
buy it. Well,
Oh, just kidding. Yeah, I could totally buy it. I'm not going to doubt myself.
What is 30-yard range, or maybe? I could.
That's the cooldown. That's the cooldown.
Oh, yeah.
The range would be on the left.
Oh.
I'm guessing that they've. Yeah, you can see
I have
there's a
no
tiny
idea.
little rectangle to the right of the 3, so this is probably a 30-second cooldown. I'm
I'm gonna be.
Remember what the cooldown of.
I'm gonna be honest.
Chains of Ice are.
I have no clue. Travis, can you bail us out real quick?
I think it's
Yeah,
Chains
it
of
is.
Ice. I think
what I
it's
was
Chains of
thinking.
Ice. I think the 3 is like a runic power cost or something on this, like a 30 runic power cost or
you
something
think
like
so?
that. Or because it doesn't have a cooldown, I don't think.
Okay.
It could be the range. It could be a cooldown.
Isn't
I
Chains of
don't
Ice
know.
20-yard range though?
Reducing
Yeah.
movement speed
Yeah, so it's like shackles the target in icy
In
chains,
icy
reducing
chains,
movement
yeah.
speed
Yeah, I
by
can see.
80 or 70% or whatever for 8 seconds.
for 8 seconds. Yeah.
Saying
I
something
can buy
about
that.
movement means it just has to be either Chains of Ice or Binding Shackles, right?
We know that production also likes to reuse the ones from AWC, and they would use Chains of Ice and AWC.
I don't know what binding shackles is, I will admit. That could be almost anything.
You know, I doubted myself at the start with Chains of Ice, but I think I am going to commit to it now. I think I am going to commit to Chains of Ice.
I feel like that was a good pick. Yeah. It's definitely not Shackle and Dead. I don't think that's how Shackle and Dead works.
Be
It's also
careful.
not
I
8
said
seconds.
I said that about a spell last time, and I got flamed for saying
Shackle
I don't think
Dead
that's
is-
how it
Shackle and
works.
Dead is 30 seconds, isn't it?
It's
Yeah, the duration is long. Yeah,
it's
you're
also
right.
not a movement speed thing, right? It's like a
Yeah.
stun or
Yeah.
an end cap.
It
Yeah,
could
yeah,
it
yeah.
could be it could say preventing movement.
Oh, that like
That
a root?
it's
That's
like an
cool.
I'm pretty sure
But
it's like
the
an
4 8
incapacitator or
seconds, I'm
something.
pretty sure, is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Alright.
I'm locking in Chains of Ice.
Chains of Ice.
Chains of Ice.
Listen, I'll hedge our bets and say Binding Shackles. So if you're wrong, maybe
Cool.
I can be
What
right.
is Shackle
okay?
the Unworthy? Just for chat,
That's
of course.
I feel like that's like Kyrian priest ability or so, or not priest, but maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
no
it's
idea.
a covenant ability.
I don't remember that one. Hey,
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, it is range.
All
Okay.
right.
Oh, I thought it was a
All right.
20-yard range. Okay.
That costs
Oh,
1
dear.
rune and negative 10 runic power because it generates 10 runic power. Is what's it saying on this tooltip? That's funny.
Oh, interesting.
We're back.
Okay, Chains of Ice. Now we'll take a look at the... Oh, that one of the
Do you guys think it's A?
I wonder.
It could be any of them.
The Chains of
I would-
Ice. Does it have 4 shackles or 2 shackles?
Okay.
Also,
think
are
it's
there little
C.
dots on there too? I think it's C. Yeah.
I think it's B or
Yeah.
it's B or C to me.
See,
think-
when it
I
goes
think the
college.
dots are
That
very
chain
typical
on
of
D,
WoW
the
add-ons.
bottom right chain just looks wrong to me. It looks like it's going through the bottom part of the, the circle.
Yeah.
It looks like
I
it's
don't know.
going through the shackle, right? Because the shackle
Yeah.
has some width to it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that width, I think, is not being has been. So I'm going with. It also just kind of looks different. I don't know. I think it's C.
I think C. C.
The little sparkles on the icon are pretty typical of most WoW icons, so I think it is C.
Yeah. Plus, if we're wrong, it's shaped like a C in the icon on B, so I could say that's the C I meant.
There it is.
If you look at the shape.
Yeah.
Look at where that
100%.
sparkle is from C. That far right sparkle. Look at where it is on B. Do we feel like that's photoshopped in? That smudge.
Photoshopped out. Yeah. The shackle.
Oh yeah,
no,
it's
the
for
smudge.
sure
Oh, yeah.
photoshopped.
Yeah,
The smudge of the
Yes.
shackle itself. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at that thing.
You're so
I'm
right.
getting close to my monitor.
All right,
IRL
all right.
zooming.
C it is.
C.
I'm saying it. Putting it down. All right, let's see. Oh, let's see. Sorry, that was terrible.
She laughed at her own joke.
Oh, we've done it.
I've done it.
Oh, there it is. It is C indeed. And I had 2 titles because who else was going to laugh at it? It had to be me. But everybody, we have had an amazing day so far. It is not over though. We have a best of 5 coming up with our grand finals. And while our top 3 that will be moving on to the global finals have been determined, there is still a lot on the line. We've got prizes as well as just the bragging rights and your seating spot with the grand final here. So we will have a short break, but we will be back as soon as we can with this matchup. We hope to see you there. And be there. Just be there. Be there. We'll see you soon. It's finally here. We have the grand finals of our Group A weekend. Today has been an absolute game changer in so many ways. We've had the incredible rise of Polish Mountain here standing alongside Perplexed in our final best of 5 here for the day. I mean, Nagura, you've been off desk for a little while, so have you caught up on some of the absolutely absurd action that's happened?
I've been watching this whole thing, and honestly, I wasn't sure, like, is it happening? Am I dreaming? Like, what is going on? That was some absolutely insane series. Like, that's crazy. I still can't believe Polish Mountain is in the final against Perplexed.
Right? I don't think you're the only one that feels like we just witnessed some kind of fever dream, but what a good dream it has to be for Polish Mountain. I mean, they've come this far, and it was amazing to see how these matches, you know, we started off the day talking about Challengers Peril, which you so nicely introduced to us, Nagura, and we've seen how it's just played out even today to really swing some of these matches. I mean, Tettles, I think, chat, you'll get your predictions in here and you'll see ours shortly, but as we kind of talk about the match and look at it, Perplexed probably heavily favored to win, but you seem convinced there's some voodoo that might tip things the way of Polish Mountain.
Well, I don't know if the voodoo's that strong. Let's be serious for a second. They might have voodoo, but they might have used all of their voodoo in the last series. It was a limited resource, okay? I think that Polish Mountain today, it was a team that I'd kind of describe them as a team that has very fast strategies, but is not very consistent. And I think that kind of comes with the territory of them being like a team that's like brand new to the MDI. We've never actually seen them compete in WoW esports prior to this. And so we kind of didn't really know what to expect. And I think that the strats that they have are good, but they're not consistent enough, but they were consistent and honestly more consistent than Miscount were in that last series. And that's kind of what they need to continue to do in the future, is that just make sure they play their strats, make sure they don't have any full wipes or really bad situations, and put themselves in a good position to where they can capitalize on other teams' mistakes. Because I kind of think that, very similar to Missed Count, Perplex is going to have slightly faster strats than Polish Mountain, but Polish Mountain just needs to make sure they're in a spot that they can win.
And I mean, Polish Mountain, they have, like you said, they've been ironing things out as they go. They've had some things that they've really needed to figure out, but for their first showing in an MDI, it's been really impressive. As we take a look at the dungeons ahead of them, we're going to be starting off here with this Mists of Tyrna Scythe at that +11. I mean, Dratnos, we have a bit of a longer stretch here with these. There's more room for things to turn around for either team. But Mists of Tyrna Scythe, we've seen it a lot today. So what do you think these two teams will bring to it?
So setting the stage for Mist, the two teams had a pretty similar strategy today of kind of hold the W key through the dungeon, don't do too much pulling a bunch of extra stuff through the walls. That being said, we are seeing different comps out of the two of them if they haven't swapped. Perplexed are faster in this dungeon. Historically, they're about a minute faster in their runs than the Polish Mountain runs. So I think this map is favored for Perplexed, and the series is certainly favored for Perplexed. But crucially, Polish Mountain have been playing really well today. They started off this weekend losing an upset to put them down into the lower bracket. They then reversed that and got their revenge in the lower finals, did an upset of their own in the match we just saw, and now we're seeing them in the finals of the weekend. So, I don't know, they've been doing better and better as the weekend has gone on. They are within range of Perplexed for sure. I think that in Mists, they probably do need something to go wrong for Perplexed to be faster, given that they have a zero-death run that's about a minute slower than a zero-death run from Perplexed. So that is a worrying sign for Polish Mountain. But there's actually some maps later in this series that are maybe better terrain for them. So I don't know. Looks like we've mostly been predicting a little 3-0 sweep here for Perplexed. Another benefit, as you mentioned, is Polish Mountain have been playing back-to-back-to-back series. Perplexed have been kicking back, relaxing, getting hydrated, staying fresh, practicing whatever they wanted. All of those things have been nice advantages for them coming from the upper bracket instead of the full lower bracket run that Polish Mountain have underwent.
It has been a bit of a gauntlet for them, but they're going to have to see if they can rise to the occasion here. Nagura, why don't you take us into Mists of Tyrna Scythe?
Yeah, there we go. It looked like Perplex was already popping Bloodlust before any of the trash pots even have been pulled. So I'm not sure if they have some plan where they want to be faster than their previous run, because their fastest is 12 minutes 15, which would be nice. But we do see a death for Polish Mountain coming through, unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit of a time loss for them as they're losing out on that extra damage from that Bloodlust.
Yeah, I mean, huge damage. Just look at the damage meters here. You can see the Enhancement Shaman for Polish Mountain just entirely griefed there on CDs. So this is quite a time loss for Polish Mountain, not to mention the 15 seconds of Challenger's Peril penalty that have been applied as well. They do have a nice gateway that they can do here, although it looks like their Warlock is the player who was stunned by that mob, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Perplex setting up their second pull of the dungeon after picking up those savory stat shrooms from that little side area. You used to have to be a Night Fae, a member of the Night Fae Covenant, to access that side area. No longer necessary, of course. Covenants no longer something that the game really checks for ever, but it's now like what? Druid, Night Elf, Tauren, High Mountain Tauren. Those are the sorts of classes and races, I think, that let you access those mushrooms. And of course, Night Elves are common in both teams, so everybody has access to all of the Mist's kind of special areas.
Yeah, one thing to mention about the mushrooms as well in this area is that, of course, it does give you the stats. And we already have Challenger's Peril now with the 15 seconds death penalty that punishes a death even more than before. But dying in Mist of Genocide means you also lose out on that stat buff that you cannot get back. So it's like an additional time and damage loss that if you have a death here after you picked up the shroom. Now the death on the enhancement shaman for Polish Mountain happened before they picked up the shroom, so they're not going to be missing out on that for now. But if any further deaths happen, then they will lose out on that buff for the remainder of the dungeon, as Perplexed now did engage Ingra, and Polish Mountain is following suit as well on their side, but of course a little bit behind Perplexed because of that death that they had, losing out on all of that damage from their Shaman, and Perplexed not having Bloodlust either, but they're still going to be easily one-facing Ingra. We've seen some struggles, though, on previous maps from teams where they ended up just not having as much burst damage whenever that Ingra phase starts, and then having to finish off Ingra after the burst phase. It can take a long time, and it can cost you a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like Perplexed are going to be doing a lot of this boss's health during this stun. 3% is where it's going to lose that damage amp. That is no problem at all. Wolf Disco did something really cool there. He was standing in the puddle before the boss phased with Anti-Magic Shell up to get that extra runic power that you get from taking magic damage while your Anti-Magic Shell is up. Normally, that's something you want to do towards the end of a Breath of Sindragosa window, because that's where you need your runic power more. But Wolf Disco correctly identifying that there's not going to be any magic damage while the boss is stunned. So farming it early rather than late in the breath window and maintaining that breath for quite a long time for that entirety of the burn on the boss. Of course, not something that Polish Mountain had to worry about. They were able to get that boss dead about 15 seconds later. No Death Knight on their team at all. They're playing with that Destruction Warlock instead. So they do get to send the Destruction Warlock pet through the walls in the maze here. You can see that happening just there. And now we are going to have some extra trash joining them from the right-hand side. We have a left-hand maze this time instead. So that extra trash is not necessary to be pulled, but it is bonus count now that Polish Mountain are going to be able to start stacking up. So depending on what they're going to pull in this maze, they might be able to eliminate a pull from later in the dungeon.
Yeah, and that's the difference in strategy between Perplexed and Polish Mountain here. Of course, Polish Mountain having that Warlock being able to pull through the wall, while Perplexed, we've seen them earlier being one of the only teams that decides to just go through the maze without any of these pet shenanigans, not having any of those classes in their comp, just doing the maze one by one, which means that if you have a mini-boss like we see right now with that Matriarch, then they have to just single target it down, which definitely does look one of the biggest time losses in these mazes without having that pet, right? On other trash packs, I feel like it's debatable if it's even a time gain or not to pull something through the wall. But on something like a Matriarch, it would very much be just free count that you're getting, because you have to finish off the Matriarch anyway. And the time that it takes a trash pack to walk in is made up by the Matriarch having so much HP.
Yeah, pulling through the walls was a mainstay of this dungeon back when we saw it in the Shadowlands MDIs, although the mobs have changed a little bit since then. These defenders are a lot nastier than they used to be, right? They're casting Expel, which is knocking back ranged players and slowing their damage, and they're casting these Mist Wards, which deny ground space and also reduce your damage if the mobs are standing in it. So it's something that I think it has gotten worse than it was in Shadowlands to pull a bunch of extra mobs, because you just add more of these defenders. You also have these guardians that are just doing huge tank damage, right? Those anima slashes are massive damage. If you're only fighting one of them, you can reflect every other, basically, and do huge damage back. But if you're fighting two or more, the ratio, the amount of them that go through versus getting spell reflected for a team like Perplexed, who are playing that Prot Warrior, gets much worse as well. So a couple of different reasons why maybe pulling through the walls is a little bit less kind of ubiquitous than it was in Shadowlands.
And definitely, we do see Polish Mountain, though, still using that to great effect. But you can see how low the matriarch is as this trash arrives. And another downside, of course, of pulling through the wall is that you have to maybe play a class that wouldn't be the best, right? Because Warlock is something we don't see in other dungeons, right? So presumably the other classes that you play instead would be doing more damage overall. And of course, the Warlock also losing a lot of damage from having to send the pet over. And of course, the pet then going down, having to resummon the pet. That is all going to be damage losses for the Warlock as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is annoying as the Warlock to be responsible for all that, as we do see Polish Mountain getting sent back to the start of the maze. Oh no, disaster for Polish Mountain. The third team we've seen today getting sent back to the start of the maze in shame and sadness. So they are now able to correctly identify the room. Yeah, one of them being perplexed. Not this run for Perplexed, though. They've been looking clean, although they do... Okay, they have 4 stacks of that affix buff right now. Maybe they AMS to immune the 5th. No, they got the 5th. Okay, the 5th debuff is now removed, and they are getting all 5. It would be a catastrophe if the boss were to ever get the healing from this affix being messed up, right? This is one of those affixes where I would say it's probably the easiest to do with these comps, because you just have so many people with extra dispels in this comp. But if you ever mess it up, it is a complete disaster.
And definitely is, especially in a boss. As Perplexed did go through that first guessing game just now, also just is trying to get that last phase or skip that last phase if they have enough damage on their side. Polish Mountain still in the maze, taking quite a long time in the maze, but of course because of their strategy, they're going to be doing a lot of enemy force here. You can see they're already 4% ahead of Perplexed in enemy forces. And they're currently even doing a double pull. So they're going to get so much trash here. They're going to be able to skip a lot after Mistcaller. And we'll see how they handle it. And if it's even worth it. Because if Perplex doesn't have to do too many pulls afterwards, then we will see what kind of gain Polish Mountain is even going to get. But yeah, the amount of trash they're doing is absolutely insane. As Perplex is now approaching that last guessing game cast. Can they do it? And yes, they do. It looks very simple for Perplexed even. Wow, that boss just exploded all of a sudden.
That's huge. I mean, that's something that we've seen. We've seen that boss be at 4% a lot of times at the conclusion of that cast, and it seems like a lot of teams are kind of trying to beat that. Perplexed even failed to do it last time we saw them in Mist, but this time no failure whatsoever. It's sub 9 minutes that they're already jumping down into this final trash area. This maze route has led to them having 66% count, so they are still going to need to do 2 pulls in this area. There's just no way you can get 34% all at once unless Sevi off to the side, tags a pack, Divine running forward. Okay, yeah, they're not going to go all the way to the boss with this. This would be absolutely diabolical to try and make that happen.
Now I can see why they have been using Bloodlust at the very start of the dungeon before they even pulled any of the mobs. Because they're just so fast, right? They want the Bloodlust for the next pull, which is going to be a lot of trash onto Tredova. But look at Swag dropping so low from all of the damage coming in from the Reaver dots and other damage as well. There's just so much going on here. As this trash pack is about to go down, you can see Divine Field already moving on, initiating that last gather up of that trash pack on top of Tredova in just a moment. You can see Bloodlust up in 10 seconds, so they did time this perfectly. They know they can be this fast. As Wolf Disco drops so incredibly low, they managed to recover as the affix does come out. Bloodlust available in just a moment. They need to make sure that everyone can gather up here at the boss, and there it is. The boss is being engaged. Bloodlust is available. They're going to be using all of their cooldowns here in just a moment.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of grouping this trash up. There is the Lust, Breath of Sindragosa, activated by Wolf Disco as well. There's the Ascendance from a Shine too. We are going to see this boss just starting to melt for Perplexed. This should be all the count that they need as well, pulled in with this, with all this trash. Yep, there goes those last few mobs dying. 97.59. Okay, so it's not all the count they need. They will need to go and grab a little bit from that side pull. We'll see when they decide to do that. But I think it's not going to matter too much as Polish Mountain are still working on Mistcaller. They've only had one death, but Perplexed are just on another level in this Mists. The AMZ comes down from Wolf Disco. He does drop a little bit low there, steps in a puddle for a second. It can be kind of hard to see all of those puddles, but it's going to be okay. They group up and spawn all these swirlies and then dodge them together. And that should be the last cast of that, or the second to last that they'll have to deal with, as a little bit of trash is coming in now. That Acid Nova from the Staghorn is scary, but they've beaten the last AoE from the boss, so nothing else should be doing big AoE for them. Divine leaps out before the Mind Blink, so nobody's going to take damage from that.
They're so incredibly fast. Looking at the timer here, Tadova is about to go down as that last Staghorn that they have to finish off to get that enemy forces is also about to go down as well. They're going to be clearing this dungeon in record speed, 11:25. Wow, I mean, what an insane run by Perplexed and his Mists here.
Perplexed really pulled it out. They were feeling fresh. They've been hanging out in that upper bracket, and they have claimed the first victory here in the grand finals, putting 1 point for them here on the board in this best of 5. I mean, excellent play from them. We saw Mists go a little bit less predictably for them earlier today, even having that reset to the start of the maze like we saw happen to Polish Mountain this time around. But this run seemed to really nail it for what they were kind of hoping to pull off or achieve here. I mean, Dratnos, you mentioned yourself too that this time around Perplex actually did break through and they managed to get that burn on Mistcaller that they and so many other groups are trying to do. So what do you think just went right for them this run versus their earlier attempt?
I mean, some of it is having cooldowns lined up, some of it's getting some good crits, some of it is also the boss's cast sequence. If the boss starts a cast, it's not going to cancel it. So if you can get the boss to start a cast right as it's breaking that 10% threshold, you get a couple extra seconds before the guessing game cast would finish. So all of those combined for Perplexed, and this run was 50 seconds faster than their previous zero death run in this dungeon. I think most of that 50 seconds does come from skipping that last guessing game cast. Absolutely massive time save from them.
Huge time save, and we'll get to see some of that again here in the replay. Tettles, give us your perspective on this first matchup.
I felt like this was unlosable by Perplex with just how well they played. I mean, it even started off at the very beginning. They're playing this strat where they just kind of hold W through this dungeon and just try to do as much damage as possible to the mobs that are just like right in front of them. And I think that starting off with this double villager pull is a great way with the tempo that you get from this Bloodlust. I think it's phenomenal. There's also a question that I have for like the panel. Like, what do you guys think about Disc Priest versus Resto Druid in here? Because I actually do think that the Disc Priest, in dungeons in which you can actually pull large enough to where the PI is very effective and you end up pulling like 20 mobs, I think the Disc Priest is phenomenal. I do wonder how good that versatility buff is, especially in like these lower target count dungeons. I think that like Mist of Tyranid Scythe, for example, I think is great for the Resto Druid. But I mean, whenever we were looking at Polish Mountain, they were a little bit behind in the beginning. In theory, they're going to try to catch up a bit in the maze, but I think that the moment that they walked into the wrong maze door, it was pretty much over from them. I don't think that there's much that you can even do to recover from accidentally getting sent back to the start here. The last thing that I just wanted to highlight is kind of like what Dratness was saying right before we ended up throwing this replay package. Being able to just like nuke Mistcaller here, they actually didn't even do anything with an additional cast. So the boss won't cancel Dodgeball or the Vulpin spawn, but they don't even need either of those things. They actually just commit 2 mandates there. That to me feels a little bit ballsy for not much gain. I feel like you could wait 10 seconds to save 30 just to wait for like another cast to start. But I think that Perplex is really in tune with their damage, and they just, I mean, this was a masterclass of a dungeon. I don't think that you can have any complaints here.
I mean, this was just so clean from them. It probably would have taken a perfect run over on Polish Mountainside to even come close, but I mean, then again, we've seen a lot here with Perplex. Now, Tuttle's looking at the numbers and reviewing that. Anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, Edison Nagura, what do you guys think about the Disc Priest versus the Resto Druid here, with the Mark of the Wild versus the PI? Obviously, the Disc Priest has better base damage.
I personally always have a hard time really thinking about the difference between the Resto Druid and Disc Priest, because I think it's just very, very detailed. Like, I think you can't math it out. They probably have to actually just do the dungeons and just feel out the difference. It's so complicated. Like there's so many upsides to having the versatility buff, but then I also have the stamina buff on the priest as well that is making up for a little bit of the defensiveness that you lose from the versatility. But then the tank and the healer get more damage as well from the versatility buff, and not just the damage dealers with the PI. So it's like it's all of this back and forth, and maybe it's a little bit of comfort as well that you make the decision on the whatever the healer player likes playing more, and maybe also the utility of the priest versus druid utility.
Yeah, I mean, Dratnos, do you have any follow-up thoughts? We'll look at the dungeons here in a second, but feel like you concur?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, like, I do think they're just close enough that a team maybe just should play one mostly, and I think there's some benefits to the Disc Priest is that there are some dungeons that it's really good in. Like there's Necrotic Wake where it's an incredible Stone Vault where I think if I was an MDI team, I would be tempted to just always play Disc because it's either close or better in every dungeon, and I think that would be my logic, but I do think that it's hard to argue with Perplexed Timer, right? Like I think the Resto Druid clearly is the fastest run of the weekend in there, so it can't be bad.
Sevi just really likes playing Druid, right, as well.
I think that is potentially part
maybe
of it.
Maybe also Dispels could also be a decision.
So Mass Dispel's good. Yeah, Resto Druid has some better Dispels for like Arakara, right?
Yeah, true. Well, there's a lot of flexibility in the classes we've seen, and we have coming up Siege of Borealis, actually, which is one that we haven't seen played very much this weekend. I believe we've only seen it once. So it'll be, I think, another opportunity for us to kind of get a look at this one. And as we kind of look ahead for both of the teams, I mean, let's go ahead. Let's see. Tettles, what do you think we might see comp-wise or strategy-wise in this one?
Gosh, dude, I feel like I am completely in the dark whenever it comes to Borealis. So first off, Borealis, like, it notably is on a 9. I feel like whenever we saw it, we've only seen, I think, once this weekend so far, and every single time we saw it, teams were limited by, like, how much trash they could get into the boss on a 2-minute window. Basically, they were just kind of sitting around waiting for their Ascendants and their Breath of Syndragosa to come back up before they pulled the entire world into the next boss. And I kind of feel like we're going to see a similar situation here where it's going to be more cooldown limited than it is limited. It's like, where can we get more mobs to pull into the boss kind of a situation. And then you'll do like a couple of packs while you wait for your cooldowns to come up. And then it's like, all right, we're pulling the world again into the next boss. I kind of suspect it's going to be something similar to that because like a 9 for teams at 639 item level, you should be able to absolutely just crush the trash.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically you would hope so, and we saw some huge pulls. Obviously, some of these bosses also provide their own challenge as well for these teams as they come in. There have been some changes since BFA, but we'll see how both Perplex and Polish Mountain handle this as they come in for a rare Siege of Borealis here. We'll have the two facing off. Dratnos, get us into it.
All right, so off the bat here, we do see mirrored compositions between the two teams. The Sevi over to that Disc Priest, and both teams playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well for this dungeon. A Shroud of Concealment skips past all of these first mobs, and it's going to skip past the second set of mobs as well for a little bit, and both DHs activating MOR at basically the same time. Looks like we're going to have a very similar strat between these two teams. Oh my goodness, Polish Mountain already in a lot of danger, though. That's Pain Suppression committed the first charge of it. Sevi saving it for a little bit. Oh no, but the Toothbreaker is going to take out Polish Mountain's tank, and that's going to be a full wipe for sure. They're in boss combat now. They can't even release until they're all dead here. Oh no.
Oh no, that is a disaster for Polish Mountain, as not only did they are they having a full wipe, but they also lose all of their offensive cooldowns that
they're
they
not even
just
gonna wipe,
committed.
it looks like. Are they? I mean, they have 3 people alive. This is they're just bleeding out over here. I mean, Chopper Red Hook still has 55% health. They think they can kill it from this, but now they've lost their healer. Oh no, the boss is stunned, but they just aren't going to be able to do 40% of its health, are they? Cheat Death comes out.
I don't think so. Yeah, that's it. That's the full wipe coming in. The 7 deaths on the board now. And yeah, they tried to hang on because they knew how much of a time loss this would be if they actually have to reset the whole pool. And we also see some of the mobs snapping to the tank here, unfortunately, as they release and die again. Or maybe they just tried to do this pull immediately on release and died again. This is just a disaster for Polish Mountain. They keep just chain dying into this trash here at the very start. But yeah, I mean, doing such a big pull at the start, using all of your cooldowns, having your tank go down, I mean, they have to try and recover this as much as they can, because now they have to do this one by one. There's no way they can do the same pull again or attempt it again even. So they're going to have to do the pulls much, much slower now, because they don't have those defensives or offensive cooldowns available anymore. Also don't have any battle rests left. And of course, we also have a 2 minute and 15 seconds death penalty from the 9 deaths that they have gathered up. Perplexed, on the other hand, they're already moving on to that first gauntlet area here, as they're done with the first boss. Gathered up 34% enemy forces and still 0 deaths. So very clean run. Did proc the cheat death on Swag though on their rogue.
Yeah, speaking of cheat deaths, one difference between the two tanks. Divine Field is playing Last Resort, that Vengeance Demon Hunter cheat death. But crucially, Polish Mountain are not using that talent, so they do not have that extra bit of safety room for the Vengeance Demon Hunter. They're instead opting for the vulnerability, Soul Crush, Focused Cleave side of the tree, so should be a little bit more damage. Should be kind of nice single target tankiness as well, but not getting access to the cheat death. And, you know, it's hard to not think about, would the cheat death have been the difference there, because that only went wrong because their tank died. That was where things all started going wrong. Polish Mountain having another death here to a Brackish Bolt. I mean, they are now 10 deaths and, I don't know, 5 minutes plus 10 deaths. They are behind by more time than we've spent in this dungeon for sure at this point. It is going horribly wrong for them in here.
It's so unfortunate for them as well, because we did only see Siege of Borellos played once this weekend, and it was actually Polish Mountain that played the Siege. They were playing it against This Is Almost Fine, and they won with only 1 death. They cleared it in 11 minutes, 26 seconds, so they have a good strategy, right? But one thing that I was thinking, that maybe Polish Mountain knew that Perplexed knows what Polish Mountain is doing, right? Because they already showed their Siege. Well, no one else showed the Siege other than This Is Almost Fine, the team that they played against. So maybe they were thinking, okay, you know what? I think we have to do something faster even. And maybe then they tried to do this riskier pull here at the very start, and then ended up not being able to execute it, unfortunately. But yeah, let's take a look at Perplexed, see what their route here is, as they're now done with that boss. They're moving on, 45% trash. So they actually still need a lot of enemy forces, which means they're going to do some major pulls in this area here.
Yeah, that paid suppression being used on Divine as he groups up a pull. There's going to be 2 Demolishers in here. Now, Demolishers have been changed since Battle for Azeroth. Back in BFA, they used to do like a line frontal thing when they hit their club on the ground. Now it just does unavoidable group-wide damage. So it's very important that they don't pull too many of those, and that they sequence things so that they can actually have enough defensives and they don't have those casts overlapping with each other. So they've done a good job. They've only allowed 1 of those Affix Orbs to go into this trash, meaning that they only have a 10% damage buff on the enemies. Should be manageable, as Divine does drop a little bit low there. The anti-magic zone being committed here, largely as a tank cooldown, I think. They've managed to get through now most of these enemies, and that's going to be a nice 20% enemy forces pull that they will take care of in a few short seconds here. Remember that this key is being run at the 9 level as well, right? So this is one of the dungeons where it is really all about the speed. These pulls need to be big because they can be big, so they need to be.
Yep, they really are. As they're moving on, you can see the full melee comp, not too nice for that Demolisher cast where everyone has to walk out. We do see some AMS coming out here and there to be able to get rid of some of those, or to ignore some of those AoEs, and also all of these bananas literally being everywhere. But they're doing an amazing job interrupting all of this and dodging out on everything, which is just incredible when you see 50 nameplates on top of each other on those insane pulls. As they did finish up another one, and now they're going to be moving on. So we'll see if they actually skip this one. Yes, the shout is coming out. This is one of the nastiest packs around here, because they just do so much damage with those big states, and they're also just really hard to move.
So yeah, one cool thing about that pack, I didn't know if it always worked like this, but currently, do you remember those mobs in Algathar Academy where they would pick random targets, but it turned out they were actually only picking targets that were within the 180-degree arc in front of them? Turns out the snipers in that pull also work that way. So if you're in like a high key, if you're in a progression key yourself, you could just have your tank spin them around and tank all of them, all those shots. Doesn't really work out in MDI, though, because you're just going to be running forward, and so all of your group is going to be in front of them, so all of your group is going to be getting shot, and that is part of the reason why they always choose to skip those in this key level.
Look at the time of the dungeon.
Yeah,
We're
this is
6
gonna be
minutes 50.
Oh my
in
goodness.
The
I mean,
dungeon.
so for reference, we had a 11:26 was the fastest run we saw in here from Polish Mountain, no less. Against This Is Almost Fine. That was a 1-death run as well, so it wasn't awfully slow, right? Like, it's not like they lost a lot of time. Perplexed are going to finish off this boss at what, the 7:30 mark, the 7:40 mark? Then they're going to head down and do the last boss. I think we're going to be under 10 minutes here.
I think it is very possible.
The
last boss does take a long time.
Okay, they got the count. They got their count. Their last little bit of count there finished off. You're right. The last boss does... You can't like speed it up too much, right? You have to kill all 6 of the tentacles before you can win on that boss, right? So they do still have to deal with that, I guess, but I don't know. They have 2 minutes to do it.
It's possible. They are already in this
possible.
full melee comp as well, which means that they can't necessarily like leave the demo and the gripping yourself. What do you think the disc, like why are they running the disc priest here instead of the rest of the druid? What do you think?
Yeah,
I think
maybe
it's just like they don't have a benefit from, or they don't need the utility from the druid or something, and it's just like output-wise better.
It could be. The thing that I saw that I really liked about the Disc Priest is they play 2 charges of Pain Suppression, and they throw Pain Suppression onto the tank, the Vengeance Demon Hunter tank, which is often quite squishy on pull. There are a lot of mobs in Siege of Borealis that hit your tank pretty hard on pull. So maybe one of the big benefits of the Disc Priest is that Pain Suppression. I'm not sure, though. I'm also curious what the rationale is. That is definitely nice. I mean, the Resto Druid can Iron Bark your DH on pull as well, but Pain Suppression is a bigger damage reduction, and having 2 charges of it as well is nice.
Yeah, we did see Perplexed now finishing off the gripping first, and the demo following right after. It looks like they're actually splitting their damage. So you can see Wolf Disco is already moving backwards, hitting the gripping, while Swag is waiting in the front. Oh, they actually...
Yeah, they had to wait a bit there, so...
Yeah.
This makes sense, because Wolf Disco, he's going to send his breath and his pillar on this, and he doesn't want to do that on this one that everybody else is hitting, because then he'll have to just walk over to the gripping with his breath rolling. So instead, he's just going to be like, yeah, I'll solo the gripping. I've got Breath of Sindragosa rolling. I'll worry about this. You guys worry about the demo, and they should honestly die right around the same time. And you can see the power of the Breath of Sindragosa ability. I mean, it is so much damage for Wolf Disco here. He is going to beat that Gripping Terror at almost the same rate that in fact, it is going to be basically the same time. The rest of his group doesn't even need to go back there. Ashine doesn't even send a single global on it. Wolf Disco is going to solo the Gripping Tentacle in the back, and the rest of the group now running across. Wolf Disco probably just behind them.
Unfortunately, they're going to be letting us down, though, and not clearing this dungeon below 10 minutes, so...
It was close.
This is unacceptable, actually. Very disappointing. No, I'm just kidding. They obviously have an insane run as they're now on this last platform, and they're going to be able to finish this key in such a quick run. You can see this time it's going to be Swag that is hitting
he's got
the
his Death Mark
Terror
and Kingsbane ready.
Yeah.
So he's got his cooldowns, and he's going to solo the Gripping Terror back there. It's going to go down, and they are going to improve the 11:26 time in this dungeon that we saw from Polish Mountain. They are going to put a full minute on that run with a 10:27, going up 2-0. But remember, it's a best of 5. It's not over just yet, but they are going up 2-0.
Victory goes to Perplexed yet again, putting 2 in there for them. That, I mean... 2 really, really good runs that I think are going to be very difficult for Polish Mountain to overcome. When you see that direct comparison between Polish Mountain, you know, doing well, having the 1 death in their previous, and victory to Perplexed here with that almost full minute, that full minute more. It is pretty wild to see that comparison. It goes to show why Perplexed had some of the absolute highest times coming out of our time trials, right? But, I mean, Nagura... These 2 coming in. Oh, I think we're going to go straight into replay here. So, Tettles, I mean, let's go ahead and let's break it down. Let's look at it. How was the run here? I
like to call this one pull big, 2 minutes are up. And every single time they had their 2 minutes up, they pulled, Perplexed in this case being they, pulled 100% of their trash that they possibly could into each and every single boss. And you saw it right off the rip here. They absolutely annihilated Chopper, Red Hook, and 40% enemy forces or whatever it was into the first boss. It was absolutely crazy. On the other hand, Polish Mountain, things got off a bit of a rocky start. They had a tank death and then a DC. I don't think there's any need to like really harp on it too much. I mean, after this tank death, it was pretty much over anyways. But then the DC, I think, was, you know, obviously the final nail in the coffin there. But I think that this is an important point to just like kind of hype up Perplex. Let's just keep talking positive about Perplex here. So I think that this was actually a really cool run to watch, because I don't think that Siege of Borealis can get much faster than this, and I'm kind of interested in seeing how it evolves in the future. So basically what they were doing is they were playing this Disciplined Priest with the Power Infusion on 2 minutes. They were playing the Shaman with the Sentence every 2 minutes. They were playing the Frost Decay with Breath of Cinder Ghost every 2 minutes. And what you do with those is every single time they're up, look at that Power Infusion is coming up in 4 seconds, and we're pulling 2 commanders and a ton of trash right on top of the boss, on top of Dread Captain Lockwood, and we're going to be trying to nuke this down. And then they did it for the first boss, they did it for the second boss, they did it again on Hadal, basically pulling the entire room. And I actually think that they played a little bit conservative in the Hadal room because they saw that they were so far ahead. They didn't chain the boss in immediately, but I think that they probably could have saved somewhere in the order of like 10 or 15 seconds. Like, there's a world where right as this Breath of Cinder Ghost is pressed here, you can actually pull the boss. Now, they played it a bit safe and waited a bit, but they could have saved another 5 seconds on top of this run if they really wanted to. And this was a masterclass of a run. I don't think that you can even have a better run if you're Perplexed. I think that this is probably the fastest possible time that you could have had for this gi.
It went so smooth. I mean, from beginning to end, like you were pointing out, Tettles, I think this was really one that was just exceptional. Maybe there are those tiny spots there where sure they could have pulled the boss, but honestly, Perplex, especially for a dungeon that we just didn't see much this weekend, really just came busting out and put on this incredible show. So it was awesome to see this run from them. Now, of course, there's a lot of pressure here on Polish Mountain, and, you know, in my predictions, I kind of hoped that, like, maybe they'd just get one, and it would be, you know, that exciting thing where we got to see them turn it around, but seeing these performances from Perplexed, I don't know if that's going to happen.
So,
I mean, go Drados, go!
Here's how Polish Mountain can still win this game.
Okay,
it's going into the Arakawa now, so the Arakawa is the dungeon in our pool that Polish Mountain actually have the faster time in from their previous run than Perplexed's previous run. Polish Mountain had a 12-13, Perplexed had a 12-18. Now, haters will say, okay, there was a weird affix spawn that for Perplexed there that was kind of in a weird spot that they couldn't hit, and that cost them a lot of time on the second boss, and they failed a reset on the last boss. They had 2 deaths in that run. Whatever. I don't care. The point still stands that Polish Mountain did have a faster run in this dungeon. So if there's a dungeon in this series that could be Polish Mountain favored, it is this one, I think.
Okay, let me cook for a second. I think that there's a world where Polish Mountain can actually take this dungeon down if Swag and Zasevi, whenever they go right and they fight that mini-boss together as a 2-man hit squad, if somehow one of them dies, then I think the other one will probably die and they could lose a substantial amount of time if that happens. Now, is it likely? I have no idea. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Yeah. I have no idea what the likelihood of your DPS and your healer dying to that pull is. That's a question that we might have to ask Perplexed later. But I think that's a really cool strat, but there's a lot of risk associated with it.
No, I appreciate both of you giving me that hopium. Look, I'm all here for this world in which they managed to take this one, and I mean, double thumbs up. Nagura, do you think that this is likely, or do you think, no, Perplexed is just going to crush it?
Well, I mean, looking at the first 2 runs, Perplexed did look really, really clean. So I think they really are just in a roll. Honestly, I think they're going to go into this Arakawa and they're just going to destroy it. I think we're going to see the fastest time we've seen in Arakawa as well. Perplexed is just doing so well today. They are insane.
Okay. Gold stars to Tettles and Dratnos. No gold star to Nagura.
Sorry, Polish Mountains.
I'm kidding. I honestly think that what you're saying is likely, but hey, there is a world, and Polish Mountain is strong in Arakawa, and if they can pull it together after these unfortunate kind of moments, they have been playing for 3 series straight, so you have to know that they must be tired. Were probably surprised they even made it here to the grand finals, but they have been giving everything that they can to this, and really honestly doing quite well. So if they can rally, if they can surprise us, Arakawa would definitely be the one for it. Perplexed versus Polish Mountain. Polish Mountain has to take this one, or we will be seeing Perplexed crowned the champions here. But, you know, A little bit of voodoo, a little bit of good strats, an unfortunate death or two on Perplexed, and I think Polish Mountain might have this. If not, we are still in for a great show. So with that, we're going to go ahead and send it on over to Dratnos. Let us know how you think this is going to go as we start the opening.
Yeah, I think that it is definitely Perplexed's game to lose, despite the fact that they did have a bit of a run with some hiccups earlier. We know they have an incredible strategy here right at the start of Arakara. They're going to be sending a two-person squad over to the side, over to the right, to just handle that right mini-boss. It's going to be Swag and Zasevi. Meanwhile, Divine, Ashine, and Wolf Disco are going to take care of the big pull over to the right instead. But Swag and Zasevi are both able to stealth, so they're going to head on over. And they're going to be sneaking past all of these enemies. They don't want to fight a lot of trash. They just want to kill that mini-boss so that they can spawn the boss a little bit faster. So here we go. Swag going to start off with that Shadow Step, getting in combat. The Lust now being popped. It's going to hit the whole team, of course, everywhere in the dungeon. Heart of the Wild used by Zasevi here to add some extra damage, although it really is just all about Swag's burst on this boss. He still has his Cheat Death available. Still has Cloak of Shadows also. This Web Spray is a nice breath of fresh air. The Convoke from Zasevi as well, now doing substantial damage on that Resto Druid. Swag's Cheat is going to be used here. Next couple of autos won't hit too hard because when you proc your Cheat, you do get a nice big damage reduction for a little while, and they are going to kill it. Nicely done by Perplexed. Option 1 for the Polish Mountain Comeback Dream Team has gone wrong, as Perplexed were able to get that done without more than just the Cheat Death being committed.
Yeah, they did an incredible job dealing with the boss without a tank. I mean, it's really nice done by Perplexed as Polish Mountain moved on to that second mini-boss on their side. I mean, the same one that Perplexed is fighting right now, except Perplexed already dealt with the third one as well. Polish Mountain has a little bit more enemy forces on their side because they were able to do a bigger pull at the start, of course, because they did have the full team on that first mini-boss, so they didn't have to be careful on their side. Polish Mountain also holding on to their Bloodlust, not using it on that first pull, while Perplexed, of course, does have to commit it because of that increased risk that they have with their strategy. So Polish Mountain is going to be able to use that Bloodlust maybe on the first boss with some trash that they're going to be pulling on top, and we'll see when they are committing it, as Perplexed is already fighting Avanox. This is where you can see just how quick this strategy is that Perplexed ended up cooking up in practice here. Being able to just do that mini-boss, or doing two mini-bosses at the same time, just speeds up that spawn from the first boss so much.
Wow, they're just going to tank these crawlers really close to Avanox. How is the boss not eating them? I thought if it got that close, it would just always eat them, but It looks like maybe there's a grace period there or something, or maybe they kept them just out of range for the boss to choose to eat them. Very cool, as Perplexed will therefore get to cleave them down without having to lose any boss damage, and you can see just huge boss damage on display by Perplexed. The Affix is going to spawn now as well. This is a pretty good time for the Void Emissary to spawn, as they are going to be able to then use that extra versatility and cooldown reduction against the boss. This time it's going to be Sigil of Misery for those ads. They're not going to have to kill them. Just starting to drag the boss towards the exit of the room, and they know that it will be dead before they run out of time. Look how they're grouping up here as well. They're grouping up on this side, and then they're going to move towards the exit as a group so that they can be heading towards where they want to go and leaving these webs behind where they're not going to need to move anymore. These are the kinds of movements that separate teams from the very best and the only the really, really good ones, right? Keeping these positionings just perfectly planned out about what's the best possible place we could be right now. Where do we want to be next after this boss dies? That's the thought process that saves you seconds.
Yeah, definitely top tier play by Perplexed here, as Polish Mountain is about to finish off the Avanox. They're still holding on to the Bloodlust, and look at the enemy forces. They're 12% ahead, right? Which means if Polish Mountain can somehow pull up a skip that is worth the same amount that Perplexed did make up from killing that boss earlier, then they would be evening out that dungeon here, and of course also that Bloodlust that could be saving them some time later on. We see the Shroud come out by Polish Mountain, as they're going to be moving on and gathering up another pull in just a moment. Perplexed already on their trash pull though, as we do see the Emissary spawn as well. In a decent moment, I think it's actually not too bad. We do see Polish Mountain now gathering up all of these Blood Guards though.
Wow.
3 blood guards. That's going
And
to
this
be
is their lust as well. They
insane.
didn't have to lust the first pull because they had their whole team there. So now they're going to be able to send the lust on this pull potentially, or not. Maybe they're saving
So
it for
much
next
damage
dungeon.
reduction, right?
Yeah, save it for the
Sending lust
next
here
boss.
seems like such a waste almost.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a big damage reduction, but you still need to kill those blood guards.
Yes.
I don't know. I guess there's a Void Emissary out right now. It does eventually die. Gives them that cooldown reduction. So, okay, they're still holding the lust. I thought this looked like a lust pull, but you're absolutely right. It is not. They're going to hold it for even later in this dungeon.
Very interesting. Looking at the enemy forces now, Perplexed did manage to catch up, and they're going to get even more trash once they finish this. But Polish Mountain not too far behind, actually. This is going to be a really close dungeon in comparison to the last two we've seen, where Polish Mountain unfortunately did have some issues on their side. This time around, they do look very clean again, and now they did catch up on that enemy forces. That pull actually got them so much percentage. That was really nicely done. And again, they still have that lust. We still don't know what they're saving it for, but now the dungeon seems to be completely even between those two teams. We did say earlier that Polish Mountain does theoretically have the faster run in here.
Look what happened to Perplex there. They were running, Divine was running forward to start the boss, and then the affix spawned, so he had to backtrack to make sure that it didn't happen again with it spawning on him as he leapt forward. So that's going to slow them down a little bit here. They are going to get the rest of the group snapped over, though. So it's going to be okay, and they're at least going into the boss with this damage buff, so it's not the end of the world, but it's not the best spawn time. Ideally, you would want that affix to wait to spawn until you got everybody into this room.
Yeah, and Polish Mountain actually engaging the boss first. Perplex, even though they did engage a couple of seconds later, do have a lot more boss damage, partially because of that affix buff that they got. They got that full duration of the buff into that boss fight, while Polish Mountain did not.
It's just spawning now, actually.
It's spawning now, yeah.
They are going to have a full uptime Void Emissary buff for the next 30 seconds. That might help them close this gap, but that meant that they were hitting the boss with a damage reduction for a little while, which it's always tough, right? When you have a Void Emissary spawn, the more you swap onto it, obviously that's inefficient, but the less you swap onto it, you get a damage reduction onto the boss, and that's also inefficient. So you have a hard choice there when it spawns on a boss fight.
Yeah, this is still... I mean, so at this point we know for sure, obviously, that Polish Mountain is only going to get 1 Bloodlust in this dungeon. And technically, you would be able to get 2, right? So Perplexed, because they used it at the very start, they're going to be able to get a second Bloodlust at the very end of their run. The fastest run we've seen so far in Arakara is around 12 minutes. So definitely does get... you definitely do get another Bloodlust if you use it early. Polish Mountain, though, does not. So either there's like a pull that they think is so dangerous that requires the Bloodlust, or they think it's just more efficient to use it later. We'll see what exactly they are going to be using it for, as Perplex did finish off the boss faster than Polish Mountain. They're now going to be moving on, and this is another thing that they had an issue with earlier, or the last time that they played this dungeon, where Divine Field does pull this Overseer to the side, and then jumps over and uses Shadow Melt to skip this Overseer. Let's see if Divine Field did manage to de-aggro it this time around, because the last time they didn't quite manage to Shadow Melt it off, and they did have to deal with this Overseer with this pull, but it looks like this time around Perplex did manage to drop the aggro.
Yeah, I mean, while Polish Mountain, they don't even have a Night Elf tank. They have a Blood Elf tank, so they do not have the same way of making that skip happen. If they wanted to, they'd have to have somebody that wasn't a tank
Pulling the boss with Lust?
I think this might be. I think this might be everything with Lust onto boss. That's what they're looking to posture towards right now. And if this works out, I think Polish Mountain are going to win this map. I mean, this should be a lot faster. This is so scary,
so many Overseers. There's 3 Overseers. I wonder...
Oh, no.
Their Shaman does go down. They have an Ankh going up, but they lose the Bloodlust on that Shaman, which is going to be a huge damage loss for them. But it looks like they did recover a little bit. Most of the mobs are now stacked up, but I wonder if they maybe wanted to skip one of the Overseers. I'm not sure if they need it, because they did use a Shadow Melt on that DK, which presumably was maybe to skip it. Either way, they do have it in that pack now, and everything is dropping lower. They're doing a pretty good job, as at first Cosmic Singularity is coming in. Let's see if everyone does manage to survive. Void Emissary is up as well that they have to deal with, and it's looking so clean by Polish Mountain. This is what they have been saving that Bloodlust for.
incredibly impressive. Polish Mountain doing huge damage here to all of that trash, but the boss damage is looking so good for Perplexed, even without that lust, without losing a player here. Perplexed are ahead on boss damage. They do have 100% count as well. Polish Mountain still have 3 Overseers. Those should combine to get them up to around 100% count. I think it'll get them over the finish line. Yes, it is. It is perfect count for Perplexed once that last Overseer dies. Or sorry, for Polish Mountain rather. But they're down 15 seconds of death timer as well, so they have to not only overtake Perplexed and damage on boss, they have to actually overtake by 15 seconds. I don't know if they'll be able to do that. Oh no, look at this overlap here on their healer for Polish Mountain. They had the Cosmic Singularity, so he couldn't break out of that grip. He just had to pop a defensive and live the stun from that Overseer that's somehow still alive for Polish Mountain. They are closing in on boss damage, though, only 3% behind, but they need to get ahead, again, by 15 seconds. That's going to be so hard.
The damage they lost on their Shaman, having the death while Bloodlust and all cooldowns are running, definitely cost them so much time, plus the 15 seconds death penalty as well.
2 minutes are back up for Perplexed, and they are just destroying this boss here. I don't even think it's going to be close anymore. They've managed to get through these last couple of overlaps. That Breath of Syndracosa is still rolling. The Death Mark just expiring for Swag as well, and a Shine's Feral Spirits in play too. That's going to be all that Perplexed need. That's going to be a 3-0 series in dominating fashion. Incredible work by Perplexed, undefeated here. Wow, what a game.
Starting out at the top, coming out of time trials, and ending up at the top here in our Group A finals. Congratulations to Perplexed, our Group A champions. You know, Polish Mountain, they really had a much better run that time around, but when you are up against Perplexed and they are just playing at peak, it is so hard to keep up with them. Their times were fast for a reason, and Perplexed, they are not nearly as confused as their name might seem to indicate. They really do have this planned, plotted, and they can execute. Incredible to see. We'll take a look at the meters here as we kind of reflect back on it, but Nagura, I mean, seeing Perplexed in fine form, man, they have some serious strengths they bring to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, earlier I said I think that Perplex is going to be showing us like the fastest Arakara we have seen. And honestly, I didn't think they can even be that fast, because I also said, oh, if they use Bloodlust at the start, they're going to be able to get a second one. They didn't. Like, they were so fast. They didn't even get a second Bloodlust. It's absolutely crazy how well Perplex performed in this final. Like, all 3 dungeons that they won was absolute god tier gameplay, and really, really nicely done.
This was an amazing set for them to finish out on and just get to see them excel. I mean, Tuttles, as you kind of were looking in, you were, you know, back there analyzing, going into the details, and have put together some replay for us. I mean, Perplexed, they were playing the way you want to see them play. And did you get the same impression that this was some of their stronger performances this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the other teams are on notice. Like, I think that if you're a team from Group B, you're watching Perplexed, and they're going to write the blueprint for pretty much every single dungeon that you're seeing, including this Arakara. Maybe it's just one of those things that you can only do on a 10, but even like the very beginning of that Arakara that we're going to see in just a couple seconds whenever replay shows is like the fact that they split up the healer and the rogue. How do you even begin to think about something like that? Like, this is silly. The fact that they're like, you know what? We can proc our cheat death here. It'll be fine. We can kill this mob in time. Like, what in the world? How does that even happen? Where you're just like, this is even a strategy that you think is even possible in practice, and you're willing to commit to it on MDI broadcast? It's just absolutely crazy. But also kudos to Polish Mountain. I thought that so one of the big key takeaways that Mike and I were talking about whenever we were conjuring up this replay, we were talking about the fact that Polish Mountain had more count in the very beginning, and it allowed them to do this shroud into this 4 Bloodguard pull. And I actually think that this 4 Bloodguard pull kind of pulled Polish Mountain back into the swing of things. This really allowed them to get a ton of count in this area, and in an area that teams like to either 2, 3, and potentially even 4 pull. The fact that they only needed 1 pull here, and then they immediately went into the boss is... I thought this was great. I think that this might be a pull that teams are looking into the future to maybe even be looking to copy. I think that most people were under the assumption that the Bloodguard DR, the 50% AoE DR, stacked. That is definitely not the case with looking at how those mobs are taking damage. And then you have both Perplexed and Polish Mountain doing a little bit of different sequencing towards the end of the dungeon, where Perplexed are playing a more conservative approach. They're playing this Nerubian Holler with these Overseers and these reinforced drones and all of this trash. It's a very scary pull, but they notably don't go into the boss, where on the side of Polish Mountain, they got an additional Overseer. So they got the first Overseer that was in this area, and they got the other 2 casting Overseers, and then they got the Hauler. They immediately pulled all of this into the boss. They used that web to stun the Hauler, but they have Wrath go down right after Lust is pressed, and his Ascendance is pressed. He ends up losing an insane amount of damage, and I think that they saved their Lust. They saved their Lust for 8 minutes and 45 seconds, and him losing that Lust immediately, he is by far their top single target DPS. I don't think that you could have afforded to lose that Lust at all, and that just allows Perplexed to make sure that they take care of business. They have 0 deaths here in this dungeon, and they are able to clean sweep this series 3-0. So big kudos to them, and congratulations to Perplexed for a phenomenal weekend.
Yeah, huge congratulations. Perplexed just completely played an exceptional round here, going through all of the upper bracket and every series that they just crushed. Amazing to see. But like you were pointing out, Tettles, I mean, Polish Mountain, I think, is a lot to be proud of, especially considering that they came into this brand new and pulled off a lot of things. Maybe there were some unfortunate timings there, holding on to that Lust and losing it at that key moment. Really unfortunate. But, you know, was very much a clean run, comparatively more solid from them in Arakar than we'd seen with the previous 2. Now, Perplexed, of course, are our grand finalists here for our Group A. But, you know, again, our top 3 that we have here, Perplexed, Miscount, and Polish Mountain, will be moving on to the Global Finals at the end of November. I mean, looking at how this bracket has played out over the weekend, Dratnos, is this at all what you would have expected coming in on day 1?
Yeah, except for 5 or 6 of these matches, it went about the way that I was thinking it was
Okay,
going to.
alright.
That was pretty good, I think, overall.
Okay, great. I'm so glad. Fantastic. Nagura, how about you? You know, were there any standout kind of matches? And of course, we have newcomers that have come to the scene here this time around. So any of these teams that kind of jumped out at you, we have some familiar, but a lot of unfamiliar this time around.
I just want to talk about Polish Mountain again, because obviously Polish Mountain, I think, it's obvious that they surprised us and that, you know, they managed to get second, which is incredible. But one thing to note about them is, yes, they're a new team, and not only did they play really well, but they also have this thing where they were not too, like, they didn't shy away from adjusting their strategy mid-tournament. Like, they changed some of their routes halfway through, which is something that newer teams usually are very scared to do. And they were also innovating strategies. So they changed their Arakara strat from the last time they played, even though they already had a pretty fast time, to something that no other team did. So they didn't change their strat and copied someone else. They changed their strat and came up with something new, which really goes to show that Polish Mountain is a team that has so much potential moving forward. I mean, they already ended up getting second, which is incredible, but I think they're going to be a team that is going to be really good in the future if they continue to compete and if they continue to perform as well as they did this time around. I mean, this is just the beginning. I think they're going to do so well moving forward.
Honestly, you can't say enough because, you know, we've talked about experience being something that is a huge part of the MDI or TGP, right? Just actually having an understanding of how you compete and how you kind of structure through the weeks, how you prepare. You know, we had a little bracketology earlier, so it's good to keep in mind. Now, we do have our interview here with Wolf Disco over on Perplexed. Congratulations on that Perplexed win. That's huge. I mean, absolutely amazing. It was awesome to see you perform this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Now, I know everybody here has a lot of questions that they want to ask you, but really quick, we'll start off with just a few. I mean, we talked at the start of today a bit on stream about goals for the teams, and I'm just curious, you know, Perplexed, you've been here for a while, you've been doing what you do, but what were some of your goals, and do you feel like you kind of met them this weekend?
I mean, yeah, the goal is to win, of course, and we won, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd say I'm happy
Dominated even.
Yeah, dominated even, we would say. Yeah. I mean, is there anything coming out of that you know, you're kind of looking at for weeks ahead that you're going, maybe we could adjust this or this? Or are you feeling like, nah, we nailed it, we're good?
I I think Divine is gonna play a Night Elf in City of Thread from now on.
Okay.
But,
yeah, love it.
For the,
I mean,
the shroud. Oh my god.
Nah, I mean, I think there's obviously things to learn from all the other teams. I think like Polish Mountain were extremely good in the Sarakara, for example. There's probably something we can learn from that, I think, and definitely from Miscount as well in multiple dungeons.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, you performed great this weekend, and it was amazing to see. But, you know, of course, I think there's always something where you're like, oh, yeah, we'll just Night Elf, that's the solution, or some other change, right? You know, for having such a strong performance this weekend, I'm curious, which of the dungeons did you feel was the biggest challenge for the team?
Well, definitely Grim Battle and Necrotic Wake. Even though we didn't play it, it was very difficult, very volatile, both dungeons. It's like one guy dies and then it's just over, insta.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely saw that multiple occasions. But, I mean, hopefully it won't prove to be such a hassle in future weeks where everybody will figure it out. Now, I know the rest of the desk has their questions. Dratnos, I'll toss over to you.
Yeah, I want to ask about, so Challenger's Peril, that's our new affix this expansion. It's 15 seconds instead of 5 seconds when you die. Has that changed anything about your MDI, like strategies, prep? Are you guys trying to err a little bit more on the side of safety with your pulls? Or are you guys just thinking, if we die, it's bad anyways, do the same speed route? What's been the reaction to that affix strategy-wise?
I don't think it changes too much in MDI, but I mean, it's definitely like in the back of your mind that dying is really, really bad. I guess it mostly affects the shaman meme that Ankh is the best personal. Now it is in fact not the best personal.
I had a question. How have you guys been feeling about like compositional changes? So we had the anniversary patch come out, I want to say it was a week and a half ago at this point now. How did that end up changing your guys' like preparation for this weekend? Is there any other like maybe weird pocket picks? I think we also saw like Serve Hunter and like Ret Paladin. What do you guys kind of think about some of the meta stuff? Do you think there's more of evolution we're gonna see with it?
I think Mist Count were definitely cooking a little bit, and my man Timmy as well with the Arms Warrior. I think there's something to all of these classes that you can justify. Okay. So, yeah, I think there's gonna be some wild cards in the Global Finals that we're not seeing that much this cup.
I love that. Yes.
Ellie Shaman.
We need more Serve Hunter. I think that's the. Okay, and more on Holy DK and more Serve Hunter. Those are the two that I'm looking forward to more of.
Yeah, Serve Hunter.
Yeah.
I logged on it for 10 minutes and I was kind of blasting, so I can see it.
All right, so Wolf Disco promised us more Surf Hunter in the finals. That's just how it's going to be.
Yeah, guaranteed.
I did have one more question. I generally just wanted to ask about like the affix changes coming into the War Within and the MDI. Is that something that, do you think it's easier for your team to practice with these affixes? Did you prefer it with the old affixes? Because you did say that generally whenever you're practicing for MDI or TGP, sometimes you're like overcooking strategies and you're not really sure what is causing it. Do you think that the affix change is actually making it a little bit easier for you as a team?
I mean, these affixes have obviously way less impact than like Sanguine, Bolstering and all this things in the past. So now you can actually practice even though you don't know what the affixes are going to be in a different way. But on the other hand, the RNG element of these affixes with the timers are quite annoying when you practice, because sometimes the affix is just 30 seconds late 3 times in a row, and then you know your 2 minutes are not ready because you don't get CDR, which is quite frustrating, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah, adds that kind of random element into the mix that's a little unpredictable. But, I mean, honestly, I think you handled it so well, and seeing the team go through this weekend was really exciting. Every single map, it was just like, we couldn't wait to see what you were going to do, honestly. I think our last question before we play a little mini game and let you go is just, who are you looking forward to playing against as we look ahead to the Global Finals?
I mean, we're gonna be keeping a close eye on Mandatory, of course, and also my fellow guildmates, Wexy and Walllife. It's gonna be. I think there's gonna be a lot of evolution of the Group A strats going into Group B. The way it usually goes, you kind of build on each other's strats, and then we take their strats after Group B and work on them even more.
Yeah, you know, every single weekend building on the others. And it kind of adds into the question. I mean, we have the Chinese teams participating this time around as well, and we're going to rebroadcast their stuff so everybody can watch. But, you know, Wolf, are there any Chinese teams that are on your radar, or do you feel like they're going to be a real wild card in the mix?
I feel like that region is always a wild card because it seems like their teams are always disbanding left, right, center every few months, and it's also hard to like keep in touch with that region or like keep track of what's going on and stuff. So it's gonna be a wild card for sure.
All right, well, we'll see what it has in store, but so far Perplexed has really just, I think, shown us all that you're here to win it. We're going to do a little Who Spells It Anyway. Maybe you'll win this too. We encourage you to play with us, Wolf. This is Who Spells It Anyway. If anybody doesn't know, we will have a spell that'll be up here on the screen. It'll be an incomplete tooltip for it, and we all have to try and guess what it is. The tooltips can be from any abilities, talents, or items usable in dungeons. So we're going to have to guess and see what it is. I mean, we've had a lot. Okay, well, requires Hunter, so there's that. It says requires
okay, you
Hunter.
said you logged on Serve. What is this?
I feel like
Is this the?
I think I know what it is.
Wait, requires a range
Shots at your
weapon, so it's
target. Yeah.
Oh, it does require a ranged weapon. I was thinking it was the poison.
Is it rapid fire? Maybe. I think
it's
rapid fire is 20-second cooldown, and you can use while moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you shoot at your target instead of, you know, AoE like the others are.
It could be multi-shot
Yeah,
in
pretty
theory.
No, multi-shot doesn't
say
do it
usable
over
while
2 seconds.
moving.
Over 2 seconds? Yeah, okay.
True. Yeah, rapid fire.
I think it's rapid fire.
Me too. The moving definitely sold me. Rapid fire.
Locked in.
Me too. The moving definitely sold me. Rapid fire.
Locked in.
Let's see.
Bang.
Okay,
There you go.
Yo, Wolf Disco, what was your what were your guys' comms like whenever the Void Emissary got stuck in the wall?
Well, first it was like, okay, nice, let's kill it. And then it was like, okay, it's evading. I cannot press any abilities. And then I pressed Howling Blast 10 globals in a row, trying to hit it with range spells. And then when the boss was immune, 2 of my teammates, not gonna call them out, popped all their cooldowns into an immune boss.
No way!
Wait, but it's not immune. It's 90% reduction, right? So it's like...
True. It was pretty good value there.
Alright, we got the icons.
Wow.
Do you guys want to
Sorry,
just
go
guess
ahead.
randomly here instead of trying to analyze which of these it might be?
I mean, we can just...
Did
let's
it
see.
always look
Right.
like this? It used to look different, no?
Rapid fire, yeah.
Yeah.
D. I think it's D. Am I wrong?
D has a different...
Oh.
Rapid fire, yeah.
Yeah.
D. I think it's D. Am I wrong?
D has a different weapon over on the right there.
I think it's like so I think it's C.
Wait, I didn't even
I-
realize these are different. What the hell? Oh,
I think it's D as well.
I think
'Cause,
it's
like-
D.
these are different. What the hell? Oh,
I think it's D as well.
I think
'Cause,
it's
like-
D.
Look at the... I think they
look at the black
reflected
spe-
that
yeah.
left spear back into the right spear, maybe? Because it's got like a highlight from the other side. Right spear, maybe? Because it's got like a highlight from the other side.
And look at
Maybe
the,
it's just
like, the
tilted
background.
differently?
You see the background? Like the purple lines? The bottom
Yeah.
one is messed up. So I think that's where the spear is, where the lines. The bottom
Yeah.
one is messed up. So I think that's where the spear is, where they photoshopped it
Yeah.
out, you know?
D,
I'm going
final
with D.
answer.
I think it's D.
Yeah, that's it.
That little fork, the little fork prong looks familiar to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm so sorry if I've misled us. The little fork prong looks familiar to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm so sorry if I've misled us all. Any other guesses? We
I
okay?
trust you. I haven't studied the icons too well.
I just work here.
All right, let's see.
I just work here.
All right, let's see. Is it D? Watch me just have totally.
Oh, it is, because otherwise this would be wiping from the other side.
Hey!
Yeah.
Good job.
Nice trick production. Not going to work.
You
on
knew
our
that? You know which way the camera wipes? What is
Yeah,
wrong
why
with
is
you, man?
D wipes
Usually
first if it's
what?
not D?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, well, Wolf, amazing job again, and huge congratulations to Perplexed. We can't wait to see you play again in the Global Final. And huge congratulations to Perplexed. We can't wait to see you play again in the Global Finals. But thank you so much. Are there any final words you'd like to share before we say goodnight to you and let you get some rest?
Goddamn. Thank you very much for a beautiful tournament. It was a pleasure, like always. And great casting. Keep it up.
You're a liar.
Good luck
You
in
never
Global
listen to us
Finals.
cast.
Oh my god, I'm always voting for them to win every single match for the rest of the time.
Yeah, seriously. Come on, I'm going to predict you win everything. Buttering us up definitely goes a long way.
Rook,
But yeah.
Yeah, what's
You
happening down there?
Yeah,
What's,
Oh wow!
What's happening at the
wow, I
bottom
can't
of the
believe
screen
you
right there,
thought
Rook?
they would lose
Look!
one dungeon.
Oh, Polish Mountain faked me out, okay? Every time we thought, like, there's no way, they took it. And so I was just like, well, it feels like there's no way, but I'm going to put one on there. But I'm so sorry, Wolf. I realize I've betrayed you and Perplexed, and I promise I'll do much better in the future. I promise.
They were close in Arakara. I'll give them that. They were owning.
All right, have a good one. Thanks again for joining us, and congratulations, Perplexed. Now, here on our desk, we will be wrapping up the day, but very exciting to see Perplexed here as our Group A champions yet again. We'll get to see more of them in the Global Finals, along with our other two top teams that we have, Polish Mountain and Mist Count. But, I mean, as we finish things up here on desk, we'll just do it real quick. Tettle's coming out of Group A. What are you expecting for Group B next weekend?
I kind of expect more comp diversity than we saw this weekend. I think that there was a lot of picks that weren't necessarily explored to their fullest potential. Dude, I think the fact that Thanner randomly busted out that Ret Paladin and that Serf Hunter, I think that kind of opens up the opportunity for other teams to be looking to explore some kind of similar stuff. I also think that Unholy DK is also underplayed relative to how good it is in very specific situations, and I think that teams will probably start to look to pick that up in specific points. So I think we have a lot of discoveries still left available for Group B. I think a lot of what we saw this weekend, I think, was leftover stuff from time trials.
I don't know. I think it's going to be hard to beat 18 unique specs in a weekend. I think that number is going to. I do think there are a few that we didn't see that we might. Elemental Shaman for me is one that I do think that thing could be good.
Elemental Shaman is one you like?
I think it could be good. I think it could be a good one. I think that we could see that. There are a couple other specs that are maybe options, but that's the big one that jumps out to me as a big possibility.
I'm not talking about it in the sense of, like, I expect to see more specs, like, as a whole, because, like you were saying, 18 is a lot. It's more just, like, I expect to see, like, the dungeon-to-dungeon utilization of some specs to actually be
like the top
more
two
varied.
teams to use more of the kind of
the field,
less
right?
seen
Like,
picks. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that's a fair guess, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already seen such a huge variety. Why not just get every single spec in the MDI? That's what I'm saying. And definitely Ellie Shaman for Dratnos.
I think it's good. I swear, maybe it's just the Ellie Shamans I play with in my guild, but they always do so much damage.
Show Belly's a menace.
Yeah.
Now, we'll take a quick final look at our predictions leaderboard from this weekend. Chat, you can see how you measured up as well. I mean, we had a lot of things that just kind of completely bucked our expectations, but a lot that panned out as we thought as well. Chat creeping up the ranks here. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Let's go, Nagura.
Man.
Of course the Moonkins are on top. I mean,
It's so good.
They've honed their skills from the bench of doing all these predictions.
Honestly, I should have gone with everybody, but I wanted to believe in Polish Mountain, so I'll take that 8. I'll take it. If that's the price of belief. You know, Dratos, we're right down there at the bottom, though. It's
Things have kind of fallen apart here for me, huh? That's not good.
I stopped copy-pasting your predictions after the first day.
I spent all my time just reading tooltips so that I could be ready for whose spell is it anyway, but... Maybe I should have looked more at the bracket.
I think you missed one of the correct predictions whenever you didn't predict Polish Mountain over team name, right? I think that's the one that you missed out on.
Yeah,
It's tough. It's tough out here.
Well, chat, you've been creeping up. Well done. You were getting more and more correct predictions. Maybe copy Tettles and Nagura up at the top there if you want to keep going, or just keep being yourselves and making your own guesses, because you have been very, very on point so far. Now, this will do it for us here at the end of Group A weekend. It was an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. We seriously can't say thank you enough for tuning in, giving us your time, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere, keeping up with things on the internet. We're very glad to be here. Thank you again. Thank you, production. Thank you to all my fellow casters here on the desk. And in case you didn't know, Group B weekend is coming up. So we will be back next Friday for another weekend of Mythic Dungeon International, this time featuring those Group B competitors. It'll be the same time, the same place, and if you missed the time zone shifts that have been happening, remember that we have aligned again. Everybody has done daylight savings, and NA and EU should be matched up, so keep an eye out. Get back into the fight with us next weekend, and be sure to tune in. See you then.